I know nobody in here yet, but I will tell y'all good morning, good morning, good morning. Um, here shortly. I don't know what we're gonna watch today though. Good morning, Che. It feels good to be home. Tell me about it. We got home on Monday, so we spent an entire week in the hospital. My son is doing okay. He's recovering, so we are all questioning our life decisions on actually getting the surgery. So I think there were things that we didn't think about. So it's been a roller coaster. And no, 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 no. You've been busy with your own life and with your husband. So please don't feel bad at all. What's up, D Wood? So if y'all don't know, we do also have a Discord, which is just like a chat that I kind of set up. So we just kind of check in with one another while we were out and talked about different trials that we were watching. So if you're interested in just kind of keeping the conversation going outside of our live streams, make sure that you join our Discord. I actually think I'm going to get us a Patreon created, very similar to what Mel, I'm not a lawyer, but has. I like it because um, you can follow the thread so that you only get notifications about the topics that you're interested in versus getting a notification about everything if you got your notifications on. So that may be something that we switch to in the near future, just when I get a little bit more time to do so. But I'm back at work today, so let's get into it. So what y'all want to watch? I know a few people were watching the missing boyfriend trial. um I haven't really watched it. It's on day 4, but I'm happy to turn it on if that's what y'all want to watch. Um, I was watching the Ronnie Walker trial, and I actually missed the closing argument. So I know they're on verdict watch now. This has already gone to the jury, and they may be getting a verdict today. But happy to play that one. Just let me know what y'all want to watch. Like I didn't have a set agenda, but I did miss y'all. I did miss y'all. I miss streaming, so I definitely wanted to get on here and make sure that we convene. We have service. Which one do would Ronnie Walker? Well, they had. Because I did want to watch the Ronnie. So did y'all? I think it's on Tampa. This was a Florida trial. It's on Tampa 10 Tampa Bay. So I'm gonna find. If y'all didn't watch the trial, I'm happy to see if I wanted to see if they're going into the penalty phase or just life in prison. Whoa, 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 Shay, they didn't already came back with a verdict? Really? They did. They did reach a verdict. I didn't miss it all, y'all. Good morning, Fee. Okay, well, we're gonna have to watch. Oh my God, Shay, for real? Okay, so we're gonna have to watch the closing arguments, y'all, because I totally missed them. I missed the closing arguments. I did not know that they found him guilty. I'm surprised though. There was a lot of reasonable doubt in there. But at the end of the day, when you participate in a murder, you go down just like you pulled the trigger. And I think that Creed, Robert Creed, if that was his name, I think he should have got murder too. I think both of them should have got it. But I truly believe that Creed pulled that trigger. I don't think that Ronnie actually pulled the trigger. I think he was the accomplice by mistake. I don't think he knew what was going to happen. Oh my God. Okay, wait a minute. I gotta find it. I'm so shocked. Wow. Okay, I gotta find it, y'all. I gotta find it. Give me a second here. Ronnie Walker. Oh, he looks so sad too. Yeah. Okay, reaches the verdict. That was a day ago. This was 2 days ago. Deliver. The jury's gonna deliberate. That's not what I'm looking for. Closing arguments. Where is it? Ah. Okay, I think. Hold on, y'all.
Showing, circumstantially at least, Judge, that Ronnie Walker had an intent that this crime be committed or be successfully accomplished, okay? There is no way they've sufficiently established that she was shot.
Hold on this.
Yes.
Go back to the beginning of that argument. Who got out of the car and shot?
According to the defense, if you want to believe the defense,
Right.
it had to have been Robert Creed because they were the only two people in the car. So if Robert Creed got out of that car and shot, Ronnie Walker then waited for him to get back in the car.
There's no evidence of that.
Yes, there is, Judge, because the shots, she was shot outside the car. For sure she was killed
There is
outside
no
the car.
evidence that Creed shot. Yeah,
but that's what
if they
they're
were the
arguing.
only two people there,
But that's
then
what
why
they're
couldn't you just go
arguing.
beyond your argument and say, you know, there was a third person there waiting to kill her, and they just delivered her there?
Judge,
you
I'm
can
saying-
say anything you want, but there's no evidence that Creed shot anybody.
I'm saying this to rebut their argument, Judge. If they make that argument
They
that
can
Creed
make-
did it,
What they say is not evidence.
I understand it. Then we should be able to argue two alternative theories, as the court is well aware, which is that even if,
You have to have evidence to convict someone,
We-
not argument.
Judge, we do circumstantially, we have proven that Ronnie Walker was the driver of the vehicle.
You
We
think,
have,
you prove that Ronnie Walker, you're trying to prove now circumstantially that Creed was the shooter?
no, I'm not proving that Creed was a shooter. I'm saying that even if Creed was a shooter, Ronnie Walker assisted, aided, and abetted him in committing this crime.
There's no proof of that.
Judge, he drove to this location. The only person who drove to that location was Ronnie Walker.
Yes.
So he knew that something bad was going to happen, because why would you take a young 14-year-old girl to a vacant field
I'm
in a
not saying
dead-end
he
lot
doesn't-
unless you know that
Right.
that
But here's my question.
person's going to be killed?
Are
We
you,
had the-
wait, are you alleging under the principal theory, I'm gonna let you finish, but I just wanna make sure that I'm thinking along the same line as you. Are you saying that for the principal theory to be correct, that Creed shot the girl and Ronnie Walker's the principal to that?
I'm saying if that's going to be their argument, we should be allowed to rebut that
I'm
and
not
say,
asking you if that's their argument. Are you saying that Creed shot the girl? If you're gonna argue, the principal theory to the jury, then you have to believe that Ronnie Walker is not the shooter and Creed is the shooter. Yes or no?
Judge, no, we can argue two alternative theories.
I'm not saying you can't argue two,
But
but
the
to
way
argue
you're
that
telling
one,
me-
you have to say Creed was the shooter. Yes or no?
I can say, yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe Creed was the shooter, guess what? Ronnie Walker was just as involved
Show
because
me
he
the
aided
evidence
and
that Creed
abetted.
was the shooter. And don't say it's because there were only two people there, because
Well-
that's not evidence.
Judge, do you understand that we have to be able to rebut their defense? Their defense is there's only two people in the vehicle, so their defense is going to be that Robert Creed was the shooter. We should be allowed, as the state of Florida, to argue that even if you believe that, and the state is not arguing that that's the case, but even if you believe that, even if crazily you believe that Robert Creed got out of that car and did that shooting, Ronnie Walker was at the very minimum an assistant aider and abettor in committing this murder, which means he is a principal
In
under
what
the theory.
capacity?
As the driver, Judge, as the person who took this victim
To what
this-
crime?
To murder.
By who?
By either.
Show me the evidence that either, i.e. Creed, did anything regarding the murder, except.
I don't have
he
to
did.
show you that evidence. We as a state have a right to argue alternative
You
theories.
have
of
to show the jury the evidence.
They're going to argue that evidence, Judge. They're going to
What
argue
they
that
say is
Robert
not
Creed-
evidence.
They're going to argue that Robert Creed had her phone number
I
in his
know what they're
phone.
gonna argue, it's obvious.
So we should have the ability to rebut that and argue under the circumstances.
You can't
It
argue
does-
facts
Judge,
around
the
evidence.
only reason Ronnie Walker was initially charged in this case was under the principal theory. To take that away from the state, you're basically taking this whole case away, because
Your
now.
whole case, since jury selection till today, has been that guy over there, the last name of Walker, shot and killed this girl. That's been your entire case. Not one time have you put on any evidence that Creed was the shooter. Never, until
Judge,
now.
We don't have to. We're not supposed to
You
put on
do
evidence.
have to. You have to prove your case beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt,
Correct.
based on the evidence.
Correct.
And I haven't seen a single piece of evidence that says Creed's the shooter.
It doesn't matter, Judge, but they make that argument. We can
Okay,
argue that he
for
was
the
a
record,
he
it
was a,
doesn't matter.
he
The
was a
state has
pri-
provided no evidence of Creed's guilt.
All right, if I can just finish putting my stuff on the record, I'm also going to cite 675 Southern 2nd 196 TSV State. Again, while it is settled that mere presence at the scene, knowledge of the crime, and flight are insufficient to justify a conviction, it is also clear that elements of assistance of the perpetrator in intent may be proved by a combination of surrounding circumstances. And we are arguing that there are these surrounding circumstances, Judge. We also provided Lewis v. State, which I know the court has already cited, so we would also rely on that. And Judge, it is the state's position that while we do not believe Creed was the shooter in any manner, if the defense is going to argue that, we should be allowed to rebut that and argue that even if the jury were to believe that, even if the jury were to say, well, we're not convinced Ronnie Walker did the shooting, we can still be convinced that Ronnie Walker assisted in the murder by taking her to this remote location and then driving the shooter away to assist him in escaping. All of that, Judge, should be allowed and should be admissible, Judge, and we are strongly believe that this case is a principal theory case if he's not the actual shooter, and we should be allowed to argue either scenario to the jury.
Okay? Well, in Turner, one of the guns was found underneath the driver's seat, which is where Turner was seated, giving him basically actual possession of a firearm. Let me read on here. So that's a distinguishing factor. I've seen no evidence presented by the state. And if they want to make an argument, and I'm going to instruct the jury that I've already instructed the jury what the attorneys say is not evidence, that should not be considered as evidence. They can argue whatever they want.
We should be allowed, Judge, to argue that even if you believe their theory of the facts, it still puts Ronnie Walker as a principal to this crime. Even if you believe the defense's theory, which we are not in any way agreeing or advocating or believing in, because as Your Honor has said, there is no evidence that Robert Creed shot and killed her. However, there is evidence that at least Ronnie Walker, even if he wasn't the actual shooter, did aid and assist the shooter in committing this murder. And that is what the state's sole position is. We believe we should have the right to argue each theory in this case. And there's enough circumstantial evidence to at least take it, if you look at it in the light most favorable to the state, there's at least enough evidence to present to the jury and let them make that decision. And he did not implicate Robert Creed. Judge, all of this is clear evidence that he was assisting and aiding Robert Creed if they believe what the defense says, which is that Robert Creed was the shooter. And we should be allowed that alternative theory of argument. I promise you, Judge, we are going to be arguing strongly that Ronnie Walker shot and killed this woman. But when their defense gets up there and they start saying, it was Robert Creed, it was Robert Creed, he's the one who had the connection, he's the one who had the connection, then we should be allowed to get up there and say, you know what, maybe even if it was, what did Ronnie Walker do? He drove this 14-year-old girl in the middle of the night to a remote, abandoned location, and then if Robert Creed got out of that car and shot that girl, he then assisted Robert Creed in getting away from the scene. All together. That together, Judge, is a principle all the way.
Do you think that's a real possibility that happened?
I don't think it doesn't matter, Judge. If that's what they argue, we should be allowed to rebut that. That's all we're saying. It's not like we're arguing that that's what happened. We're arguing the opposite. However, if they get up there and blame Robert Creed, we should have the right and ability to rebut that under the principle theory and say, even if you believe with no evidence whatsoever that Robert Creed shot her, Ronnie Walker aided and assisted him in committing this murder by driving that girl to that location, by then driving Robert Creed away with the lights off, mind you, clear attempt to help him escape from the commission of this crime. All of that, Judge, combined together is a principle theory.
Why doesn't that make him an accessory after the fact then?
Judge, because we're arguing circumstantial evidence in the light most favorable to the state.
What's your circumstantial evidence?
They're picking up this girl. That was Ronnie Walker who picked her up.
Okay.
They're driving her to this remote location, turning off the lights.
Because it's being said over and over, it is not a remote.
Well, I want to hear it again.
I get it, it's not a remote location, it's a neighborhood.
It's a remote location in the court's opinion. It's at the end of a dead-end street in a vacant lot. That's a remote location. And it's just There's no jury here.
I understand.
I can-
Judge,
I
it's
can-
just
I know
been
what
said
he's talking
over and
about.
over again, and it's not true.
Well, Judge, I'm saying this because we can't get into the intent. We don't
You
know
know,
what his
you know what this
mind
reminds
was.
me of? And I'm not trying to be cute. Travis Tritt wrote a song called A Modern Day Bonnie and Clyde. If you've ever seen the music video, Billy Bob Thornton picks up a girl at a gas station. She gets in the car, they go off, they stop to get some food on the way. Next thing you know, she's running out of the gas station with a gun in her hand and some guys trying to stop her, and he takes off. He didn't know what she was gonna do.
Does he take off with her?
He took off with her, but he didn't know she was gonna rob a gas station. So later on, now he likes the idea that they got a bunch of stolen money and cigarettes, so they pull over to count the money and smoke the cigarettes, and the police arrest him. He's an accessory after the fact, because he had no prior knowledge that she was going to intend to rob the store. There has to be some evidence that Creed knew that there was gonna be a murder at the end of that street.
The principal theory-
Walker had to know
principal
that.
theory, Judge.
And that had to be, how does Creed know what Walker's thinking?
And I believe, Judge, in the light most favorable to the state, and that is what Your Honor is supposed to be doing at this moment in time when it comes to
Yes.
judgment of acquittal, okay? In the light most favorable to the state has proven that a number of things. Number one, Ronnie Walker was the driver. Number two, that he drove to this location, okay? There's no reason to take this 14-year-old to this location unless you plan on doing something bad to her, okay? Number three, he then drives the person, if it wasn't him, which we're arguing it was, but if it was someone, if it was Robert Creed, he then drove that person away to protect him with the lights off, mind you, so that he can, so that they
No
cannot.
question about that.
All of that is assisting, aiding, and abetting. That's what we're talking about. So even if maybe, like, if we want to go off on a crazy tangent and say that Robert Creed did this all on his own, got out of the car and shot her, he still stayed there and helped him escape. Not just successor after the fact, Judge. He had to have witnessed it and then provided him an avenue to get away, which means he was involved and assisted, aided, and abetted this crime. And
I
this is all the light
don't
most
have any
favorable.
problem with all that argument.
Okay.
I'm good there.
Then he lies to police. He doesn't give the name of Quincy Creed as being involved with him or even there. All of this stuff, Judge, all combined together, we can argue satisfies that intent under the circumstantial evidence theory. We're not arguing that we have a direct statement by him written down where he says, I'm going to go with Robert Creed and kill this girl. But the fact that they were acting, the way they acted together in concert is circumstantial evidence, Judge. That, taken in light most favorable to the state, should allow it to go to a jury question and a jury decision as to whether or not he was a principal in this case, if they want to think or believe that the defense's argument that Robert Creed was the shooter. Judge, it's a safe position that we have sufficient, substantial, circumstantial evidence to at least present that to the jury and let them make the decision as to whether or not that applies. And we are relying on the Turner case, the TS case, the Lewis case, the McGuire v. State case, all of these cases, Judge.
Yeah, I read all of those, and I found a lot of distinguishing factors in those.
Judge, we can always find distinguishing factors. The fact of the matter is, when you look at the case in the light most favorable
Well, I
to
think
the
the Turner
state.
case is your best argument at this point, but let me go, all right, I'm gonna take 5 minutes to go read something real quick. Yeah, well, yeah, go ahead, and let the defense respond, so I can take that back with me.
Judge, just as the court pointed out, there was some evidence, be it minimal, but there was some evidence in the case that Turner was in possession of the weapon. And so, again, that is distinguishable from the case that we have here. The state has not introduced any evidence that if it were Robert Creed, okay, that shot and killed Valencia Alexander, no evidence that Mr. Walker knew what was going to happen. Sure, even if he thought something bad was going to happen, like they were going to go buy drugs and give this 14-year-old girl drugs, or even if he thought something bad was going to happen, like Creed was going to go off into this isolated area and have sex with a 14-year-old girl. Neither of those things are first-degree premeditated murder. The state would have the burden of showing at least some evidence that Mr. Walker was aware that either first-degree premeditated murder, second-degree murder, or manslaughter was about to happen. That is it. And they have not introduced any of those evidence, any of that evidence.
Any response to that?
Judge, only that the evidence must be looked at in the light most favorable to the state. And the fact that this grown man is picking up a 14-year-old girl, driving her to this location at 3 a.m. in the morning indicates all you need to know that they were planning on doing something to this girl.
There's no doubt.
Okay, so if they were working, then he was involved in getting that girl to that location and then helping, if you want to believe, and again, Judge, we are not going to argue that Robert Creed was a shooter in any manner. But then he helped him get away. Robert, the shooter was outside that vehicle. The shooter was not within the vehicle, at least not on the shots that killed her. Those shots all took place outside that vehicle, which means that if Ronnie Walker was in the car and Robert Creed did all this on his own, he had to know what Robert Creed was doing at that time and then proceeded to help him drive away. So he was now at that point, whether he had the premeditated intent at the very moment, he certainly had it by that point in time. If you look at the evidence in the light most favorable to the state judge, which is what we're asking this court to do, we cannot get into his mind. There is no, he doesn't have a diary where he wrote out, this is today I'm going to go kill Alexi Alexander. But when you look at the circumstances surrounding her death, all things point to that Ronnie Walker knew and was involved in what happened to that girl.
The driving away part, that's, quite frankly, is not even a consideration because that's after the fact, right?
Right, I
Clearly,
understand.
someone's
We gotta
sitting
get to
there.
that point.
Right, exactly. And I sent the court that case law about the difference between the accessory after the fact and the principal.
Right.
So the driving away part does not impugn any knowledge as to what was going to happen beforehand. Certainly, maybe if they wanted to charge Mr. Walker with accessory after the fact, then maybe we would have a different argument or a different conversation, but that's not what he's been charged with. The driving away should not be a relevant factor.
I disagree with that immensely, Judge. The driving the perpetrator, if it was Robert Creed, as they're suggesting, clearly shows he had an intent that this happened, that this crime occurred. And just getting to that location, Judge, we can at least argue circumstantially, this is his car. He drives and picks up that girl, and then he drives that girl to that
I understand your
location.
argument.
I don't understand how that cannot be a principle. That's circumstantial evidence that looked at in the light most favorable to the state, and I get it, and the defense can get up here and argue to the jury day long that, hey, he maybe didn't know what was gonna happen. But then I should be able to rebut that and say, listen, even if he knew, because that shooting took place right outside his car, and he clearly intended to help the person, whoever it was, commit this crime by helping him get away. Plus, he also took this woman to this location, this girl.
Judge, none of these are new arguments. The court has already ruled.
I'm
Well,
trying to make it clear, Judge.
I'm gonna
that
go
we
look at this
believe
again.
These are all the circumstantial evidence that put together in the light most favorable to the state should clearly at least allow the
I
jury to
understand.
consider.
We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Jury's back on, may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Were you able to follow the court's instructions again? No media, we didn't look anything up, no one spoke to you, you didn't speak to anyone about this case. Very good, thank you, folks. You may begin with the closing argument, State.
Thank you.
Judge, sorry, can you approach Judge?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of the defense has now rested their cases for the record. The state of the defense has now rested their cases, and they are about to begin their closing arguments. Remember, what the attorneys say is not evidence, but you should listen closely to their arguments and rely on your own recollections of the facts and evidence during the case. Thank you.
Thank you. May it please the court? Counsel? Members of the jury. On June the 6th of 2022, Nalexia Alexander was a runaway. She ran away from home. She made some bad decisions. She was out and about at 2:52 a.m. And you have the video footage. She's out there casually, she's on her phone. The defendant, Ronnie Walker, comes right by, drives around. And Alexia Alexander gets into the defendant's vehicle at 2:52 to 2:53 a.m. And that is the last time that we ever see Alexia Alexander alive. Why? Because on June the 6th of 2022, the defendant purposed in his heart that he was going to find Alexia Alexander. He was going to drive around to find that girl, pick her up, drive her to a remote location, and kill her. Which means, members of the jury, that he had to get his car ready, that he had to make sure that he had a gun, that he had to have chosen the location. And members of the jury, he even chose his passenger. You know, gullible Robert Creed, sick Robert Creed, can't read Robert Creed, childhood friend Robert Creed. That's the person he chose to be with him, members of the jury. He picked her up at 2:52. And by 3:08, Alexia Alexander was dead, shot in the head multiple times and left to die in a remote parking lot. That's exactly what happened. The vehicle belonged to the defendant. The blood in the car, mixture. Alexia Alexander and Ronnie Walker. The phone that is tracking with Alexia Alexander's phone, the defendant's wifey, remember? Remember the document where we showed you the download from the defendant's new phone? How does he refer to Erica Sweet? Wifey. He had his wifey's phone, that 305 number, and it tracked from his house, which was, by the way, only less than a mile away from Alexia Alexander, picked up Alexia Alexander, drove to the location, and these two phones, Alexia Alexander's phone and Ronnie Walker's girlfriend's phone, are tracking at the exact same time, all the way to the crime scene, all the way back. Everywhere the defendant went, that's where Alexia Alexander's phone was going. And you know what, members of the jury? The next day, later on that day, at about 3:20 p.m., the defendant drives to Tampa General Hospital. Obviously, he doesn't know that Alexia Alexander's phone is still in his vehicle. And that's why the police went to Tampa General Hospital. That's why they had that lead. Well, members of the jury, Alexia Alexander made some bad choices. She was 14 years old, and it has been said, at about 1 a.m. in the morning, just casually walking around, there are only two categories of people: victim, prey, and predator.
Objection, improper argument.
On May the 6th of 2022, Alexia Alexander was prey. Because members of the jury, you'll learn that if you don't know which one you are, you're prey. Alexia Alexander was prey. She was picked up, she was taken to a remote location, and she was murdered. And she was murdered by Ronnie Walker. That's what the evidence shows. And every single piece of evidence corroborates that fact. The phone evidence that puts the defendant at the location prior to the murder, during the murder, after the murder. Alexia Alexander's phone tracking with the defendant's vehicle. And the DNA in the defendant's vehicle, that cannot be stepped on. That cannot be ignored because, members of the jury, this DNA of Alexia Alexander's is a mixture of the defendant and Alexia Alexander. And it's in the rear, the back seat behind the driver. So this is where you come in. Throughout the case, you get to listen to this case, right? You will learn from the jury instructions. Judge Buisson is going to read it to you. You are the sole determiners of a witness's credibility. You get to decide what to believe and what not to believe. You can listen to a particular person's testimony. You can disregard everything that witness says or some of what the witness says. That's the type of power that you have. So members of the jury, think about the common sense. The defendant's DNA is mixed with Alexia Alexander's DNA in the back seat area of the vehicle. So you have to ask yourself, how often does one sit in their own vehicle in the back seat behind the driver? How often does one do that? To the point that their DNA will be mixed with the victim? Do you know what this evidence shows? It shows that the person who shot Alexia Alexander had personal contact with her.
Objection, improper statement with facts.
Which,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying what the attorney said is not evidence.
which is supported by the evidence in this case, members of the jury. Personal contact with the victim. The victim is in the defendant's car. The defendant's DNA is mixed with Alexia Alexander's DNA in the backseat of the defendant's car, a car that is registered to Alexia Alexander. This girl is shot, and somehow she's shot at least one time in that vehicle, or close enough that there's DNA and blood evidence in this vehicle. This vehicle is right there when Alexia is either dragged or pulled or somehow is now in the field, where the defendant, Ronnie Walker, gets up close and within 12 inches of her face shoots her again and again and again. Yes, members of the jury, that's what the evidence shows. Contact. Yes, that is why the defendant's DNA is mixed up with Alexia Alexander's DNA. That's the evidence. Now, the state has told you from the beginning that we have the burden of proof. Members of the jury, we accept that burden. We told you we would meet this burden, that we would prove this case to you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And that is exactly what we have done. You will get the jury instructions, and then you will learn that it's not so much that the state has to prove every little point. Did you swab the casing? Did you dust that particular shell casing? Did you follow up on every social media situation or possibility? That's not what the state has to prove. The state has to prove the elements beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. So let us talk about the elements. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Alexia Alexander is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Ronnie Walker. There was a premeditated killing of Alexia Alexander. And then we talked about an act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. So let's talk about the witnesses. Remember, Robert Creed said that that the defendant woke him, says, hey, let's go drive. Robert Creed said, I wasn't feeling well, but I got into the car with him. He's like, let's drive around, look for this girl. They drove around, and Alexia Alexander, you see her on the video. You will have the video footage from the location she was picked up on. Because you'll remember that the vehicle is facing, and Alexia Alexander gets into the vehicle on the driver's side. Okay, that's going to be important because whoever she's having contact with would have been on the driver's side, which means she trusts the driver enough to get into the vehicle, right? And then it just happens to be that when you go back to look at the video from 3000 North Highland, her body is on the driver's side of that field. She would have had to come out still seated behind the driver's seat. So, Alexia Alexander is dead, that's not in dispute. The death was caused by the criminal act of Ronnie Walker. Ronnie Walker picked her up. Ronnie Walker drove her to a remote location. Ronnie Walker turned off his lights. Ronnie Walker made sure that she shot multiple times. Ronnie Walker drove away, leaving Alexia Alexander in that field, abandoned and alone. Ronnie Walker drives away with his lights off. Ronnie Walker drives around a bit and then goes to the Thornton. Ronnie Walker cleans out his car. If people who even liked Ronnie Walker and were, I mean, you saw them, you get to judge their credibility. If they were somewhat distant, hostile towards the state, but they still testified to the facts of what the defendant did. Remember the individual from Giant Motors, right? The person who the defendant worked with, right? You ask him, yeah, did you tell the police about, the defendant cleaning the car for a long time? Yeah, but he would have cleaned the car. Well, on the day of, he talked about how the defendant cleaned up that car so much that it was odd. So much so that Tampa Police Department went back and collected the vacuum cleaners and everything to see if they would find evidence, right? The defendant cleaned up his car, but the car is still filthy. You have the photographs. Why is the car still filthy? He's not cleaning it up for cleanliness or to declutter it or for organization. He's cleaning it to try to get rid of the blood. And he believed he had gotten rid of the blood. And that's why that jail call that we played becomes relevant, members of the jury, because in that jail call, and you'll have the jail calls, he says, if they give me 5 years, I'm going to jump on it. I'm going to take it. They have DNA in my car. That's why that jail call becomes relevant. And then the other jail call, where he's trying to convince Erica Sweet, his girlfriend, to be a witness for him. I don't know what I did. You know, I was hoping you'd be a witness for me. And then she gets mad, so listens to that jail call again, right? Because it's her phone in play. Because he had lost his phone or broken his phone 2 weeks prior to this. And why is that relevant? Because nobody is taking the position that Ronnie Walker is not intelligent. That's not the state's position. After all, think about it. He chose Robert Creed. He used Robert Creed's to call in Alexia Alexander. Robert Creed is staying with him, and for the 2-week period in time in which Ronnie Walker doesn't have his phone, that's when his phone, Robert Creed's phone, is calling Alexia Alexander. And then we ask Robert Creed, do you think it's odd that your phone is calling Alexia Alexander? Yes, I think it's odd. I do think it's odd. Well, why didn't you say that this individual had access to your phone? You didn't ask me, so I didn't say. Simple. This is not an insult to Robert Creed, it's that he's simple. He cannot read, he cannot write, he's semi-homeless, this is his childhood friend, and never would he have thought that his friend would put him in this situation, and yet here he is, right? He's in that car. The defendant is using his phone right up until, you know, in that 2-week period, and then what happens, right? What happens? He shoots an Alexia Alexander right there in front of Robert Creed, and then turns to him and says, you better not say anything, because I will kill you. And then you have Robert Creed, homeless, no car, no driver's license. Where is he going to go? Where is he going to go that his childhood friend cannot find him? This is not about someone else's view of their life. It is Robert Creed's viewpoint. He knows that this guy knows him well. And for that reason, Robert Creed lied for Ronnie Walker. And because he lied, he is facing 30 years in prison. That's the fact. He lied in a capital offense, and now he's charged with accessory after the fact. Now, members of the jury, this is not going to be about whether you like the way the investigation was done, whether you like the witnesses in this case, because it's not about that. The witnesses we have, they came from the defendant, right? We have Erica Sweet because that was his girlfriend, right? That's why we have her. That's why we had to call her. Were you using your phone? Were you in that car? Were you driving around on May the 6th? Did you have a passcode on your phone? She says yes. Who had access to that passcode? Ronnie Walker. Were you living with Robert Creed? Did you give him access? No. The person who had access to my phone, according to Erica Sweet, is herself and her boyfriend, and she was wifey, right? Remember that? Wifey. Those are the two people who had access to that phone. And that phone is tracking from her home to the crime scene where Alexia Alexander's body is found, to Thornton's, ultimately back to Erica Sweet's home. That's how the phone tracks. So who are the witnesses we have? We have Erica Sweet, and while she cares about Ronnie Walker, she still says the only other person who would have had full access to that phone is Ronnie Walker. But then we ask her, hey, have you been speaking to Ronnie Walker since the duration of this case? She says no. And that's why those jail logs become relevant, because they are communicating constantly from 2022 all the way to 2025. There is a connection between these two people, and that's the hostility or the pushback that you would have probably seen as you watched her testify. But still, she said that the person who had access to her phone was Ronnie Walker. So if Robert Creed was even using that 305 number, then who would have given access? Ronnie Walker. And why would he give access to Robert Creed? Why? Because you have to be discerning, you know. You're the sole determiners of a witness's credibility. You get to judge this evidence. You get to judge the witnesses. You get to understand and seek the processes and understand what was happening that day. Because you also hear from David White, and when the defendant is confronted on May the 13th of 2022, when law enforcement come in contact with him and say, your car was used in a murder, they ask you, who is it that you are with at Tampa General Hospital, right, at about 3:20 p.m. on May the 6th. And who does he say? Day, David White. He doesn't say Robert Creed. He says David White. Why is he lying? Why would he say that? We know it was Robert Creed. Okay. When the defendant is asked, what is your girlfriend's name? He doesn't say Erica Sweet. He says Erica Hudson. He doesn't know Erica Hudson is going to just wander by, show up at Giant Motors, talk to law enforcement. He didn't see that coming. So before she showed up, he gave a name of Erica Hudson. And that's why I asked Erica, did you ever go by the name Erica Hudson? She said never. Why did the defendant choose to lie about that? Why did the defendant say he was with David White when he was with Robert Creed? Why? Why did the defendant tell Robert Creed that he would kill him if he tells on him? Consciousness of guilt. Why did the defendant say in his jail call that he would take 5 years? Consciousness of guilt. Why is that important? Who takes 5 years for the murder of a 14-year-old? Who does that? Except you're guilty. So those are the elements that the state has proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You will get the lessers, which is murder in the second degree and manslaughter. But as it pertains to count 2, there's a tampering with physical evidence, and here are the elements. To prove the crime of tampering with physical evidence, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Ronnie Walker knew that a criminal trial, proceeding, or investigation by a duly constituted prosecuting authority, law enforcement agency, grand jury, or legislative committee was pending or was about to be instituted, and Ronnie Walker destroyed, concealed, or removed any record, document, or other item with the purpose to impair his ability in such proceedings or investigations. If you find the defendant guilty of tampering, you must further determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the tampering related to the criminal trial, proceedings, or investigation related to a capital felony. The court instructs you that murder in the first degree is a capital felony. So why is this relevant? Because you heard from Stanley Wilson, remember? He said that he was, so we concede Stanley Wilson is a multiple-time convicted felon, and his felonies pertain to insurance fraud and acting as a bondsman, and it's
Objection, that's not evidence of improper arguments.
Sustained.
to that end, the defendant made contact with Stanley Wilson and talked to him about his case, right? And during that conversation, the defendant, of course, says, you know, it's Robert Creed that committed the crime. Then he says, actually, let me just tell the truth. I, Ronnie Walker, I'm the one who committed the crime. And Stanley Wilson's like, why? He believed that Alexia Alexander had given him an STD. Why is that relevant? Because you don't have to like Stanley Wilson. You don't have to like any of the witnesses in this case. But what you must do is be discerning. It just happens to be that there was no evidence whatsoever that Stanley Wilson and Robert Creed knew each other or had any contact. And yet, Robert Creed said to you that the defendant turned to Alexia and says, are you having sex? She says no, and he shoots her. And then he continues to shoot her, right? And then you have Stanley Wilson, yet another person, separate apart. And he says that the defendant said that Alexia Alexander had given him an STD. But Stanley Wilson told you more than that Erica Sweet and Alexia Alexander knew each other. There was conflict between them, okay? This explains Erica Sweet's casual attitude about this homicide. The fact that the police had to get her an investigative subpoena just to talk to them about this case. This explains why Erica Sweet is continuing to communicate with Ronnie Walker from 2022 all the way to 2025. This explains a lot. But you have to ask yourself, why is the motive sex or a sexual related act when Wilson talks about it and when Robert Creed talks about it? These two people who do not know each other. It is there that you judge the credibility of the evidence. It is there that you look at the credibility of this evidence. Because, members of the jury, today, here and now, this is not that place where you judge the victim. This is not the place where you say, I remember what I was like, or where anybody gets to say that they remember what they were like when they were 14. That's not what this is about. This is about what the evidence showed, and the evidence shows, whether it's from Stanley Wilson or Robert Creed, that the motive for this murder is that the defendant, Ronnie Walker, is having some kind of sexual act, or having performed some kind of sexual act with Alexia Alexander, and it's to that reason that he believes that he might have gotten an STD from her, and it's based on that and the conflict with Erica Sweet that he decided to kill her. Coincidence? He would have to be the unluckiest man in the world for Stanley Wilson and Robert Creed to both have the same murder, having no connection with one another in this case. Now, members of the jury, you will get this instruction on the principal theory. And it reads, if the defendant helped another person or persons commit or attempt to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all the things the other person or persons did, if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, one, that the defendant intended the crime to occur, and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit or attempt to commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For the first-degree premeditated murder or second-degree premeditated murder or manslaughter, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Nalexia Alexander occur. It is not necessary for a principal to know every detail of how the first-degree premeditated murder or second-degree murder or manslaughter will be committed, as long as the principal intended the first-degree premeditated murder or second-degree or manslaughter to occur and did some act or said something that was intended to help and did help the first-degree premeditated murder or second-degree murder or manslaughter occur. To be found guilty of premeditated murder or second degree or manslaughter with a firearm as a principal, it is not necessary for the state to prove a defendant knew another participant of the first degree murder or second degree murder or manslaughter or was armed. Why is this instruction important? Because, members of the jury, if in fact you do happen to believe that Robert Creed, who had no car, got into the car with the defendant, directed the defendant to drive to this location, got out of the passenger side, killed Nalexia Alexander, got back into the vehicle. His blood is not at all mixed with Nalexia Alexander, and he's never the driver, then the defendant is still guilty of premeditated first-degree murder, right? Because that would mean that the defendant provided the vehicle, right? Drove around. Picked up Nalexia Alexander, 14 years old, at 2:52 a.m. Drove her to a remote location at a dead-end street, made a U-turn, turned around, waited for Robert Creed to get out of the vehicle, walk around the vehicle, shoot Nalexia Alexander at least once in the car, or close enough to the car to leave DNA, dragged her out, further out into the field, shot her again at least 4 times, right, total, then walked casually around to the front passenger seat, got back into the vehicle where the defendant would have had to wait as the driver, right? And then turn his lights off during this incident, and then drive off, and then turn his lights on, right? That would mean that he assisted and helped the murder to occur. And let's not forget the cleaning of the car, because the only person that we have any evidence of cleaning the car is the defendant. And the fingerprint on the car cleaner and carpet cleaner is not Robert Creed's, it's the defendant's. And the place where people are saying he's cleaning the car is not where Robert Creed lived or worked, it's where the defendant worked, at the Giant Motors, right? And the phone that belonged to Nalexia Alexander is still tracking in the defendant's vehicle later on in the day at about 3:20 p.m. on May the 6th. So who got rid of the phone? Who had access to Nalexia Alexander's phone? Whose car was it? It wasn't Robert Creed. He didn't even have a driver's license. Which would mean that after the fact, the defendant would have gotten rid of Nalexia Alexander's phone. And why? Why are there only 4 casings in this case when we have 6 shots? Remember, members of the jury, you heard from the firearms expert, all the casings were shot from 1 gun, which would mean that someone got rid of 2 casings. Someone got rid of the firearm. Someone got rid of Nalexia's phone. Who? None other than Ronnie Walker. Every piece of evidence points to only one man. Even where it might be argued that it looks like it could be Robert Creed, even then it still points to the defendant because of the time frame. So let's consider this. Here are the records, Robert Creed's number to Nalexia Alexander. This is from April the 29th through May the 1st. That's when that phone activity would have been, which would have been roughly around the same 2-week time period in which the defendant told the police that he did not have a phone. Then we have the defendant's new phone, right? May the 11th of 2022, welcome to Boost Mobile. That's the defendant's new phone number that he gave to the police on May the 13th, right? He now has a new phone, and it's after the date of the murder. Why is this phone record important? Because here's wifey, right? 305-910-9779, right? This is the person he's communicating with. That's that same number that is relevant to this case. Then you have Robert Creed. He doesn't have a driver's license. It's been revoked since 2009. And the address we have for him is in St. Petersburg, and if you can recall, it's in Pinellas County that he was ultimately arrested, or the police went and interviewed him. Then we have these records, right? These are the phone logs. You'll have an opportunity to study them better. But why is this important? Because here we are, April the 15th of 2025. This is phone records from the jail system. This is Erica Sweet's phone number. And we have pages and pages and pages of the defendant and Erica Sweet communicating. And look, July the 8th of 2022. These phone records go all the way back to that time frame. Contact information from the defendant's new phone that he got on May the 11th. Here's wifey. From the defendant's new phone, State Exhibit 30B5. Where did we get the name Day Day from? It's from the defendant's phone. Why is this name important? Because when the defendant was asked who he was with on May the 6th of 2022, later on in the day, he said Day Day, and that's David White. And while David White wasn't happy to be here, he still says, hey, that person in the Thornton video going into the store, that's Ronnie Walker. Was I with him? I've never even been in Ronnie Walker's vehicle. It's not that Ronnie Walker would have mixed it up. It's that he's saying he's never even been in Ronnie Walker's vehicle. And that's relevant because that's a childhood friend of Ronnie Walker and Robert Creed. And he, David White, looked at the picture of Robert Creed and said, yeah, that's Robert Creed. And yes, that's Ronnie Walker going into Thornton's. More evidence. Here you have the defendant's vehicle. There's his name, and there's the vehicle. Right down to the license number that you'll see. Why is this important? Erica Sweet. She lived at 18th and 26th. Where was Alexia picked up? Less than a mile away from this location? Members of the jury, every piece of evidence. Look at this. Ronnie Walker has an open wound. Look at that. State Exhibit F6. That's why there's DNA mixed with Alexia Alexander. Side of the road that she's, when you look at the 3000 North Highland video, you'll see that the car's turned around. This is the side of the vehicle that would have been on the driver's side, members of the jury. It's another piece of evidence, all pointing to Ronnie Walker. C-22. It just so happens to be that the defendant has a carpet and mat cleaner in his vehicle, and that's the item that we got his print off of. That's why you heard Thomas Gonzalez say that the print came back from this item. Not Robert Creed, Ronnie Walker. Now, C-27. Right here, you see this? This is where Alexia's blood is mixed with the defendant's DNA. Why is this significant? How often does one even sit in the back seat of their vehicle, let alone DNA of the owner of the vehicle being mixed with Alexia Alexander? This is a critical piece of evidence. distance from where Alexia was standing or in the area shortly before she was picked up, and Erica Sweet's home, 0.1 mile. The defendant walking into Thornton's at about 3:30, shortly after the murder. Remember, he got out of the driver's seat. And what is significant about the difference? Ronnie Walker, he's dressed up in a winter jacket, a black winter jacket, members of the jury. On May the 6th of 2022, before he even started driving around to look for an Alexia Alexander, he's wearing a black winter jacket with a hat on. And in contrast, there's Robert Creed. State Exhibit 34, and here's the defendant's print on that cleaning product that we spoke of. Here's an Alexia. You can see the stippling on her face, the shots to her back area and shoulder right there. Shot to her head. And then a close shot. This would have been 12 inches barrel to skin. This is premeditated first degree murder. And this is a better view so that you can see the soot and the stippling. Now, members of the jury, you'll have an opportunity to listen to the redacted post-Miranda statement in this case, and that's where the defendant acknowledges that he didn't have a phone 2 weeks before. You'll get to listen to the defendant's 911 jail call where he talks about his willingness, and he kind of laughs about how he would take 5 years. They found DNA in his car. You'll get an opportunity to really take the time and look through all the video footage and see that the defendant's car is tracking exactly in the same direction as the victim's car in this particular case. You'll also have an opportunity to listen to the way the shots are fired. You will then note that there's one shot, pause, 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 time, then more shots. The shots alone is evidence of premeditation. The drive to that location, premeditated first-degree murder. The defendant turning off his lights, premeditated first-degree murder. The defendant citing someone else being in his vehicle, knowing full well it wasn't him, premeditated first-degree murder. The fact that Alexia Alexander was in the vehicle with the defendant and her phone, and that phone has never been found, evidence of premeditated first-degree murder. The fact that he got rid of the firearm, that's evidence. Members of the jury, you will have an opportunity. You'll get a verdict form that looks somewhat similar to this. And it will say, we the jury find as follows as to count 1, check only one letter as to this count A, B, C, or D, and answer all the associated questions under the letter section. A, the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree as charged. It is the state's position that this has been proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Did the defendant personally carry, use, threaten, or attempt to use a firearm? Yes, he did, members of the jury. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And did he actually possess the firearm? Yes. Did he discharge the firearm? Yes. Did the discharge cause the death of Alexia Alexander? Yes. Did the defendant personally commit the murder in the second degree and manslaughter? Yes. They are lesser included offenses. But remember, the law requires you to come back with the highest offense proven. So the only correct verdict based on the evidence in this case is guilty as charged. Guilty of murder in the first degree, A, and he did possess the vehicle, the firearm. He did discharge it, and he did cause the death of Alexia Alexander. And then moving on to count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. The defendant is guilty of tampering with physical evidence as charged. And that should be your answer. The tampering was related to a criminal trial proceeding or investigation of a capital felony. Yes, it was. When all is said and done, members of the jury, there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that you have heard from the stands from the witnesses that would support the notion that anyone else committed this offense. All the evidence that you have gotten points to only one person, and that is Ronnie Walker. And what the attorneys say is not evidence, it's argument. You will have to go back, and you will have to think back at what all the witnesses said. And then you'll see Robert Creed says that the defendant shot Alexia Alexander. Stanley Wilson said the defendant, Ronnie Walker, shot Alexia Alexander. The evidence shows that Erica Sweet and Alexia Alexander didn't get along. The phone record showing that Erica Sweet is communicating with Ronnie Walker from July of 2022 all the way to 2025 supports Stanley Wilson's position that Alexia Alexander had gotten into some kind of conflict with Erica Sweet over sex or a sex act. The fact that these two men, who there's no evidence to support that they knew each other, Stanley Wilson and Robert Creed, both cite some kind of sex attachment to this motive is evidence of the motive, the premeditation here. The fact that Robert Creed says, let's go look for that girl, and then Ronnie Walker drives her to that location and shoots her multiple times and drives back. Every piece of evidence points to only one man. Members of the jury, Ronnie Walker, he's guilty. He's guilty of premeditated first-degree murder. He picked up Alexia with the purpose of killing her. He took her to a remote location, and he killed her. And then he tampered with physical evidence. He is guilty of premeditated first-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. And members of the jury, your verdict should say so. Thank you.
May it please the court, counsel. Good afternoon, members of the jury. Proof, beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt. That is the burden that the state of Florida took on when they filed charges against Mr. Walker. The burden to prove to you beyond reasonable doubt that he shot and killed Alexia Alexander, that he is responsible for her death. When we started this case last week, maybe even the week before, who can remember, you all promised that you would hold the state to that burden. You all promised, and when you were sworn in as jurors, you promised the court that you would presume Mr. Walker to be innocent, not guilty. That presumption, even at this moment, has not left him. Now I'm going to take some time and go over some of the evidence and some of the law that I expect the judge will instruct you on. And when I'm done, the prosecution, Ms. Fawcett or Mr. Terry, will have the chance to come back up here and talk to you again. But this will be my last opportunity to talk to you. I ask that every step of the way, whether I'm talking, Mr. Terry is talking, Ms. Fawcett is talking, you think critically about everything that you have seen and heard in this case. I'd like to start by talking to you a little bit about instruction 3.9, weighing the evidence. This is an instruction, again, that the judge will give you. You'll have a written copy, so you don't have to take notes of anything I'm putting up here. But there's something important that the judge is going to instruct you on. He's going to tell you whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and the quality of the evidence presented. They can come in here and present 1 million exhibits. They can come in here and call 1,000,001 witnesses. But at the end of the day, the answer is still not guilty unless that evidence is supported and credible, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that they have met their burden of proof. The nature and quality of their evidence comes down to Robert Creed and Stanley Wilson. And I'm going to talk about them in detail in just a few minutes, but let's take them out of a picture for a quick minute. Because members of the jury, if you go back to that deliberation room and you ask yourself, let's put Robert Creed and Stanley Wilson aside. What evidence is there that Ronnie Walker is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder? None. Because what you are left with, if you take Robert Creed and Stanley Wilson out of the picture, you're left with the black car, okay? You're left with Mr. Walker in the car, but you also have Mr. Creed in the car, right? But you can't just discount the fact that every step of the way where you're seeing Mr. Walker or you're seeing Alexia Alexander's phone, you're also seeing Mr. Creed. So you've got two people at the gas station shortly after the shooting occurs. You've got the DNA, and I'm going to spend a few minutes to talk to you about that. And I know sometimes these testimony of these witnesses can get a bit dense, but I hope you were paying attention. Because if you were, you will know what the witness testified to, the DNA expert, is not what Ms. Fawcett is claiming before you. Because again, remember what I say, what she says, that's not evidence. The DNA comes down to this. First of all, there are 3 people in this mixture that Ms. Fawcett kept bringing up over and over. 3 people. She conveniently left out the third person. Now, is that third person Robert Creed? We don't know. The DNA expert said that she cannot tell you that it is or is not him. She can't include him or exclude him. Could be someone completely different. So keep that in mind, right? That there's not just a DNA mixture between 2 people being Ronnie Walker and Alexia Alexander. There's that third person. But even more importantly, the DNA witness told you that a mixture does not mean physical contact. It does not mean 2 people left behind their DNA at the same time. She cannot tell you when or even how DNA is left behind. The witness even testified she cannot tell you if there's that presumptive blood that was left behind, that if that blood belongs to Alexia Alexander. Ms. Fawcett brought up the open wound could belong to Ronnie Walker. But again, there is no evidence, there's no way to know how far apart that DNA got there. So when we talk about a mixture, rely upon what the expert witness told you. And what the expert witness told you is that it does not mean that the DNA is happening at the same time. So in Ms. Fawcett's scenario where she has Mr. Walker cleaning the car, for example, perhaps maybe he's cleaning the car and that's where his DNA gets on there. He's wiping down the doors, he's wiping down drying it with a towel, whatever scenario, right? There are an unmatched number of scenarios as to how 2 different people's DNA can get onto a location at completely different times. So the DNA, although it is important for you to consider, is not as powerful as the state would have you believe, for all of those reasons that I just discussed. So we have the DNA that was left behind. We don't know how it was left behind. We don't know when it was left behind. We have this black car. What else do we have without Robert Creed and without Stanley Wilson? We have the jail calls. Let me talk about that for a moment, okay? I encourage you to go back and listen to those jail calls, especially that one where Mr. Walker is talking about taking a plea deal of 5 years, talking about DNA. What you're going to find is that the way that that call was chopped up, it's not the same conversation. And the judge read you the instruction of the recording being edited. What you're going to find is that it's 2 different conversations happening, right? And think about it. Mr. Walker is facing the death penalty. The state of Florida is trying to kill him because they believe the state of Florida is seeking the death penalty because they believe that he in fact killed Alexia Alexander. He knows he's not going to be offered 5 years in prison.
Objection.
Sustained.
He knows that the state is seeking the death penalty. Consciousness of guilt? Really? Does he realistically think he's going to be offered 5 years when the state's seeking execution? No. When you look at the date of the call, when Detective Whelan testified about the date of the call, you'll find out that that call was made the beginning of this year, January 2025. 5 years is what, almost a time-served sentence for him. So yeah, he would jump on that to not face the death penalty. Does that mean that he's guilty of killing Alexia Alexander? Absolutely not. When talking about the DNA, again, you'll listen to it. It cuts off very quickly. He's just saying he got papers that says they found DNA in the car. That's all he says. He doesn't say anything to the effect of, oh man, they got me. They got the DNA. Or, oh man, I thought I cleaned the car better. How did I leave behind the DNA? That's not what's going on. So again, I encourage you to listen to that jail call. The jail call with Erica Sweet. Go ahead, listen to that one. Because what you're going to hear is that Ronnie Walker is trying to convince Erica Sweet to cooperate and to testify. Now, you're not going to hear him trying to tell her what to testify to. You're not hearing him tell her anything like, hey, make sure that you don't show up to court. That would be consciousness of guilt. That would be tampering with a witness. But he's not doing that. He's saying her, you got to show up. I need you to show up. I need you to testify. He knew what she was going to testify to. And it wasn't the defense that called her as a witness. It was the state. The prosecution called her as a witness. It's not as though she did Ronnie Walker any huge favors by coming in here saying that she left her phone behind in the car, that he had access to the phone, right? So none of those things equates to guilt, okay? So we've got the car, we've got the jail calls, we've got the DNA, we've got his statements to Detective Whelan. Again, nothing there. It's not as though he gives a confession to Detective Whelan, okay? The state wants to harp on this statement that Detective Whelan claims Ronnie Walker made about the fact that he didn't have a working phone for 2 weeks and he broke his phone and all of that. And I'll talk about that some more when we talk about Detective Whelan's investigation. But again, none of those things are proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So why am I talking about all of this? In order to find Mr. Walker guilty, you would have to believe Stanley Wilson and or Robert Creed. There's no other way around it. There's no other proof that Mr. Walker is at all responsible for the death of Nylexia Alexander. .7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. I'm going to talk about this instruction a couple of different times, but want to draw your attention to the portion that's highlighted, which says, a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of Mr. Walker may arise from the evidence, the conflicts in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. And I wanted to bring that up because I'm about to go through some of that with you. I'm about to go through the evidence, the conflicts in the evidence, and the lack of evidence, especially as it pertains to when we talk about Stanley Wilson and Robert Creed. 3.9, weighing the evidence. This is an instruction, and I'm going to go through these in more detail, and they'll be bigger. You'll be able to see them on the screen, but I wanted you to see the instruction.
Not sure what happened here. Let's see if it was
Stanley Wilson.
okay. A little blip on the radar. Hey, Mandy.
There are, not every paragraph is going to apply to every witness, but when we talk about Robert Creed and Stanley Wilson, these are some of the ones that specifically are going to apply to them. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and the other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in the courtroom? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? And then there's this rather large paragraph that I'm going to go through with you. I'm going to blow up the text in just a second, but we talked a little bit about, I believe, in jury selection. And it specifically tells you, you must consider the testimony of some witnesses, and again, we're talking about Robert Creed and Stanley Wilson, with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or who hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider his testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if you find the testimony of such witnesses convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, or other evidence in the case does, then you should find the defendant not guilty. Or, I'm sorry, you should find the defendant guilty. So let's talk about Robert Creed and go through some of those factors as it pertains to his testimony. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? The interesting thing about Robert Creed is that it appeared as though during his testimony that he had a more accurate memory here in this courtroom 3 or so years later than he did when he spoke with Detective Wheeland, when he spoke with Mr. Terry, when he spoke with me, all on prior occasions, right? Because his testimony is that now he's suddenly recalling facts that he never previously gave to anybody. Facts like the fact that he specifically recalls staying at Ronnie Walker and Erica Sweet's home between April 29th and May 1st. He specifically recalls that here today. That's information he'd never previously given to anybody. And he was asked that question. He was asked by Detective Wheeland. You heard Detective Wheeland said, yes, he had a conversation with Mr. Creed about where do you stay? Mr. Creed told him, I stay with my brother or I stay over in St. Pete with my girlfriend. Never before mentioned that he stayed with Ronnie Walker. That was some new information that he suddenly remembered here today. Or I'm sorry, here this week. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? You are all the trier of fact. The witness's demeanor on the witness stand and their attitude and testimony towards the attorneys, that is all something for you to consider. That's a determination that you can make on your own. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Well, certainly Mr. Creed has a lifetime of interest, right? Because if it's not him that shoots and kills Nylexia Alexander, or I'm sorry, if it's not Ronnie Walker, then it must be him. Right? That's essentially the conversation that he had with Detective Wheeland. So yes, Mr. Creed has every interest in having this case decided with a guilty verdict. Does the witness's testimony agree with other testimony and other evidence in the case? And so there's quite a bit to unpack here. So I'm going to start with the communication on his phone between him and Nylexia Alexander. Okay? And Mr. Creed is sort of all over the map when it comes to this, okay? Because up until this week in this courtroom, when you all heard it, he has always said, "Oh, that's my cousin. My cousin knew her," right? His cousin somehow, in the greatest coincidence of the world, knew 14-year-old Nylexia Alexander. His cousin is making those phone calls or text messages with Nylexia Alexander, sometimes in the middle of the night, right? That was all his previous statement, right? And he had never once said anything different. Detective Wheeland said every time he was asked about those calls, he said, yes, my cousin, gave a name, Nicole, gave an address as to where Nicole could be found. Suddenly, here in this courtroom, now all of a sudden, Mr. Creed recalls, well, Ronnie Walker had access to my phone a few times as well. And that's during the weekend when I was staying with Ronnie Walker as well. So the phone communication, right, it's not adding up. It is not adding up with anything that he testified to. It is not adding up with the physical evidence that we have, the phone records that we have. Because if you go back and you look at the records, you're going to see that the contact that first begins between Nylexia and Creed, that contact is an outgoing call from Nylexia to Robert Creed. So if the phone's not ordinarily Ronnie Walker's, and Robert Creed wants to try and have you believe that this is Ronnie Walker using the phone, how is the first communication an outgoing call from Nylexia to Ronnie Walker on someone else's phone? It doesn't add up. And again, the timing of all of the calls that I mentioned as well. Is it the cousin? Is it Ronnie Walker? The point is that Mr. Creed was all over the map when it comes to this issue. Contact with Robert Parker. This is another big one, right? So and Robert Parker, you might remember, that's the person that text message was sent to. Hey, this is Q. Robert Parker is the one where there are several phone calls being made from Erica Sweet's phone to Robert Parker, starting from the night of the murder all the way into the following day. And Mr. Creed's given different answers about this as well, right? His testimony here in this courtroom to you was that he never used Erica Sweet's phone. He's never used the phone. He doesn't have any explanation as to how those messages would have appeared from Erica Sweet's phone. He told you that the messages were sent from Nylexia, and they were sent using Nylexia Alexander's phone, and that the phone calls were made by Nylexia Alexander on Robert Creed's behalf. You know from the testimony and the evidence that none of that is true. There's not a single communication that appears on Nylexia Alexander's phone records to corroborate what Mr. Creed said. And what's more, we know that all of that communication occurs after Nylexia Alexander is dead. So, does Robert Creed's testimony agree with the other testimony and the other evidence in the case? Absolutely not. Then we get down to the actual facts of what happened inside the car, what happened at the time that Nylexia Alexander was shot. Robert Creed would have you believe that Ronnie Walker took a gun in his left hand from that front driver's seat. Remember? He's sitting in the front driver's seat. He takes the gun in his left hand, somehow reaches over and turns around to shoot Nylexia Alexander in the back seat of the car. Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable? No. Especially when you consider the medical examiner's testimony and the fact that there is no bullet hole, no damage, nothing inside that car. Okay? Remember, Nylexia Alexander is sitting in the back of the driver's side. There is one wound and one wound alone to the right side of her body, and that is that shot to the face, to the cheek on the.
They little feet jacked up. I'm not saying
Her
I
belongings,
hate or
right,
argue.
the phone cord and her drink, and get out of the car and scurry over to that empty lot where she was found. So, the shot to the cheek is the only shot on the right side of the body. We know that that shot could not have occurred inside the car. In order for Nylexia Alexander to get out of the car, she'd have to be able to move. And so that's where Mr. Terry comes up with his example of, well, isn't it possible that if someone's sitting in the backseat of a car, they see a gun come over to them, they turn towards the gun, and they kind of put their arm up to keep them from getting shot, right? That was the example that he posed to the medical examiner. That's the example he has to pose to the medical examiner. Because to believe Robert Creed, that is the only shot that could possibly occur inside the car. The shot to the back of the left arm. That's the only shot. Because you heard the testimony of the medical examiner. That is the only shot where Miss Alexander would have been able to get out of the car at that point. All of the other shots would have rendered her immediately unconscious. Does it make sense that if someone was pointing a gun at her from the front seat of the car, that instead of turning to her left and getting out, she instead is going to turn towards the gun? That doesn't make any sense. And then again, the physical evidence. Robert Creed testified all of the windows are up. There are no bullet holes or gunshots that go through the window. There's no ripping or tearing in the upholstery. There's no evidence of any sort of gun being fired inside that car. So when it comes down to how the shots occurred, no, the witness's testimony does not agree with the other evidence in the car. You know, Mr. Terry asked some questions about when a bullet is traveling, doesn't it lose some velocity? Sure, it loses its speed. But you heard it also, the medical examiner testified, this is not a bullet that went through any sort of major artery, did not go through any bones, it went through skin, in and out. So what, the bullet just happened to fall in the backseat of the car without ripping or tearing anything? And Mr. Walker was able to find it and get rid of it before anyone else did? That's not reasonable. Mr. Creed's entire story of how this occurred has reasonable doubt written all over it. But I'll take it even a step further. Why, if Mr. Walker has this grand premeditated plan to shoot and kill Nylexia Alexander, why is he involving a third person? Why is he waking up a man who is sick and vomiting and has a stomach problem and making him sit in the front seat of the passenger car? For what? What purpose would Robert Creed have in the car? That's something that you should consider, right? Is the story that Robert Creed is telling you, is that reasonable? No, it doesn't add up. Also, when you consider the fact that, right, Robert Creed tells you that he was so sick, he was slumped over, he didn't want to be there, Ronnie Walker forced him to be there. Why is he texting his cousin to take him to a bar? Because that's what he told Detective Wheeland. Detective Wheeland testified when he confronted Robert Creed about those messages that where Mr. Creed was reaching out to his cousin, Mr. Creed was saying, yeah, I was trying to get a ride to go to the bar. So again, that does not add up. That does not agree with the other testimony and the other evidence in the case. So I'll move on to the next question. Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Well, of course, we know he's never been charged with murder. When he agreed to testify against Mr. Walker, the state released him without having to pay any bond. Now, he's still in jail because he was unable to get an address for his GPS monitor, but certainly if he wanted to get out and had an address, he would be able to. That is a benefit that he received by cooperating with the state. And then, of course, he could be facing up to 30 years, sure, but you heard him out of his own mouth. He's hoping that at the end of all this, he just simply gets to go home. That's the benefit or that he is hoping to receive. Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? And I'm sure that it wasn't fun to listen to, but that is why I went through every painstaking statement that Detective Whelan made to Robert Creed during that second interview. And here's an example of just one. If you didn't tell us the truth, you were going to be indicted on first-degree murder. That's the last thing that Robert Creed hears from Detective Whelan. If you didn't tell us the truth, you were going to be indicted on first-degree murder. So now, Robert Creed is left with that impression that if he doesn't continue with the story that Ronnie Walker is responsible for the death of Alexia Alexander, then he would be the one that could be charged with first-degree murder. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in the courtroom? Well, of course, we know that that entire first statement he gives to Detective Whelan, that is all a lie. He tells Detective Whelan he didn't know anything about the murder. He doesn't know Alexia Alexander. He knows nothing about any of this. There's that statement that he makes here that he was sick, he was slumped over in the car, yet he's some reason calling his cousin for a ride to the bar. He acknowledged to Detective Whelan that that was in fact him using Erica's sweet phone to make all of those phone calls and all of those text messages, or that text message to his cousin. He denied that here in the courtroom in front of you. And then, of course, as I previously stated, he now claims that he would sometimes stay with Ronnie Walker. When he was previously asked, he stated that he stayed with either his brother or his girlfriend in St. Petersburg. Same thing about the phone, right? When he was previously asked, how is your phone contacting Alexia Alexander? He didn't say that that phone was contacting her because of Ronnie Walker. He said that phone was contacting her because of his cousin. Has the witness been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? And for Mr. Creed, he has 21 felony convictions. You are able to consider that when determining his credibility as well. And then finally, that last paragraph about you should consider witness's testimony with a more critical eye. Same things I previously said, not facing a murder charge, released without having to pay the bond, and he's hoping to go home. So when you consider Robert Creed's testimony, it has reasonable doubt in all three of those places. It has reasonable doubt in the evidence, right? How he's claiming the shooting happens. He has reasonable doubt in the conflicts in the evidence, the different statements that he gave. And it's got reasonable doubt in the lack of evidence, lack of anything corroborating, anything that he's saying about, oh, it was someone else using the phone other than me. Or, oh, Alexia Alexander made those phone calls, not me. So let's move on then to Stanley Wilson. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? And there are lots of different things that Mr. Wilson and I went back and forth on, and I would ask that you just recall, either from your own notes or your own recollection, some of the things that he was inconsistent about, but or that he had a poor memory about. And one of those things was, how many conversations did he have with Ronnie Walker? Because when he testified on direct examination to Mr. Terry, he told Mr. Terry about one conversation that happens at Ronnie Walker's mom's house. And then when I questioned him, I said, well, didn't you give us a previous statement where you said that there were two different conversations, one at Ronnie's mom's house, one at the cousin's house, or his niece's house? And then all of a sudden he recalled, oh yes, there were two different conversations. And then all of a sudden he was able to recall those details. He previously had recalled that that conversation happened in the month of May, right? He admitted that. He acknowledged to that. He acknowledged, yes, I previously told you that I had a conversation with Ronnie Walker in May before I turned myself in Manatee County. It was only here in the courtroom that he remembered that he turned himself into Manatee County sometime in July, and that the conversation must have happened the day before he turns himself into Manatee County in July. But you heard from Detective Whelan, right? There is no record of Mr. Wilson turning himself into Manatee County on the same day that Ronnie Walker gets arrested. And that's significant because no one forced Stanley Wilson to give this statement saying that this conversation happens the day before. Nobody forced him to say that. He said that on his own, emphatically. I brought that to his attention numerous times. He has said, the conversation with Ronnie Walker, where Ronnie is confessing to me, happens the day before I turn myself into Manatee County, happens the same day that Ronnie Walker gets arrested, the day before Ronnie Walker gets arrested. So clearly his memory is wrong in that account as well. He told you here in the courtroom that Alexia Alexander was shot in the cheek. Ronnie Walker told him that. But I drew his attention to the fact that I talked to him just a couple of weeks ago, and he previously said Ronnie Walker never told him where he shot Alexia Alexander. Well, now suddenly he remembers, oh, Ronnie Walker must have told him, shot her in the cheek. He's previously said that Ronnie Walker has never tried to blame this on Robert Creed, and that Ronnie Walker has always said that he was the one that shot and killed Alexia Alexander. He testified here in the courtroom to something different. He testified at first Ronnie tried to blame Creed, and then he went ahead and confessed to me. In the courtroom here, Mr. Wilson testified that Mr. Walker told him he turned around and shot Alexia Alexander, who was sitting in the back seat. But when I drew his attention to a previous statement that he made, he previously said Alexia Alexander was sitting in the front passenger seat. That's what Ronnie Walker told him. So again, all of these contradictions in his memory as to the facts that he's claiming Ronnie Walker told him. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Again, that is a credibility issue, a judgment call that you all get to make. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? And he told you about his plea agreement, that he has pled guilty here in Hillsborough County to 5 years in prison. He should have been doing 10 years, but they gave him a break, and they're holding that sentence over his head, that they can come back and they can give him the full 10 years if he does not come in here and testify against Ronnie Walker. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and the other evidence in the case? There's no evidence that Alexia Alexander, Ronnie Walker, or Erica Sweet had any kind of STD. Erica Sweet was on the witness stand. Certainly the state could have asked her. You heard the testimony of the medical examiner. No evidence that Ronnie Walker had any kind of STD, right? So sure, Stanley Wilson is saying these things. He's saying that, oh, this is what Ronnie Walker told me, but there's no other evidence to corroborate that. Robert Creed doesn't corroborate that. Robert Creed doesn't tell you that they're arguing over some kind of an STD. Robert Creed says there's one thing only that is said by Ronnie Walker. Are you having sex? Nothing about an STD, right? And now the state wants to read that into, he was talking about an STD. There's no evidence of that. There's no proof of that. Certainly, if Mr. Creed had heard something about an STD, you would have heard about that too. And then again, there's this timeline that Mr. Wilson is completely off on. Because remember, he says that the conversation with Ronnie Walker, where Mr. Walker confesses to him, this happens, and it's premised on essentially three Robert Creed out of Pinellas County. Well, I guess Mr. Walker must have had his magic ball on his hand, because remember, at that time, when this conversation is supposedly happening, there hasn't even been an arrest warrant out for Robert Creed, let alone the fact that Robert Creed wasn't arrested until several weeks later at the end of July. This isn't a situation where Mr. Walker is saying, oh, I think you're probably going to need to help me out with a friend. No. Stanley Wilson testified that Mr. Walker specifically told him, Robert Creed's in Pinellas County. I need you to help bond him out of Pinellas County. Again, none of the evidence complies or comports with that. Mr. Terry told you when he got up here in opening statement, right? Mr. Wilson is a con man. And you heard the situation that Mr. Wilson was in when he decided to contact the state of Florida to tell them about all of this wonderful information that he had. He was about to have his bond revoked. He was about to go to prison. So, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Yes. The second he gave that statement, he is no longer facing the penalty of having his bond revoked. That is withdrawn by the prosecutor's office. Again, he was facing 10 years in prison. He got about half of that time. The rest of it is being held over his head. Had any pressure or threat been used? Yes, we talked about the 10-year prison sentence. Did the witness at some time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave? I'm not going to repeat all of the things that I previously said, but we talked about that when we discussed his memory or lack thereof. Has the witness been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving dishonesty or a statement? 171 felonies. Now, what that means is up to you, right? You can determine how significant that is. But clearly, it is a consideration that the law is telling you you can consider. Just think about that, right? Why are you being told this is something you can consider? 30 misdemeanor crimes of dishonesty. That is the caliber of the witness that the prosecution has brought before you to prove Mr. Walker's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. 171 time convicted, felony convicted, con man, Stanley Wilson. That long paragraph about benefits and such and considering testimony more critically, Mr. Wilson was desperate to speak to the state attorney's office. He made a phone call himself, and then he made sure his attorney followed up as well. Again, because he knew what kind of a situation he was in. That motion to revoke his bond was then withdrawn, and that 5-year prison sentence was offered. Stanley Wilson's statement has reasonable doubt written all over it. It is no coincidence that when I sat up here and I went through all of the details that he gave about the actual shooting, right? About it happening, where Alexia Alexander was shot, where the car went afterwards, all of those things were in a news article, a very detailed news article that was printed just before he picked up the phone to contact the state attorney's office. And that may sound silly, but remember who we're dealing with here. We're dealing with Stanley Wilson, right? The guy who wheels and deals, sells insurance, and pretends to be a bondsman, and all of those kinds of things. Something else you should consider when it comes to Stanley Wilson's testimony. He told you straight up, he didn't really know Ronnie Walker. He knew Mr. Walker's family. So if he doesn't know Ronnie Walker, is it reasonable to believe that Ronnie Walker is going to walk up to him and say, hey, I killed a girl. I need your help trying to get out of it, and give this full confession, giving him every detail from I shot her in the cheek to, and then I tried to blame it on Creed. And, oh, but Creed, I gave him a description of Creed's son. Oh, and Creed's son, he has dreads. Oh, but Creed, my friend, the real Creed, he's bald-headed. Does that sound reasonable, that this is the conversation that's going to be happening? Or does it sound more reasonable that Mr. Wilson read some of those details in the article and he then claimed that Mr. Walker gave him a confession? That's what's reasonable. Did Mr. Stanley Wilson, did he give every detail that was in the article? No. But go back and look at your notes and ask yourself, was there a detail, a verifiable detail, right? Not a gun being thrown into the Hillsborough River, but a detail that you know from somewhere else in the evidence. Is there a detail that he gave that was not in that news article? No. So I want to move on then to talk about the investigation. And I want to be clear about something. Detective Whelan's not a bad person, right? When we talk about the investigation, I'm not trying to convince you that he's not a good person or that you should dislike him. I am talking about the caliber of the investigation that was conducted here. I want to be perfectly clear about that. When I asked Detective Whelan about the reasons why he issued a warrant for first-degree murder on Mr. Walker, he gave me his list of reasons, right? We've got Robert Creed's at the gas station, or I'm sorry, Ronnie Walker's at the gas station, but we also know that Robert Creed's at the gas station. He told me, well, Ronnie Walker's in this car where Alexia Alexander's phone is traveling with it, but we also know Robert Creed is using the phone to contact Alexia Alexander. I'm sorry, he's using the phone to contact Alexia Alexander. We also know Robert Creed is using Erica Sweet's phone to contact his cousin. We also have Robert Creed on the video at TGH, right? And we also have Robert Creed in Ronnie Walker's car at all times during the investigation. So everything that he told me about Ronnie Walker and the reasons for the arrest of Ronnie Walker, each and every single one of those things is true as it pertains to Robert Creed. So, why is it that Ronnie Walker is sitting here and not Robert Creed? You've heard through the statements that were introduced of the things that were said during that second interview with Robert Creed. They were desperate in the investigation at that point. They needed answers. They needed to know who their trigger person is. They needed someone to tell them who the trigger person was. And so Detective Whelan went about the way that he went about it, lying, using pressure, telling Mr. Creed he could be arrested and charged with first-degree murder if he didn't give the statement at that time. Those are all the tactics that were used by Detective Whelan, right? He was putting pressure on Robert Creed. Robert Creed asked if he can get an attorney. Detective Whelan says, yeah, we can get you an attorney, but I'd rather get the ball rolling on this statement. And ultimately Robert Creed agrees, okay, yeah, let's just get the ball rolling on the statement, right? Detective Whelan approaches this interview very differently from other interviews. In other interviews, you heard him say, yeah, we don't give out a whole lot of information. I want to know what the witness knows before I tell them anything. And that clearly was not the case. Mr. Creed was spoon-fed the information that Detective Whelan wanted him to have. And Robert Creed gives Detective Whelan that information. That phone contact between Robert Creed's phone and Alexia Alexander, it's not nothing. It is something. It is significant. But as significant as that is, Detective Whelan doesn't see fit to follow up and to see if what Robert Creed is telling him is the truth. He doesn't follow up to talk to Robert Creed's cousin, Nicole. Doesn't even try to look for her. It's not as though he tried to find her and couldn't find her. He doesn't even try to look for her to verify what it is that Robert Creed has told him. The investigation, the way that it was went about, the tactics that it was used, all set up. They were all set up to appear the way that they appear here today, which is that they have their witness coming in to point the finger. Because if they didn't have a witness to do that, then it's nobody. Then they can't prove anything. Ms. Fawcett talked to you about first-degree premeditated murder, so I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time going through the jury instruction with you. But what I am going to tell you is that you obviously will have a definition of what it means to be first-degree premeditated murder. And what I'm going to ask is that if you find yourself in a situation where you are looking at the charge of first-degree murder because you believe the state has met their burden in proving that Ronnie Walker is guilty of killing Alexia Alexander, that you also then consider the entire law, including the lesser included crimes. The lesser included crimes are going to be that of second-degree murder and manslaughter. You're also going to be given an instruction by the judge about adequate provocation and heat of passion. Adequate provocation and heat of passion will have steps for you to follow where you can look at and see, okay, if I do think Ronnie Walker did this, then is there adequate provocation? Was there an argument that was happening and this happens out of heat of passion? So I would just ask that you consider all of the law if you find yourself in a situation where you are considering that. Tampering with physical evidence. Again, the evidence in this case essentially is going to come down to Robert Creed and Stanley Wilson. When it comes down to the evidence about cleaning the car, getting rid of any kind of evidence or something like that, you're essentially left with Mr. Walker's boss from the Giant Motors, right? Where he said, yeah, we saw him taking a long time cleaning the car one day. Yeah, it could have been a little bit odd. But he didn't tell you when that happened. He couldn't remember. We don't know if that but they have not proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walker actually did anything to clean the car in an attempt to get rid of evidence from a homicide. They have not provided any information or any proof to you, verifiable proof, that he got rid of the murder weapon, that he picked up shell casings from the ground and got rid of those, or that he threw Alexia Alexander's phone out the window or got rid of it for some reason. You know what's interesting about Alexia Alexander's phone is that it basically stops communicating with cell phone towers very shortly after that Tampa General Hospital video. Who do we know that gets in the back seat of the car at the Tampa General Hospital? It's not Ronnie Walker, Robert Creed. Right? So that's something to consider. Did Robert Creed discover the phone? Did he get rid of the phone? I want to go back to that reasonable doubt instruction. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt. If after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all of the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction of guilt, rather it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find him not guilty, because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. When you go back into that deliberation room, ask yourself this question. Is it reasonable? Is it reasonable to believe that Robert Creed is the one that killed Alexia Alexander? And if when you ask your question, if you ask that question to yourself and your answer is, it's reasonable, then you have a reasonable doubt. The state of Florida has not provided you with the tools necessary to prove that Ronnie Walker is responsible for the death of Alexia Alexander. They have failed to do that. Their case boils down to Robert Creed, who doesn't want to be charged with first-degree murder, and a con man who concocted a plan to keep himself out of trouble. That's what their case boils down to. And then lastly, if you find yourself in a situation where you do think it's reasonable Robert Creed shot and killed Alexia Alexander, that's when you consider that principal theory that the judge is going to instruct you on. But I want you to pay attention to the law that the judge is going to give you on mere presence. Mere presence at the scene of a crime is insufficient to find a defendant guilty of that crime. Likewise, knowledge that a crime was occurring or was about to occur is insufficient to find the defendant guilty of that crime. This remains true even if the defendant fled from the scene of the crime. And I'll just stop there. If you find that you believe Robert Creed did in fact shoot and kill Alexia Alexander, then the question will be, did Ronnie Walker do anything to help him? And the answer to that question is no. Right? You would have to find under that principal theory that Ronnie Walker knew that a first-degree premeditated murder was going to happen. Not that he thought it was maybe, something kind of odd is going on between Mr. Creed, who's, an older man, and a young 14-year-old girl. Not that he thought that that was weird, but that he knew that Robert Creed intended to kill Alexia Alexander. And he drove Robert Creed and Alexia Alexander to this location for that purpose, to kill Alexia Alexander. There's no proof of that. There's no evidence of that. You heard Detective Whelan. There's no evidence that Robert Creed did anything wrong other than lie to them in their investigation, right? So how can the state of Florida come up here with a straight face and ask you to find Mr. Walker guilty of a crime, not because he killed someone, but because he helped someone kill Alexia Alexander? That defies all logic. You can use your common sense when you go back there, and I ask very much that you do so. You heard the testimony. First of all, Ms. Fossett repeatedly referred to this as an abandoned area or a desolate area, something to that nature. You saw the neighborhood. You saw the houses surrounding the area. You saw the lights on the street. This is not an abandoned area. Even more, you saw that the car did not stop at the dead end of the street. Rather, the car drives towards the middle of the street by that abandoned lot. So it's not as though Mr. Walker would have driven the car to try to conceal it because he knew a first-degree murder was about to happen. There's no evidence on the record, right? That their evidence is one of two things. Ronnie Walker did it or he didn't. That's it. There's no evidence that he helped anyone else commit a crime, that he knew that a murder was about to happen. In closing, I would just like to remind you of that presumption of innocence that Mr. Walker started with. The presumption that remained with him through each and every witness and each and every exhibit, each and every piece of evidence. That presumption is still with him even now, because the state has not proven their case. If you go back there in the deliberation room and you find yourself on the fence, you're not sure, you're going back and forth, well, maybe Ronnie Walker did it, but maybe Creed did it. They both could have had access to do it. I'm not sure. Those are all reasonable doubts. If you find yourself back there in the deliberation room, asking yourself, going back and forth, I can't believe what Robert Creed is telling me because none of that is credible or believable. I don't believe Mr. Stanley Wilson, because none of what he's telling me is believable. That, again, that is reasonable doubt. Ronnie Walker is innocent. He is not guilty. I am asking that you return the only verdict that is supported by the facts and the evidence in this case. That is a verdict of not guilty as to each count. I thank you very much for your time and attention.
Gary? Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, before we do the last 45 minutes of this, we're going to give you all about a 5-minute break to stretch, we drink, whatever we need. See you back in. Thank you. All right, for your. See you seated. Court's at recess, y'all may be seated.
I want to start this before I get into some of the other points I was going to make by starting off real quick with something Ms. Dunker had said, and in fact was crystal clear from watching her closing. This case does not come down to whether or not you believe Stanley Wilson or Robert Quincy Creed. It does not. She wants to put it all on that. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, Ronnie Walker was charged, arrested, and indicted before Quincy Creed or Stanley Wilson ever said a word. He had already been arrested. He had already been indicted. She wants to make it sound like Jake Whelan was desperate trying to get Robert Quincy Creed to say what happened. Jake Whelan wasn't desperate. He'd already arrested Ronnie Walker for this murder. He'd already been indicted. He wasn't desperate. Sure. Did he want to find out the truth and he believed he was going to get it ultimately from Creed? Yeah, but he'd already arrested him. He'd already made his case. And I'm going to get back in a few minutes to why that is. But I wanted to make that very clear right now from the start, because that was the almost 90% of the closing that Ms. Dunker did had to deal with whether or not you believe them. And I'm going to tell you that there are reasons you should believe them. And I'm going to get into those specific reasons in a little bit. But what I wanted to make crystal clear before I even got into that is that is not the truth. We are not relying solely on that. That is not the truth. So let me go start, and I'm going to go into real quick into Quincy Creed. Okay, we'll talk about him real quick. And something that came up in this that I thought was really interesting. All right, and there's in doing this job for as long as I've done it, I find that you can ask questions and ask questions and ask questions and ask questions and not get anywhere. Sometimes all it takes is asking the right question. And guess what happened in this case? Detective Whelan never asked Quincy Creed the right question. Ms. Dunker never asked him the right question, and I never asked him the right question. Not until he was on that stand and I'm doing the direct that I thought, did you ever, because he clearly lets people borrow his phone. You can hear how he talks about it, like, oh, I guess my cousin had it, so-and-so had it, people had his phone. So it occurred to me, I wonder if anyone's ever asked him if Ronnie Walker ever used his phone. So I asked him. And he said, yeah, he uses my phone. Oh, that explains something. Because that had always been a little bit of a strange quirk in this case, is that Nylexia had contact with Quincy Creed's phone. But there's no other evidence of any other contact between those two. He doesn't live in that neighborhood. It just doesn't make it didn't make any sense. And Creed did say that he had believed that maybe it was his cousin who he borrows the phone from, who's around that same age. Maybe she did it. But no one ever thought to ask. And then when Ms. Dunker got up on cross and said, well, you never said that. What did he say? He never asked. That's how simple it was. You just never asked. And that cleared up so much. Next right question. Where were you staying that weekend? I was over. Because I've been staying on his sofa. Oh. So that was interesting. But then, it turns out that Ronnie Walker didn't even have a working phone around that time. Makes even more sense. And then ask yourself, Ronnie Walker is doing something with this young girl. Do you think he wants his wifey to find out? Do you think he's going to use Erica Sweet's phone? His phone's not working. Whose phone do you think he's going to use? He's going to use Creed, his friend, who, ladies and gentlemen, we need to be clear. You can tell he's not the brightest individual. And it's very clear that Ronnie Walker was using Creed in many aspects in this case. But the right question, it was never asked. So when Ms. Dunker gets up here and says, oh, he's now suddenly remembering something. No, he never said he didn't remember it. He just said to her, very simply, you never asked. He's not a brilliant mastermind trying to frame somebody else. If he was, he probably would have volunteered that a long time ago. I guess the defense would have you believe that Robert Quincy Creed shot this girl and then is coming up and framing Ronnie Walker. Or is blaming him, or is, because he's the one who did it. Does Quincy Creed seem that smart to put that together? And ask yourself this too. You heard his description of the shooting, right? He's in the passenger seat. He's not feeling well, which is another interesting fact that he kept bringing up. So clearly this is something he very much remembers, that he wasn't feeling well and didn't want to go out. But he felt an obligation to Ronnie Walker because he was staying at his place. This is a drifter. He's drifting around, couch surfing, staying with his brother, staying with a girlfriend in St. Pete, staying with Ronnie Walker, staying wherever he can stay, really, okay? And he describes the shooting, and he says that had his head kind of leaning towards the window. Like, imagine when you're sick and you're not feeling well. That's what you do. That fits. He hears a bang. But here's the argument. He hears Ronnie Walker ask him if she's having sex, and then he hears the bang and turns and sees her like this and thinks she's shot in the chest. And then he says, Ronnie Walker has her get out of the car, and he hears 2 more shots. Can't say where she was shot. Was wrong on the shots. And he can't say where she was shot. Don't you think the shooter would know where she was shot? Don't you think the shooter, if he's trying to blame someone else, is going to give you the accurate information about how the shooting occurred to make it look even more like the other person did it? No, he didn't know. Because he was sitting in the car, and Ronnie Walker gets out and shoots her. He didn't know she was shot in the head. He didn't know where she was shot. That's why he couldn't give you that information. Ms. Dunker never discussed that, but let's be clear. He didn't know how the shooting occurred. His description of shot in the chest, which isn't true, and the 2 shots outside the car, which isn't true. There were 4 or 5 more shots outside the car. If Robert Quincy Creed really wanted to blame Ronnie Walker and make this about Ronnie Walker, he would have given the true facts of what happened, because the shooter would know. The shooter would know where the person was shot, because the shooter aimed at the person's head. But Creed doesn't even know. That is further proof that Creed was here telling you the truth. He's telling you what he knows. And yes, he was less than cooperative at the beginning. Less than cooperative, but imagine. He's just witnessed a murder. This man shot a 14-year-old girl. What's he going to do to him? So he's going to keep his mouth shut. He knows the score. Just keep his mouth shut. I'm not going to say anything. If I'm confronted, I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about murder. I don't know anything that he did. And yes, it took a while with Detective Whelan to get him to come around and see, like, you should cooperate. Could Whelan have charged him? No. Mere presence, ladies and gentlemen. We could not and did not ever charge Robert Quincy Creed because there's nothing to connect him to this case other than that phone call, which now we know could just as easily have been Ronnie Walker making those phone calls. There's nothing else linking Creed to doing anything in this case. Ronnie Walker did a bunch of stuff, which I'll get into in a minute, but we can't show whatever Creed did. If Creed was just sitting in that passenger seat with his head against the window as he describes, then that's mere presence. There's no chance to convict him. You heard Detective Whelan. Nah, I couldn't have charged him. I wasn't going to charge him because he knew. He knew you couldn't charge Quincy Creed with this. Just because her number is in that phone for a few times during a short period of time is not enough to charge a passenger of a vehicle where a woman or a girl gets shot. It's just not enough. And he knew that. But the driver, we'll get into that in a minute. Much more there. So, Creed has told you what he remembers about it. And granted, like I said, some of those facts don't fit up, but if he wanted to really blame him, don't you think he would have told exactly what happened? He didn't. He told what he knew, what he remembered. Don't you think he would have blamed Ronnie Walker a long time ago for the numbers in the phone? If he had been a, criminal mastermind who wanted to blame Ronnie Walker for this? No. Didn't ask the right question. And finally, somebody did. Finally, we asked that right question. And that led to the next question. Where were you when those calls were being made? Oh, actually, I was staying at Ronnie Walker's house during that time period. Not even Ronnie Walker's house. His girl's house. Ronnie's girl's house. That's how he described it. Wouldn't even go even to blame Ronnie Walker at that point. He's still talking about, I was just at Ronnie's girl's house. I don't think he even understood the importance and the relevance of what that information meant. He didn't get it. He wasn't trying to help the state. He wasn't trying to make up a story. He'd just never been asked. Asking the right question. So, let me go back to Creed's description of the shooting in the car, because there was some, Ms. Dunker got into that a little bit and said how unrealistic that is. She's going to lean into the shot. I never said she leaned into a shot. If someone is reaching around from the front seat like this with a gun, and you're kind of leaning over, looking at them, and all of a sudden you see the gun, what is your instinct to do? Duck. You duck down. And she's sitting there like this, she's like, fuck. She ducks and it goes right there, right through her back. It makes perfect sense. It fits the evidence perfectly. And you heard from that medical examiner, yeah, that's definitely possible. That definitely could have happened that way. Absolutely. You turn and duck from a shot. You protect yourself. You protect your body. You turn. And that's what she did. She covered herself. And then she comes up like this and shot. And that's why Robert Creed thought she was shot in the chest, because she's holding her chest. But she was shot in the back. How else do we know she was shot in the car? And I'll get back to a second ago why there was no projectile found or no damage to the car. Common sense will tell you why, but I'm going to get back to that. How else do we know she was shot in the car? Well, you heard Creed. She gets out on her own. Ronnie Walker tells her to get out, and she gets out of the car at that point. Clear, of course, she's been shot. But there's blood in the car. Right there, right by the little door where she was sitting, because she's bleeding already. Look at the pictures from the crime scene. Look at the blood droplets right along the road, on the leaf, all leading to where she was ultimately murdered. She was walking, ladies and gentlemen, and she was dripping blood as she was walking. She was alive, she had been shot, and she was walking away into this field. The evidence, the physical evidence at the scene corresponds to that. That bullet traveled across her shoulders and came out one side. That bullet traveled a long way through her body. And yes, it didn't hit an artery or a bone, but it went through, you heard the ME. It went through muscle, subcutaneous tissue. That bullet lost velocity as it travels through the body. It had to break the skin originally, go through all that muscle in the back, go through the subcutaneous tissue, and then break through skin again to come out. Its velocity's gone. It's not going to damage anything. It's going to drop right there on the seat. You saw what happened to the other projectiles, right? Where she was shot in the head out on the vacant lot? Feet from her. Because it went through her head, lost velocity, and fell right on the ground. It did go 20 feet away. It did go into a house down the street. Because when a bullet goes through a body, common sense tells you, ladies and gentlemen, it loses its velocity. And those bullets lost their velocity, and the bullet in the back dropped inside that car, and someday, somehow, Ronnie Walker found that bullet and cleaned it before the police did. So no, it didn't have the velocity to go into a seat or to tear anything up, because the body, Alexi Alexander's own body, had taken all the energy out of that bullet. So yes, she was shot in that car just as Robert Quincy Creed describes. It fits perfectly, exactly, the way a person would react when faced with a gun in the face. The way she got out, the blood drippings, all of that fits for what was Alexia's last moments of her life. Before that man right there put those final bullets into her head. How else do we know she was shot in that car? Got the droplets of blood. Look at those pictures. You will not see a single drag mark. If you heard from the medical examiner, she was shot in the head in that car, she would have been unconscious. There is no way they could have gotten her out there without dragging her, lifting her, doing something crazy with her. But there's no drag marks, there's no heavy foot dragging, nothing. She walked to where she was ultimately executed. How else do we know she was shot in the car? Well, someone was pretty anxious to clean that car up. There's 2 bottles of carpet and stain cleaner. Not just 1, 2. One with his fingerprint on it. Someone had been cleaning those seats, cleaning those carpets, but didn't think about the outside of the door. He missed a spot. He missed a spot. That's what happened. And that spot was the blood of Alexia Alexander. Let me talk to you briefly about Stanley Wilson. And again, I'm going to go back to what I said at the very beginning of this. State doesn't need Stanley Wilson's testimony. You don't need to believe everything Stanley Wilson said to find him guilty in this case. Not at all. And now, I submit to you, there's reasons to believe him. He had a close family connection. He was dating and going out with the niece of Ronnie Walker. He was working in the bond field, so it makes sense that Ronnie Walker would want to go talk to him about it. And he gives a statement that gives a motive. Now, we don't have to prove motive. That's not even required. But I think the importance of that statement is, as Ms. Fawcett said on our initial closing is, it corresponds with, again, what Robert Creed said he heard Ronnie Walker say. Are you having sex? In a very angry voice. Why is he saying that to her? Why is he mad at her? Well, if he believed she had given him an STD, that would probably make him mad. Especially if his girlfriend's saying something about it. Now, do we know whether Ronnie Walker had an STD? There's no evidence of that. Do we know whether Erica Sweet had an STD? No. And do you think if we asked her on the stand, she'd say, yes, I have an STD or I had an STD? She's not going to say that. For the same reason, Erica Sweet is never going to say that she knew Nilexia Alexander. You saw how many times she called that man? She was in love with that man. She's not gonna, oh, yeah, I knew Nilexia. When she knows that the minute she says that, that's all over. It's all over for Ronnie Walker. But you heard from Stanley Wilson, he saw them together. He saw them actually fighting one time, Nilexia and Erica Sweet. Again, a lot of things he said that were not in the paper. Says the gun was tossed in the river. When you look at the videos that were put together by Sergeant Van Heist that show the car and where it goes, and you'll see the little cell tower sites and stuff, I want y'all to watch it at one point. You'll see after it leaves the homicide scene, it kind of does that kind of crazy little turnaround, da-da-da. But then if you watch it, look at it on the map. It's right next to the river for a while. It's right next to the river for a while. He got rid of that gun in the river. The divers just didn't know the right place. But Stanley Wilson knew that he got rid of the gun in the river. Look at that. Watch that video. You will see that it stops right just north of the Columbus Bridge for a while. That phone is sitting there, at least 5 or 10 minutes, hitting off the same cell tower, very close, almost like right next on the riverbank. Ronnie Walker was getting rid of that gun. Miss Dunker got up and said, why was Creed with Ronnie Walker that night? Why would he bring Ronnie Walker? You're going to go kill some girl. Why would you bring Ronnie Walker? Ladies and gentlemen, some defendants may manufacture an alibi. Ronnie Walker was manufacturing a scapegoat. He knew if he had someone else in that car, especially someone as simple as Robert Creed, that God forbid he ever gets caught, he can always blame somebody else. He directed that perfectly. He knew that by having someone else in that car, he had someone else to blame. He manufactured a scapegoat in this case, and that scapegoat is Robert Quincy Creed. Who controlled that car? Ronnie Walker. Who decided where that car was going to go? Ronnie Walker. Who parked the car the way it was parked? Ronnie Walker. Who drove it away with the lights off? Ronnie Walker. Who was wearing a dark coat with a hood that night? Ronnie Walker. Did you see the pants that Robert Quincy Creed's wearing? Those shorts down to his ankles and like all around his kneecaps. Does anyone think he could have gotten out of his car and hobbled around and confronted Nilexia Alexander in clothes like that? Those clothes aren't in any way. He would never be able to chase down Nilexia Alexander and shoot her in the head. So yes, that's why Ronnie Walker bought Creed. He brought him so that he always had someone else to blame, should, God forbid, they ever find out he did it. Now, like I told you, Ronnie Walker was charged with this crime before we even heard from Robert Quincy Creed and what he said about how the shooting occurred. Ronnie Walker was charged with this crime before we ever heard from Stanley Wilson about a potential motive. Ronnie Walker was charged with this crime because Ronnie Walker was a principal. And why do I say that? And I'm not saying he didn't shoot her. He did shoot her. The state is never for a second telling you that Robert Creed did it. There's absolutely zero scintilla of an evidence to suggest or put Robert Creed as a shooter. There just is not. But even if you stretch your mind enough to think that Robert Creed is some sort of mastermind who planned all this and did all this, and Ronnie Walker is some dupe who ended up having to drive him there, it doesn't make any sense with how the drive occurs. Look where they go. She is picked up right near Erica Sweet's house. And you heard from Creed that he was driving around looking for her. He was asking people, have you seen that girl? He was hunting her. And they drive around, and Ronnie Walker goes and gets her a drink. And as Ms. Fawcett said, do you think she's going to get in a car with a driver that she doesn't know? Now, granted, she's made a lot of poor decisions in her life, but she knew who Ronnie Walker was. She wouldn't have gotten in that car if she didn't. Ronnie Walker was the driver. And she gets right in there behind him in the driver's seat, behind the rear driver's seat. Ronnie Walker drove to that location. Why? Why that location? Because it's dark, it's quiet, it's got a vacant lot. Easy place to kill and dump a body and get out of there before anyone finds you. It's not on a major thoroughfare. not where people are going to find you. He knew that he'd have time once she said to get out of there before anyone would come around. And we know it was over an hour, or almost an hour before the police actually were able to get there. 40, 50 minutes, something like that. He drove to this dead-end street, turned the car around and drove so that her side of the car was right next to that vacant lot, make it easier so he didn't have to walk around the car, get her around the car, get her to the other side of the car. He knew right there, put her right by the street. That shows, ladies and gentlemen, circumstantial evidence that he knew what was going to happen. He knew. So even if you stretch it and say, well, maybe Quincy Creed was angry at her and was going to shoot her for some reason. How did Creed get there? He can't even drive. Oh, he needed the help of Ronnie Walker. So Ronnie Walker aided, assisted, abetted him in getting this 14-year-old girl to this vacant field. If you were to stretch your mind and try and say, well, maybe Creed did it. Even though but if you were to even go so far as to presuppose that, Ronnie Walker drove that car, drove to that location, put that car in the exact spot, and then you see it on the video, drove away, turning the lights off as they're driving away. Assisting and aiding the murderer get away. The murderer was himself, but even if you want to believe it was Creed, he was assisting Robert Creed in committing this murder. He is a principal under the law. And you'll have the instruction, and you'll see what it says. But he was a principal, ladies and gentlemen. He drove, he assisted, he aided. If, and again, it's hard for me to even make this argument, because the state is telling you that it was Ronnie Walker that shot that gun. We are not backing away from that, even in the slightest. So I urge you not to think that just because I'm saying this, that we're telling you that it was Creed. We are not. Not under any circumstances. However, Creed that did it, or possibly Creed that did it. But even if you were to let yourself go to that level, Ronnie Walker aided and abetted this murder. He's just as guilty as the murderer if you were to stretch your mind that point. That is the principal theory. He drove her there, he drove away after it was done with his lights off. He got rid of evidence. He lied to the police when they came to him. Ronnie Walker is guilty under the principal theory, but he's also guilty because he did fire those shots. No evidence Creed ever drove that car. The DNA on the driver's side, not Robert Creed. On the windows, things and everything, not Robert Creed. You see him in every place you see Robert Creed, he's in the passenger seat. And he gets out of the passenger seat and he goes to the back seat when he's told to, because that's Ronnie Walker's car. He's the one driving that car. He's the one controlling that car. He's the one controlling everything. We'll go over a couple of other little points that Ms. Dunker talked about. She talked about all these calls and texts to Robert Parker about going out. Don't forget, the majority of those calls from Erica Sweet's phone to Quincy Creed's cousin were done the next night, the 7th. They weren't even done when they were out. There were about 4 or 5 calls, you can see for yourself, where to Robert Parker soon after the murder. And more than likely, you can imagine that you just witnessed your friend shoot someone and you want to get out of there, you know? So you start calling somebody you know, and maybe like, maybe I can go get with Robert and get out of here. Right after the murder. You think if you just shot and killed someone, you're thinking about calling a friend to go hang out? He's calling trying to find a way away from Ronnie Walker. Because now he's in it. He's just witnessed Ronnie Walker kill this girl, and now he's telling him, keep your mouth shut. She talked a lot about these witnesses that we have. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we can't pick the witnesses. I told you this when we were doing our diary. I wish all my crimes would occur in front of, the Pope, or mayor or somebody, but they don't. They occur amongst the people where crimes occur. Other criminals, most of the time. So we can't pick and choose them. But you also know that you can believe or disbelieve all or anything they said to you. And again, the little details that Quincy Creed gave, Robert Creed gave, match. Feeling sick and putting your head down. That's something that, when you're feeling sick, that's something you would do. The way she was shot and how she came up and how she's holding her chest matches. Getting out of the car.
Can we approach this?
question he said to her before he shot her. The fact that that matches up with what Stanley Wilson said the motive was. All of those little details show you that, now maybe they weren't both of them being entirely truthful. You know, Stanley Wilson couldn't remember some things. Remember, he told you, or he said that when he gave that deposition, it was just a couple weeks ago, and his proffer was back in August of 2022. It's been a number of years. He was never shown his proffer before the deposition, never had a chance to refresh his memory about those kind of things. So yeah, were there some inconsistencies? Absolutely. But that doesn't mean just because there were some inconsistencies that you don't have to believe the big things he said, because he's always been consistent on that. He has always been consistent that Ronnie Walker shot him. He has always been consistent about the reason that Ronnie Walker shot her. All of those consistencies stayed. The article that Ms. Dunker referred to, saying he was just like the article, I pointed out all the different things he said that were never in that article. And the description of Robert Creed was never in that article. And he never met Robert Creed before, so how would he know that Robert Creed is thin and bald? It's not in the article. I went straight to that article, read the line where it describes the son, never describes what the father looks like. But Stanley Wilson knew. How did he know? Because Ronnie Walker had told him. Yeah, I said it was his son. He's got these big dreads. It wasn't his old man who's thin and bald. It's the only reason he knew that. Little details like that, ladies and gentlemen, that show you, even if you've been a convicted felon, and every single one of you agreed that you would listen to a person, even if they've been convicted of felonies, and judge them based on how they testify, how it corresponds with the case. And I think if you look at it, those little details all match up. Ms. Dunker said something earlier too she said if you find he committed first-degree murder, you also need to look at secondary murder and manslaughter. That's not true. If, ladies and gentlemen, you go back there.
Judge, objection. It's an improper argument and this characterization of my argument, Judge.
I'll overrule the objection.
Do you think it
The rules-
be heard on this, Judge?
Yes.
Good morning. My name, you haven't heard much about me since jury selection. My name is Carolyn Schlemmer again. I talked with you all quite a bit about your feelings about the death penalty. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for the service you have done in this case. It has been over 2 weeks that you have been with us. The time and attention you have given to all of us, including Mr. Walker. We want you to know that we fully accept your verdict. Fully accept your verdict. With your verdict, you have assured that Ronnie Walker is punished. You have assured with your verdict that he will die in Florida State Prison. He will never be released and he will be punished. You have assured that. The decision you now have to make is, at whose hands does he die in Florida State Prison for what he did to Alexia Alexander? Because life without the possibility of parole, as you remember from jury selection and Mr. Terry talking with you, life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty are the only choices. And you are assured that Mr. Walker will never walk free. No matter what, Mr. Ronnie Walker will die between the cement walls of Florida State Prison. Now, this is our opportunity, and I want to make it clear as well. We are not trying to excuse what was done to Nylexia Alexander. You will hear from Nylexia Alexander's mother and her grandmother. We anticipate Mr. Terry will present them. Ashley Alexander is a wonderful woman. You will hear that's a good family. So we are not in any way, shape, or form gonna present mitigating circumstances to you to try to excuse Mr. Walker's behavior. But we have to give you that information, and the law recognizes that information, mitigating circumstances. Not an excuse. Maybe an explanation, maybe explaining, and being given to you so you can make that crucial decision, that individual moral decision we talked about during jury selection. And I agree with Mr. Terry when he summarized the law. There's many steps you will need to go through when it is time to go back and deliberate Mr. Walker's fate of how and at whose hands he will die. You have to find an aggravator unanimously beyond a reasonable doubt. That makes him then eligible, exactly as Mr. Terry indicated. You then have to find that those aggravating factors are sufficient for the death penalty. You then look at mitigating circumstances. You then look at whether the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances. And as Mr. Terry said, once you have gone through all of those steps, you're going to make that crucial decision. And you'll hear more later on. The judge will be giving you more about the law before you go to deliberate. Remember, just keep in mind, as we talked about during jury selection, that even if you find that final step, that those aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances, you can still, no matter what, go life without the possibility of parole. And that is what we are going to be asking you to do. I want to tell you a little bit about Ronnie Walker. Ronnie's not perfect, certainly. You've heard the case. No one is standing up here saying that. But you've got to make a critical decision now. But some of the things you will hear, we want to tell you about. January 22nd, 1978, Ronnie Walker was born. At the time of Alexia Alexander's death, he was 44 years of age. He is now at the age of 47 in his life. Ronnie has 5 siblings. He's one of 5. One of 6. He has cousins. He has his mother. You will hear of some happy times that Ronnie had in a close-knit family. But Ronnie Walker is a product of his environment. You will hear from his mother, Emma Hamilton. Emma will talk to you about Ronnie's life as a child. You will hear that she raised Ronnie and his siblings as a single parent. She'll talk to you about that. Up until about the age of 10. Ronnie was with his siblings until about that time. You will also hear that because Miss Hamilton is a single parent, his father was never in the picture. In fact, Ronnie doesn't know his father. He was never a part of Ronnie's life. His name is Larry Walker. He took off on Emma and left her with the 6 children, 3 girls and 3 boys, one of which is Ronnie. She will tell you Ronnie was quite sick as a child. Ronnie suffers from seizures. Seizures that Miss Hamilton will describe to you that happen, and sometimes multiple seizures in a day. He had been hospitalized at 6 months of age for double pneumonia and bronchitis. And after that point, so about 6 months of age, the seizures started and continue to this day. But these seizures would result in head injuries. And Ms. Hamilton will explain to you a seizure even caused him to fall out a window and drop 2 stories and hit his head. You heard in the jail calls that you heard during the guilt phase, you might have heard a stutter. She will talk to you, and other family members will, about his speech being delayed and the stuttering that he speaks at certain times. Now, we're about at 10 years of age. Ronnie's growing up with his siblings. But at 10 years of age, Emma Hamilton will tell you she lost custody, gave up custody of her children to her sister, who is now deceased, Gloria Hamilton. And the children were sent in all different directions. The family was broken up. Ronnie is 10. Ronnie and his brothers, John and Antoine, nobody knows today where John is, and Antoine is now in prison. Ronnie and his brothers stayed with his mom, stayed with Gloria, and were raised by Gloria. His sister Paulette was sent off to live with her father. And his sister Tangi was sent to live with her father. So at 10 years of age, his family was separated and torn apart. So we have no father, and now we have no siblings. You will hear that Gloria moved frequently. Ronnie changed schools frequently because of that. He never graduated high school, never got a GED. You will hear Gloria did not live in safe neighborhoods. All the neighborhoods she lived in had drug dealing and violence. Emma Hamilton, after she lost Ronnie and all of his siblings to Gloria and the custody of her, Emma then spiraled into drugs and alcohol. And Emma will be honest and tell you that she has an addiction that started about that time, and she is as well. She is mentally ill. Gloria moved around a lot. Ronnie had to change schools, and when Gloria moved around with the children she did have, including Ronnie, it was not moving to good areas. It was a bad area to another bad area. School issues started for Ronnie. Emma will tell you about the 10 years of age. The seizures will continue. You will hear that. Now, you will also hear that Ronnie eventually had 3 children of his own. Ronell, his son, Ron J., a son, and a daughter named Paris. In 2021, Ronell, this is about approximately a year before the tragic death of Nilexia Alexander, that Ronell was murdered, wounded by gunfire, and was killed. You will hear how that affected Ronnie. About that same time in 2021, Ronnie's grandmother, her name is also Emma Hamilton, Emma's mom, also died, right about 2021. I don't think Emma's going to be able to give you an exact date, but it's right about a year before the tragic death of Nilexia. You will hear how they were close. You will hear as well from one of his reunited sisters. And she'll tell you a little bit about how she doesn't even know what her real name is, but her name is Tangi, or Tanya Hamilton. Now, she was sent at about the age of 10, when Ronnie went with Gloria and his brothers. She was sent to be with her father, while Paulette, as I said, went to her father. But Tangi never was able to have a relationship with Ronnie. In fact, she had to use Ancestry.com and Ancestry sites to be able to get her family back. She will tell you that Ronnie and her were respectfully about 3 and 4 years of age at the time. They never grew up together, and now they've been able to reconnect though. And she will tell you that she loves and supports Ronnie. Ronnie's cousin will speak with you. His name is Davis George Jr. And he's going to talk to you about the fact of the conditions living with Gloria and the bad neighborhoods and the violence. Ronnie wanted to always be at his house, Davis's house, who was close to Ronnie growing up. He was close to his family members growing up. He will tell you how Ronnie basically lived on the wrong side of the tracks after being taken from his mother and given to Gloria, where Davis is on the other side of the tracks. A good house, lots of sports, his children are successful, and he has had a productive life. And he'll talk to you about the difference and how Mr. Walker always wanted to be over at his house when he was young. And he supports Mr. Walker. And you'll hear from other family members about the effect of Ronnie never knowing his father, the death of his son, and the death of his grandmother about a year before this, the witnessing of seizures, the family background. We're going to talk a little bit. We're going to have Emma paint the picture for you who everybody is, because you're going to hear some names. and how they support Ronnie. Please, please remember as you're listening to this evidence, again, none of this is presented as an excuse at all. It is to help you in making that crucial decision you were about to make. Mr. Terry indicated you've already heard facts about cold, calculated, and premeditated. However, that requires a heightened premeditation, and Mr. Terry acknowledges that. You have found him guilty of premeditated first-degree murder. However, this aggravator is a heightened premeditated, over and above your finding of premeditation. There has to be a careful plan, pre-arranged, and there must be time for substantial reflection. So it is different. Part of the instruction you will hear later is, of course, the definition of premeditation, as you have found Ronnie guilty, but it will talk to you about how it is much above that. And I will submit to you at the end of this, the facts do not indicate a careful plan. The video that you saw showing the vehicle, that's a residential neighborhood. There's street lights. Ronnie's got his street lights on. Before that, he picks up Nylexia with Robert Creed. The lights are on. It was very bright. You can look at that video again if you'd like. But he goes down Florabraska and makes a U-turn because it's a dead end, comes back up from the dead end and parks at the vacant lot. And it's approximately 47 seconds in the vehicle at the time Nylexia is killed. And the events before the car pulls away. The car only shuts off its headlights when it's parked. There's a little, when it starts to go from that lot, puts lights back on, they flicker off, then they come back on. This is a residential area. There is no evidence that you have heard at all in the first stage that he had some plan to kill her with that heightened premeditation. Certainly the premeditation you all found, and with the number of gunshots, but this is different. This is much more heightened. There was no evidence that he wanted to kill her, intended to kill her, planned it, and had a prearranged, careful design. Robert Creed said the only thing, they go out, Ronnie's trying to find a girl for Robert Creed, and then Robert Creed says he was, quote, looking for the girl. That's it. He picks her up. They go to this residential area, which Detective Whelan himself described as a residential area. So we submit to you that when you have, and you've heard all the evidence, you're pretty much not going to hear any more evidence about that, as Mr. Terry said. But when you get the jury instruction and you see the difference from your verdict already, we submit to you that they clearly will not have proven cold, calculated, and premeditated. A prearranged, heightened premeditation with a careful plan to murder. There's no evidence of that. That is an aggravator in the state of Florida. The state is seeking it. It is up to you to make that determination, and I submit it is what you have heard clearly does not rise to that level. And you'll hear the instruction the judge will give you, and we'll talk more about that later. You can also consider things from the guilt phase. His cooperation with law enforcement, his consent for a buckle, the fact he talked to them. Those are things also that you can consider. And then, of course, any mitigating circumstances presented or anything presented during the guilt phase by the state of Florida. One thing I want to tell you about his conviction. The incident occurred on October 23rd of 2003. Detective Drabanek was the original officer, original detective. Mr. Terry indicated he is in fact calling Detective Drabanek. Almost 6 years later, Detective Drabanek will tell you the case went cold. But in 2010, and so the case itself, you're going to see two different judgment and sentences that Mr. Terry is going to put into evidence. They are from the same incident, so we just want to make sure that you know that, from an incident occurring on October 23rd of 2003. But what you're going to hear, Ronnie Walker pled to those charges. He pled. Please, none of this, as I said again, that we will present to you is going to be an excuse. We are empowering you for your individual moral decision. In making that decision, you will make sometime in the next few days. And remember mercy. And because the aggravating factors you can believe outweigh the mitigating circumstances, you can still give mercy. These are not shown as an excuse, but to show you that man is broken. And he is worthy of a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and not the death penalty. You will not hear that this is one of the most aggravated and least mitigated cases. He's broken. He will die in Florida State Prison, and he will never get out. And that's what we are going to be asking you to do after all of the evidence, and you hear the law. Select life without parole. And on behalf of everybody, I thank you. Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break now, and then we can come back while we can present your cases. So I remind you not to talk to anyone about the case or listen to anyone who is about the case. Remember, there's people all over. Make sure you stay away. Thank you. See you
All
at
rise.
1:15, excuse me, 1:45.
And something he never would have told Rosalie, but maybe he would tell other people, is that he loved him and he'd had a few. That's not something he would have told Rosalie. That may have been something he would have told his cousin, but not Rosalie. You're also going to be able to look at a variety of messages that the state brought in 40A and 40. There's a message back in June 15th, 2023. It's from Barry. I have bent over backwards for you and you cause drama. Space, period, space. I want drama free. If you can't do that, then it's over. Space, period, space. I love you, but I am not in this for your drama. And we see Chris's response. I love you more than anything in this world, comma. And it feels like you're ripping my heart out right now, comma. But you're not going to threaten to leave me anymore, Barry. I love you. So Barry had threatened to leave him in the past. And that night, on the 19th, he heard him tell Miguel, I'm done with this fucking idiot. Barry responds. And remember the jury, you can see Barry's response times. It's within a minute. Because Barry did that. Barry responded instantaneously. If not, it was the same day. It was not almost 2 years, which is what it is now. Nobody has seen Barry. No one has heard from Barry. No one has talked to Barry. No one has texted Barry. Because Barry is dead. And then we see also some more text messages. This one's from Barry. Again, about Chris's drama. Again, space, period, space. Stop the drama and we can be happy, but right now I am done. We see Chris's response. We see Barry's response. I did not break up. I do not want drama. There's no comma because it's run-on sentences. You can look at the identity of how somebody responds to you to know who it is. I can't do this anymore. Either get on board or leave the ship. That is a text message Barry had sent to the defendant. Again, run-on sentence, not proper punctuation. We continue. Again, space, period, space. Space, period, space. And then we have Chris using commas, proper punctuation. Then we go back to Barry, space, period, space. Over and over again. Now, members of the jury, I'm going to direct your attention to the June 15th, 2023 text message at 7:24 p.m. It's from Mr. Davis. I love you more than anything in this world, and it feels like you're ripping my heart out right now, but you're not gonna threaten to leave me anymore, Barry. I love you. Barry was leaving him, members of the jury. And then we see again, okay and okay. We see the different spelling over and over again. Then we see a text conversation, and what we did was we put Christopher in red and Barry in green, except for obviously the bottom text message, which is an excerpt from the 40A and 40 composite. And it's Christopher saying, if you block me, I will call you from a different number. What did we hear about from Jackie Fordham, the forensic tech, as well as Bryce Spearman, the detective? That the text message that was supposedly on this watch that talked about an Italian dinner, it was from a VIOP, which is a number that someone is using to spoof, to scam, to do something of that nature. It did not come from a known phone number. Baby, I'm telling you that I am sorry. I do not want to argue. I just want to speak to you. I want to go to bed, please. Baby, I'm in love with you and you're in love with me. I'm freaking out. I just want to hear your voice. Baby, you know I get emotional. I do not want drama. The only reason that there was drama is that you're not answering my phone calls, and I don't understand why. Barry's response, he's visiting his cousins. I am with my cousins. Stop it. God damn it. Stop it. Barry, one more time and I will block you. If you block me, I'll call from a different number. The reasons why Chris was telling the officer, oh, he's done this before. He's gone to California and Wisconsin, here, and he stopped talking to me. No, he didn't stop talking to him. He had to tell him over and over and over again, stop it, I'm done with the drama, stop it. I'm working, I'm with family, I am doing something. The defendant did not like those answers though. So what does the defendant do? Within an hour of no, he searches Walmart near me. He gets in Barry's Jeep, chirp, chirp, and he goes into the Walmart parking lot in Del Prado Boulevard in Cape Coral at 9:38 p.m. But he's not there with anybody, he's by himself. We see him walking in the same clothes that he was wearing earlier that day. And we see him buying a tarp, a 12 by 24 foot heavy duty tarp, and we see his wallet. And it looks empty, members of the jury. We know what he bought too, because of the receipt. Tape, tarp, bottle of chocolate milk. And guess how he paid? In cash. You'll notice a trend. He pays cash for the duct tape and tarp. He pays cash for the pickaxe and shovel. He pays cash for the dolly. Because there's not a trail as much of cash. But Big Brother's always watching, members of the jury. And that's what we have in this case. A video of him doing every single one of these actions. Duct tape tarp, 9:57 p.m. Supposedly when he's asleep, because he's just so drunk. Now, the defendant does try to call Barry's phone. I want to say he calls between 16 and 17 times. And the funny thing is he stops calling Barry's phone once he reports Barry missing. He's so worried about Barry being missing that he stops trying to contact him. When the defendant calls Barry's cell, it starts at 10:19 p.m. It's routed to Barry's watch as a call forwarding not reachable. Then it sends the call to a different number when the device is not reachable, and it goes to a voicemail. When you look at the cell phone records of the victim or the defendant, it'll be the watch, it'll be the phone, it'll say forward, and it'll be the phone. It's because the two devices are bouncing off each other, and what happens is it goes to voicemail. This happens over and over again until Barry is reported missing on the 22nd. Now we move to Thursday. On Thursday, you heard from the narrator, Bryce, again. He's the best person to walk us through the timeline of the defendant's actions because he followed him. You hear from Cindy Thomas, who deals with Barry and Chris regularly, who states she asked Chris, where's Barry at? What was his response? He's working. Huh. It's different than what he told other people. You hear from the neighbor, Kimberly Zanzatali, as well as Miguel Blanco. You also hear from Brian Jobe that there's only 3 men in the apartment complex or condo complex at that time. Him, Barry, and Chris. We have Starbucks working, we have him going to Lowe's, we have him buying a hand cart. We have him wearing Barry's watch, we have him going to Target, we have him going to Publix, and we have the PNC bank call. And guess what? We have the defendant using Barry's card over and over again at Starbucks. How do we know it's Barry's card? Well, Barry's name's on it, the defendant's not. We also know it's Barry's card because we have Barry's records. Over and over again. And guess what? Barry's nowhere to be seen because Barry's dead by the defendant's hands. Now, we see him at Lowe's. We see him with a hand cart he paid in cash for. Huh, maybe that won't be tracked. Then we see him go to Target. Oh, there he is wearing the watch. Barry's watch. Then we see him go to Target. What does he do at Target? He made just 2 purchases. And when you look at it, they're small purchases. It's $1.50 and $2.56. Then he goes over to the ATM with Barry's information. Stands there for a while, doesn't pull anything out, and leaves. Then we go to Publix where we buy fried chicken and diet tea. Guess how we pay for that? With Barry's credit card. That's the 9617 card. Members of the jury, the next
Hi, my
glaring...
name is Melissa. Can I get your first and last name, please?
This is Barry Schmalbach.
Thank you. And how can I help you today?
I'm just adding my card to my phone.
Okay, we'll be happy to assist. Let's start by getting your social security number.
Yes, absolutely. 252-6607.
And what is the last 4 digits of your card number? And is it for Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, or Google Pay?
Apple Pay.
Okay. And can you verify your address on file? Your mother's maiden name? What is your date of birth?
10/15/1960.
Thank you. The phone number you have on file?
Yes, it is 708-31. Hang on, oh boy, I never remember my own phone number because it's just damn cell phone. I'm sorry. 708-341-0729. 341-0729.
Thank you. And the last piece of information I need is the 3-digit security code on the back of the card.
Absolutely. 409.
Yeah. Wow, that still doesn't look like it's been active. Okay, looks like it wants me to send you a text message. That number that you provided, is that a valid phone number or cell phone to get a text message at or phone call?
Yes, that's a valid phone number. What I will say is I've been having a problem with my text messages. Is there any way I can call me?
Yeah, I can do, it should give me an option to do it as a phone call. That way you can put me on hold, grab the code, and then come back to me.
Okay.
Right, let me just put that phone number in. Okay, and you said you wanted it as a voice call. Okay, just hit that, you should be getting a phone call with a 5-digit passcode.
Two 26015.
Thank you. Perfect, okay. Got you verified. Verify that card. All right, we got it verified. I do apologize it took so long. Anything else that we can help you with?
No, that is it. Thank you. And it should be, so it'll be ready in the wallet now?
Yes.
Oh, it says ready already. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Now, we showed you the PNC Bank records, that Barry's name is on the account, nobody else. And where is that card found? It's found after Becky Weber sees the wallet in the condo a few days later in a storm drain. And we know it's there because it's that blue PNC card. The blue PNC card that when you turn it over has a phone number on it, the same phone number he calls. Members of the jury, you also have to remember the searches that Chris did that night. What did he search for on the night and early morning of the 19th and 20th? Cell phone repair. Screen repair. The state would submit to you that the reason he had to do that was because the phone was broken, the screen. So he needed to get the call because he couldn't see the text. Now we move to Friday, July 21st. And about 4 a.m. that morning, we hear what happens when Brian Jobe hears something. We see a picture of the defendant with Barry's Jeep getting gas. We see the defendant renting an Airbnb using his brother's name. We see the defendant going to Lewiston, buying a pickaxe and shovel. We hear from one of his friends, Tom Wilson. And again, members of the jury, his friends, he never would leave and not take his phone, his wallet, his identification, his passport. Tom and Barry have been friends for years. They worked together at Restaurant Depot. And Barry never gave him a card after having been friends for so many years. It's consistent. Family and friends, he never gave him a credit card. We also see the defendant going to Seacoast Bank and pulling money out. The reason we know that is we, one, have the video. 2, we have the credit card statement. showing he did it. We see him going to Walmart and buying air fresheners, an air freshener that is found in the back of the Jeep after he tries to clean up. We hear about the apartment being in disarray because Miguel and Tom went in it when they saw the packages and hadn't heard from Barry. And they had the key because he had a medical condition. So let's start with Brian Jobe. 4 a.m. in the morning, he hears something heavy being dragged in plastic. Well, let's see, the defendant, upon a neighbor hearing no, 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 and whimpering, goes to Walmart and buys a heavy-duty plastic tarp and duct tape, members of the jury. Brian Jobe hears that heavy tarp being drugged. Brian Jobe sees that the light that they installed after Ian, which is one of those hanging lights, industrial construction lights, is off, which is weird because Brian's one of the ones that actually fixes those for the community. Nobody else really should be touching those lights, and it was working before. Guess what? It goes back on. Guess what's found on that light? The defendant's fingerprints. He sees the defendant when the light goes back on, coming up the stairs. Same outfit as the person that was dragging the heavy object in a tarp. Again, nobody's here from Barry. No one has seen Barry. There's only 3 males in the complex at the time. 2 of them, Chris and Brian. Barry hasn't been seen or heard from since the 19th. You're going to hear about, or you heard about, black and yellow boxes that Brian Jobe sees Chris carrying, which are consistent with the black and yellow boxes that Roxanne Hernandez finds at the Airbnb. You're going to see the same clothes as when the defendant goes to Daybreak, when he goes to Walmart in Lee County, in Cape Coral. Brian Jobe also identified at the Daybreak gas station, that being Chris, and that being the victim's vehicle. Same clothes as he saw the person who was dragging the heavy object, as well as carrying the tarps. As well as carrying the boxes. Then we go to Walmart, here in Lee County, where the ATM this time works, and we know it works because we see him pull out something. We also know it works because it goes to the Capital One credit card. We see that he pulled money out of that ATM. Not money, that was his, no, that was Barry's money. Because he had Barry's Capital One card. We also see that while he's there, he buys air freshener. The air freshener is a spray cleaner too. That's found in the Jeep. Now we go to the Airbnb in Clewiston, and we see and hear that when the owner of it went in, it was full of sand and debris. She likened it to a kid playing in the beach with a sandpail and dumping half of the sand in the shower and half of the sand in the tub, and debris that is very consistent with the items and the wood in the rural area that's out there, the raw Florida, because that's what Ventura is. It's a raw Floridian area, untouched, acre and a half lots as far as the eye can see. She sees furniture moved, and she knows that it wasn't there before all this debris because her and her mom cleaned the house themselves. They've been doing this for 11 years. And during this 11-year period, she's never had someone talk this much to her. Usually it's like, hey, I have a problem, or hey, can I have the Wi-Fi password? Nope, we got back and forth conversation of a play-by-play of what he is doing when it's convenient. And who is he? Well, supposedly it's Tyler Gamble, but the defense attorney submitted during cross-examination that it was Christopher using Tyler's account. But we also know it was Christopher because she saw Christopher running after he told her, hey, I'm gonna go for a jog or a run, and then I'm going to check out. She doesn't see Tyler Gamble running, who has a profile picture. She sees the defendant, and she identified the defendant in the courtroom when she testified. That is the person that was at the Airbnb. She lives across the street. We also know that he had Tyler's information, which again, the defense said he did. He used the account. We know it because it's actually saved on the phone, the password as well as the user ID. But members of the jury, we also hear that between 3 and 4 p.m. on the 21st, she sees something unusual, which is clothes being hung outside on the banisters for somebody that's staying there for a night. After the defendant went radio silent for 3 hours. No calls out, no calls in taken, no text messages out, no texts in, no data usage during those 3 hours. 3 hours where he starts at the Airbnb and picks up 5 to 10 miles down the road, 6 miles down the road, 6 miles down the road, which is a 5 to 10 minute drive depending. What's interesting is he has this back and forth with Roxana Hernandez. And he says things like, hi, I'm visiting my family and just looking for a nice relaxing place to stay while I travel. It will be just me. Then he says, okay. Look how he says okay. Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and head over soon. Good morning. Thank you so much for the great stay. I just want you to know I am going to get some breakfast and come back and go for a run before going home. The forests are so beautiful and the countryside is so relaxing. I will be checked out by 10 or 10:30. Thank you again. Thank you. Let's see. He then says, thank you. I'm heading out to run now. Yay! I will message you when I leave, and your home is very beautiful, by the way. 5 stars from me. I'm leaving. Thanks again. I wanted a suite, but I could not find the room. I had a great time. I'll be back to see my brother next month. Could I reserve this place for a week and bring him and his wife? They will love it. At what point during those text messages does he say, hey, I'm not Tyler Gamble. I'm Christopher Davis. Nowhere. Instead, he continues with information that is misleading. Using his brother's account, pretending he's his brother. Then we have a wonderful image of his face. What do we have him doing? Pulling more cash out. This time at Seacoast Bank in Clewiston. Using Barry's card once again. What does he do after he goes to Seacoast Bank? Well, he goes to Ace Hardware. And we see him in Ace Hardware, 10:37 in the morning, walk into the cash register with a pickaxe and a shovel. Members of the jury, he lives in a 3rd floor condo building. He's out in the middle of nowhere. Opposing counsel made an argument, something about a mud park. Guess what? That mud park's been closed since 2020. Maybe he wants to go mudding. Well, that Jeep didn't look like it'd been mudding. It'd been in the sand. White sand. What's interesting is, guess what he pays here? He pays in cash. Once again. And guess what he's wearing on his wrist? Barry's watch. You heard from the teller that was Christopher Davis. She even identified him in court. That was him. Then we move to Saturday, July 22nd, 2023, where Miguel contacts them and tells them to file a missing persons report. We find out that he gets rid of the shovel and tries to get rid of the pickaxe. pickaxe that he's had for less than a day. What's interesting is he tries to get rid of the pickaxe at the same place that he bought the pickaxe, just in a different area. Huh, I wonder why. We also have the Airbnb back and forth notes. We have him calling the non-emergency Cape Coral number, talking to the person. You heard that call. You watch the body-worn cam with Officer Dan Lilly, with what the defendant says, how the defendant is acting. As well as you hear from Becky Weber, who's the neighbor who happens to see the wallet and who the defendant tells, I'm scared he's gonna break up with me and I'm gonna get kicked out. So after the conversation with Miguel, before he calls the non-emergency number, what does the defendant do? Oh, he goes to Ace to dispose of the axe and the shovel. And what does he drive to Ace? Oh, he drives Barry's Jeep. Barry's Jeep that was clean before he went to Montura, now has stuff all over it. And what's interesting is his location, when you look at states 40 and 40A, shows him in Cape Coral at 11:26 at his condo. And he's at Ace Hardware, I believe it's 12:30-ish. He's got an hour, so he talks to Miguel, goes to Ace Hardware. We find out that he gets confronted. He takes a couple items with him, but he leaves the axe because he's trying to get out of there. An axe that was collected by Cape Coral, an axe that is in front of you today, members of the jury. Heavy enough to break up hard ground, to help dig a hole. The defendant called the non-emergency number to do a missing persons report, and overshared during that non-emergency call by giving him a play-by-play of what's going on. Kind of his MO throughout any time he talks to somebody. 7/22/2023 at 17:19:35. He calls Cape Coral Police Department. Remember, you have to do the conversion when it comes to the cell phone records. You have to do -4 to make it into Eastern Standard Time. That is 1:19 p.m. Talks to Miguel about 11:30, disposes of whatever he can. After 12:30, calls Cape Coral. Yes, he does call law enforcement at LCSO. You'll see the Lee County Sheriff's Office number, but 20 minutes later is when he calls the Cape Coral number that he's been advised to call to do the missing persons report. That's still a half an hour after he drops off the pickaxe and shovel. And then we have Dan Lilly, whose body worn you got to watch. And remember, the defendant's so worried the entire time. Christopher says, basically, hey, this is my name, this is my date of birth. He gives the date of birth of 6/9/1989. The officer actually repeats it when he's calling into dispatch. Last name is Davis, Delta, Alpha, Victor, India, Sierra, white male, date of birth is 6/9/1989. The defendant is standing next to the officer when the officer does this. On the stand, Becky, one of the neighbors, said that the neighborhood would figure out who would take Bear to the airport. He would never take an Uber. It's like Melrose Place. They knew what was going on. They all cared about each other. Honestly, Melrose Place might have had more drama than the neighborhood did, but they were there for each other. The defendant says the airport, yes, every time he goes to the airport, he Ubers. Every single time. He never takes the car out of town because he leaves it here. Okay. And then we've got the officer and Chris having a conversation. And so I don't know what to do, but I want to go ahead and file the report because his friends are now saying that, like, I need to because he's not responding to them. And then the officer says, friends, the ones that he went to the Italian dinner, anything like that? Chris, no, not the Italian dinner. The Italian dinner, I turned on his fucking Apple Watch. Here, I'll show you. Officer says, well, do you have something that tracks him? Chris says, basically, he left the watch here because he knows I've tracked him in the past. He left the watch here because Barry's not with us anymore. Barry's dead. The watch that Chris is wearing over and over and over again in the videos as well as the photographs you've seen from the 19th until the 24th when it's collected. How long have y'all been together, Chris? Almost 4 months now. Cinco de Mayo? Let's see, June, July, August, September. That's not 4 months. What is it? 2 months. Would it be okay just to like wait a day or two and then actually just like do all this? Because like I don't want to file anything and then he shows up. If he's not here by Tuesday or Wednesday, I'll just call you guys back. Huh. He did tell the officers that Barry tried to come into the apartment and drop off packages. It wasn't Barry, it was Miguel and Tom. And what does the defendant do after this? Guess where he goes? He goes to Home Depot. Guess what he buys? A swing lock, like the kind that prevents somebody from coming into your hotel room, and a deadbolt lock to change out the locks of the condo. The defendant, I'm beginning to get in the middle stages of worried, and what if he's not here next week? Like, what if he's not here tomorrow? Well, the officer says then you can call us back and file a missing persons report. Went back and forth. And then Chris says, I mean, he took some clothes, obviously. Like, there's some clothes and stuff that's gone. That's weird, because when you look at the apartment pictures, what do you see? You see Barry's medicine. You see Barry's watch. You see Barry's passport. You see Barry's toothbrush. A man that's so meticulous and clean forgets his toothbrush, forgets to bring his clothes, forgets to bring his identification, forgets to bring his wallet. Members of the jury, you get to use your common sense in this case, and it doesn't make sense. It's because the defendant killed him. And remember how I pointed out that he told the officer 6/9 of 1989? Guess what? His birth date is 6/8 of 1988. Another discrepancy. Now you hear from the friend, Becky Weber, who tells you she sees the victim's wallet. That wallet is found in a storm drain on the same street that Barry and Chris live on. A storm drain that's on their daily walks to Starbucks. A wallet that we know he had with him when he was at Cruisers because he pulled a credit card out of it to pay the bill. Credit card that is later found in Chris's wallet when the search warrant is done on the 24th. He tells Becky, I'm worried about him breaking up with me and kicking me out because I'm unemployed. What am I going to do? Becky flat out told them. Barry's not like that. You know that. Because that's the kind of person Barry was. Kind, friendly, willing to help out his friends, willing to help out his family. Heck, he employed one of his family members. He's had the same friends for years, one since grade school. Then we move to Sunday the 23rd, where we hear that the defendant goes to Home Depot, buys a Century safe, the swing bar lock, and a deadbolt lock. Well, the Century safe, we find out, he does searches for. He tries to figure out how to break a code. He tries to search for the exact same safe that the victim has in his apartment. The exact same safe that has fingerprints all over it because the defendant tried to get in and couldn't. He buys that deadbolt lock because he knows Barry's not around, but somebody else is poking around to make sure they stay out. We see again, he uses Barry's credit card. He uses Barry's credit card to buy the fire safe, buy the door guard, and buy the lock. Again, Barry's nowhere around. Why would you need a safe? Why would you need to change the locks? We have his search history, his phone calls, and there we have him, walking out, so worried. Then we find out the next day from the Starbucks employee when he buys another Starbucks with Barry's credit card that he's now changed and said Barry's been missing for a day or two. This is a hate crime. He goes to Anna Teresa's Aesthetics, gets filler done. So worried that he has to get his filler done because his boyfriend's missing. He talks to law enforcement. They do search warrants of his house, of the car, of the wallet, of the phone. He heard from his friend as well as his cousin. This is not Barry. Barry would always respond. And they haven't heard from him in almost 2 years. So what did Cindy Thomas tell us? Well, initially, he said he was working. Remember on the 21st? Or sorry, excuse me, 20th. Now he's changed and he went to a friend's house, he took an Uber, he didn't come back the next day. This is a hate crime. He's gone for 1.5 to 2 days. Members of the jury, he's been missing since Wednesday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. But it's okay because the defendant was so drunk he went to sleep, and when he woke up at 4 a.m., Barry was gone. Well, what does the defendant do? He also goes to Pretty Nails. We know he got a pedicure because when he went and got filler, he was telling Laura Standiford about his pedicure. Pretty Nails, he does searches on his cell phone for it, then he uses the card again. He does searches on his cell phone again for Anna Teresa Cosmetics. We see that when he goes to Anna Teresa's Cosmetics, he uses Barry's Amex card. $1,454. When was the last time that credit card was used? At Cruisers, when Barry paid the bill. We know that he has the card because that card is found in the defendant's wallet. We also know that it was in the pink trash can, the giveaway bag. The pink trash can that also included extra parts of duct tape, a cover for a hand cart, which is very consistent with the duct tape he bought at Walmart and the hand cart that he bought at Lowe's, as well as a cell phone case that's identified as Barry's cell phone case in the trash without the phone. Now, something interesting that Laura Standiford said was he was excited, he was giddy. He had made an appointment back in May. She also said he didn't have to put a card down, there was no deposit, nothing. He called the morning of on the 24th to make his appointment. His boyfriend is missing. His boyfriend hasn't been heard from multiple people, and he's so worried that he goes gets his face injected. And he throws the bag away in the same place that he's thrown duct tape, cover of a hand tart, and Barry's cell phone cover. Now, members of the jury, on the 19th, you see the wallet at Walmart, and then on the 24th, when they do the warrant, and they search it, well, it looks a little bit more full of credit cards, doesn't it? What's interesting is this particular card. That's the American Express. The American Express that was used to pay for Botox, excuse me, not Botox, filler, as well as at Cruisers. Not there. It's not there because he took it from Barry after he killed him. And what do we find in Chris's wallet? Credit card after credit card with Barry's name on it. None of them belong to Chris. They're all Barry's. Now, he tells law enforcement that when he got back from the bar, he went to sleep. And when he woke up, Barry was gone. But what's interesting is we see him at Walmart, and then we see him doing a cell phone. And he does a text message back and forth with someone who says, send me a pic. So what does Chris do at 10:50 at night? He sends a picture of himself. He's asleep because he's so drunk. He searches for every place he goes. Walmart, Ace, Lowe's, Publix, Anna Teresa's Cosmetic, Screen Repair. He was searching as he went because he killed Barry and he's trying to figure out what to do next. The entire time, as you heard from Jackie Fordham on the stand, he's talking to other men. He is messaging people. He's so worried, but he's not acting like that in public. And then when the officers ask him about the scratches on his body, he says, oh, it's because I was trying to harness my cat. Well, did they find a harness? Nope. Did they find a leash? Nope. They even checked the trash. And the trash is interesting because they're the only pink trash bags. No harness there either. But what those scratches are consistent with is being out in a wooded area, walking through briars, walking through brush, walking through true old Florida. Then you hear about the finding of Barry's wallet. And we also heard from Jennifer Monaco, who was one of Barry's close friends, who had a weekly appointment to speak with Barry. Though she talked to him more than just that, but it's something they never missed. She hasn't talked to him since July 19, 2023. And where do we find the wallet? Well, Matt Short saw something reflecting in a storm drain. Him and the other technician pulled up the storm drain and found the wallet, Barry's wallet, a wallet that Becky Weber saw a few days before inside the condo. Then we go to July 31st, and we hear information such as they had two different cadaver dogs come out to Cape Coral, and they took 3 employees' cars. They didn't show the cadaver dogs what car they were supposed to alert to. The cadaver dogs didn't watch each other. It was blind. And what did both of those dogs do? They did alerts and responses to the Jeep. The Jeep had human remains in it, and they were Barry's human remains when he was transported from Cape Coral to Clewiston. Now, opposing counsel has said multiple times that Barry was talking to other men. There was an open relationship, that Barry was on Tinder, on Sniffies. Well, what's interesting is when Sean Rippendorf took the stand, I asked him, was Barry on Grindr after the Cinco de Mayo party? No. And what did Chris do? He had to message Sean to get Barry's phone number to be able to call Barry. He did the searches for broken screens. Never found any broken screens. What they did find was an empty cell phone case. The defendant, though, had hookups, Tinders, porn websites, him chatting with different men, though, on the 19th and since the 19th. This was Barry's first known relationship and his last. Whether this was open or not, The defendant is the last person who saw Barry alive on July 19th, 2023. Barry Schmalbach. We heard from the neighbor that there was slamming, being tossed around, no, 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 whimpering. She got the chills, and she thought she heard a last breath. Members of the jury, the state would submit to you the defendant is guilty in all charges. Paid for cash for the tarp, the duct tape, paid for cash for the dolly, paid for cash for the pickaxe and shovel. We'd ask you to come back with the only just verdict in this case, the verdict of guilty in all charges. Thank you.
We received it already.
Please, court, counsel.
Everybody okay
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your time and attention thus far. Kind of like in the opening statement, I said it's a preview, and then during the witnesses and items you received, you viewed, heard, accepted into evidence, that's the actual evidence. What I will say is truth is stranger than fiction. Kind of hear that phrase throughout our lives because things we see on the news and hear from friends and things you just can't believe that happened. And in this case, we've heard about Barry and his heart condition and the medications you can see photos of, and you can tell some of the medicines, tramadol, a narcotic, he was prescribed. Continued drinking alcohol to the point of a neighbor's concern for his well-being because he had been in the hospital, had these heart problems, he had his medication, yet he still consumed so much alcohol. To the point a neighbor, not even a close friend, said to him, like, hey, you want to do something about that, I'm concerned. Injectable medicine, syringes, needles he had for the medicines he needed. And bear with me for a moment, I'm going to ask you to infer, which I believe the state has asked you to do the entire time, is take these items of evidence and then infer from them as to what took place. And you heard from the neighbor lady who was there and heard some noises, and it sounded like it was a brief period she heard some things. It didn't rise to the level of calling the police or 911 or being that worried or going upstairs and knocking and checking. Just with some gay men, I'm kind of stay out of it. Heard some banging or some noise, and then somebody saying no. And that was it. But it was like a week or two later, she talked to law enforcement when they came around and checked with the different neighbors. But up to that point, it had never concerned her to reach out. It was never anything that serious. And maybe as time has gone on, this case has gone on, it's become more so. I don't know. But at that point, she didn't feel compelled to reach out or go up there or call anyone or do anything with it. So infer they get back. They had been in cruisers. We know that. And then they walk back and say there is some argument about tracking whereabouts, and because there's concerns if you see other men, and being done with this, and Barry's going to leave, and Chris is like, no, don't go, and then they're both drinking, so they're both probably 2 hours of drinking, it seemed, from their seat for like $100. Nobody mentioned eating anything, so that's all alcohol. And it's a cruisers at Cape Coral, so they're probably not $15 a cocktail. It's probably much lower than that, so they probably consume quite a bit. And Barry leaves and goes wandering down Beach Parkway, and if you heard, Beach Parkway goes kind of through the river in Cape Coral, and then there's canals all around it. And say someone's coming down Beach Parkway and mows them down because they're drunk too, a DUI manslaughter. Oh my God, my life's ruined. What do I do? Crap. Bury in the car and go. Meanwhile, his wallet fell out and is now in a storm drain. So let's get rid of that. Let's blame it all on Chris. Let's infer from the evidence, everything, it's all on him, the mastermind here. Or it was simple as meeting a Mel on Grindr. We heard about that. We knew he was on it because the detective even told you, yes, there was in our investigation, he had been on there and he got scammed by someone for money. The person needed help. Even a friend or neighbor had talked about it too. And so he's on this app, which we heard from one of the gentlemen that it was a mail app for hookups in the gay community. Say it's as simple as someone said, sure, I'll swing by and get you. I'll be on Beach Parkway. No, don't leave. I'm drunk, I'm going to bed. He's going off with friends. And then they come by, pick him up. Who knows, he has a heart condition, something bad takes place. Well, let's blame it all on Chris. That's a simple, reasonable explanation. He left. He's half drunk. He's on all these meds. He has these heart issues. There's lots of canals around there. Who knows what happens? Truth is stranger than fiction. And the state wasn't there. They're so certain as if this is exactly what happened, yet but things don't add up. You know, their theory is not consistent. Why is that? Because their one theory is he's this mastermind that goes off radar and uses VoIPs and is so savvy technical, yet every little thing he does is on the phone. Every search he conducts, and where he goes to, and text messages he sends back and forth, like it's all on there. Like they got his phone and they checked it and examined it. And so on one hand, it's, like I said, he's so smart and savvy and technically inclined and can stay off the radar, and yet he goes to like Walmart where everybody knows they have 1,000 cameras like Target and Publix, and anywhere you go nowadays, there's a camera looking right at you. So there's no getting around that. Same with ATMs when you take money out. There's cameras, it's right there. I mean, there's no getting around that nowadays, this day and age. But yet he's such a mastermind, he can stay off the radar. Like, I mean, it went as far as, well, look, he parked a little further out this time. Is that to get out the exit real quick? Or maybe in the one shot, there wasn't anywhere else to park. And he parked farther down. Maybe you don't want to get the Jeep banged up. So, had some notes on some things, and then I'll go through some of the witnesses. And I was going to mention too, is when he was at the Airbnb and he's constant communication with the lady about what he's doing, when he's going to leave. Hey, if you had a broom, I'd have swept up. I couldn't find one. So that kind of says, hey, there's some stuff there I'd clean up for you, but I couldn't find a way to do it. She later cleans it up, leaves him this glowing review, wonderful, stay, good things to say. But he says, I'm going for a run, and then later she sees him coming back from the run. So he's not like off radar, hiding out, pulling up to the back of the Airbnb, sneaking in the back door, going, leaving. We saw the pictures of the front and back. So his actions in other places don't match like this mastermind that's like trying to stay off the radar. So maybe why an Airbnb? What can we infer as to that? Well, Barry's leaving. The thought is he's with friends. Things are fine. There's nothing to worry about. Well, why don't I go stay somewhere? Then when he comes back, he's like, well, where's Chris gone? So now he's calling me. It's kind of a relationship thing. I mean, it was only like a 2-month from Cinco de Mayo to this time. But that's kind of what it was. Well, this is his condo. I'll go stay somewhere else. So he goes to some random Airbnb in Cape Coral. We saw pictures of the driveway. He pulls up and he goes there. And then he gets the one in Clewiston. Let's get one a little further. This one's kind of boring. And he goes out there, and then all the photos with there's a little dirt. The front wheels have kicked up a little dirt here. He was in a rural area, so he must have been doing something horrific. And later, I know he came back. It was on the Saturday, and he goes in the condo, and the packages are in there. And he thinks, well, wait a minute, someone's been in here. Has Barry been back? And he's put the packages in there, and then he's down at the pool, and he mentions that later when he reports it to the police. Well, he must have came in, and they're like, well, why are you reporting them missing? And on his watch here, which they both had watches, for what it's worth.
Objection, Judge, that's not evidence.
But he would try to nobody, Shay. He wouldn't try to convince the soul with that there. Yeah, it's a wrap. He can go ahead and hang that up. Chicken bacon ranch, baby. Go ahead and hang it up, sweetheart. Ronnie is also still on break. Let me see if I can find us another random something to watch while we wait for the next something to start. Actually, I think Preppy trial is still going on too. So let's see if we can jump over there. Let's see. How to do it? Or maybe not. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe they didn't do Preppy today. They ended the stream a few minutes ago.
Sustain the objection and counsel may continue.
Thank you. So concern when he came back was, okay, well, maybe he came by here because now these packages that apparently have his name on them that he ordered, whether they were personal or work related, are now in the condo. So when he reports it, it's like he must have been here. Then there's the talk about the Italian dinner. And then it's, okay, well, we can't find that. It's not on his phone that he sent it. So we see that it's a VoIP or a number we can't per se track. So now he's like the mastermind. Yet they got his phone and there's nothing on there about going to some website to create some number to send some text message. Like there's just total absence of any of that. So, but he's thinking he had been by there, and so there's not really concern now. But then I talked to Miguel, and Miguel tells me, like, no, we haven't heard from him. Now he gets worried. And he calls the Lee County Sheriff, and then they talk about how long it took him to call. I mean, maybe he had to look up. You don't want to call 911, since it wasn't an ambulance or someone right away. So he found the non-emergency number and called it and reported it, and then an officer came out, and you saw that. And so every little action of what he does is analyzed. Why is he going to Walmart? Well, maybe he's going to move out. And since Barry left the Jeep, he's going to use the Jeep. Barry keeps the Jeep pristine, which if you saw pictures, it was pretty clean in there. So let's get something to protect the inside as I fill it with items I own so it doesn't scratch things up. Later let's buy a chemical, let's buy this new car smell. Let's keep it the way Barry would like it. Let's be respectful. Then later, again, the inference for the Ace Hardware, like, again, another store, it's gonna be on camera. There's, like you said, no getting around that. Why buy a shovel? Does he know somebody out in that area and he's going to help put in a mailbox? Like nobody goes beyond and finds the answer. Supposedly he's like mysteriously off the radar or something and doing nefarious things as to innocent explanations that can be there. Let's infer the worst. But then I was going to mention the Cape Coral Ace, where things are left, well, someone else can maybe use it, I don't need it anymore. Help somebody out with it, so let's leave it, and then somebody else can maybe get some use out of it. But if he's such the mastermind, it goes off the radar, well, the Caloosahatchee's on the way, why not just toss it in there, or toss it out in the woods? Like, if you're really trying to get rid of something bad, because you've done something wrong, why not get rid of it like there? Why go to an Ace, in a city where there's cameras everywhere and surveillance and all this stuff? And then the normal routine of going to the Starbucks, because now you continue going to the Starbucks. And so I was going to bring that up. Is normal times in life, you go places, Publix, and see the cashier, or the Starbucks, and you recognize people. You don't stop and tell them your whole life story sometimes. Maybe sometimes they're busy. You don't say, well, yeah, I just got out of the hospital, I had surgery, things are horrible, my aunt died. Like, you don't tell them your real life story. You just kind of give them a little snippet and move on. Oh, he's with friends, or he's off on business, or where's he at? So you just kind of tell them something and move on, and they go back to working. Then about the tow truck, and I brought that up because you heard it's not on a rotating list. They call this one company for specific situations, I guess. And I imagine, like, you have vehicles that crash and people die. You have DUI manslaughter where people die in horrific scenes and consequences. And so you have this one tow company for specific situations that come out. And now they're taking equipment and they're hooking it up to this car, this Jeep, because I asked them, was it on dollies? So then they kind of roll it up, or is it, no, it's hooked up to like a line, and then it's pulled up into the tow truck. So it's not in a Tyvek suit, it's not sanitized or clean. We didn't hear anything about that. So we just know it's this tow truck that goes to real serious situations and scenes, maybe deaths and things like that, and accidents and bad situations, and hooks the equipment up, and God knows where it's been and what it's touched, and pulls the Jeep up. And then the Jeep, we know, is followed and it goes to the evidence and storage. And the judge will go through the instructions with you, and you'll get a copy of them, so don't worry about that. Some of them you saw appear on the screen earlier when the state was talking. And he'll indicate what we say as the attorneys is not evidence. It's intended to assist you or arguments when you deliberate. And had a couple responses to what the state argued in their closing. The videos, they're in evidence. You can view them again if you want, but even some of the snippets you saw earlier with them walking up Del Prado, it just doesn't appear or ever look like someone in some like serious heated end of relationship argument that's being argued to you as to what really was going on. And at Cruisers, we know from the bartender Sean that was there, because we asked him about the receipt and why does it have this other name on there? Oh, because the tab was with that bartender. So, and then it's so sure, like, well, Barry had the card and he paid for it, and then now Chris has the card. How do we know Chris didn't have the card to begin with? If you get those records, which are in evidence, and you can go through them, you're going to see charges before July 19th. Winn-Dixie, you'll see others like via Apple Pay, and these all occurred before any of this, like time at cruisers. So there's earlier charges on there. And what it was is Chris had gone to the Cinco de Mayo party, and we heard about this guy maybe raining that he had been dating, and that's how I knew the one fellow that lived there with Miguel and Tom. So he came to the party, and Chris was there even before the rainy guy came, because he came later, but Chris had already left. And then he had met, like, ooh, who's that? And then he reached out and got Barry's number later, kind of moved in with him. But here in this case, the state wants you to infer Chris is this violent, evil person. You know, you go from the simple walking up Del Prado to go back to the place to now this like homicidal person based on some little argument about, you know, I guess it's spun out of was an open relationship. Was he seeing other men? You know, is he concerned about that? Who he was talking to? But we're supposed to like infer like he's going to do something so horrible. Again, even that night, if you infer, we know Barry had firearms in there. We saw from the safe, the bullets, the guns, a couple long guns, a couple pistols. Those were found in the apartment. Did one of them get pulled out? Did somebody do something in defense? Did Barry have a medical episode? None of this we know. Nobody knows. You know, but the state and the government here is so certain. No, he did something horrible. We don't know what, and we want you to find him guilty. Then talk about Miss Weber went in. Well, that was a Saturday. Went to the pool. To the point, like he done something so horrible, but then he comes back and he brings the neighbor up to the condo. Like, come on up with me. And then she sees a wallet. I mean, how do we know she didn't see Chris's wallet? We hear from the evidence Barry may have had more than one wallet. May have been two.
Objection, Judge. That's not evidence. Overruled this one.
Yeah, so let's submit to you that there's a lot of cards. You can look through the pictures of the different ones. And I would submit the evidence showed that may have had multiple wallets, but Miss Weber may have seen like Chris's, like she's just glancing, like I noticed this in the kitchen and I noticed that. And then we know from what we see on the body cam, which you can watch again, when the officer went in there, exactly how it looked. And it didn't look like Miguel had said. If you remember, Miguel and Tom, they went on the, I guess Friday. They said, oh, it's distraught, and there's stuff everywhere, and it just not the way Barry kept it. And, but that's not what we see on the body cam when the officer shows up and he's there. So it's, I don't know if it's with time, people start adding things in their mind and really believe that's what the case was or not. And with my argument, I'm just going to make it to you. I can create a picture of the verdict form and put on there how you should fill it out. I'll leave that to you as the jury to do. And then I had a point which I made earlier about the records. If you look at those, the records from each one, you'll see the charges before the 19th. And I brought up too about the Anna Teresa place, about he had been there before already. Unless they do free consults, he may have had a card already on file, but it was unknown if that was the case. You know, so was the card really run, or was that one they already had in their system? He just wants to run that card short. Because they kept saying that he had the card, and it's not known. So again, with the party and meeting them and moving in, and this wasn't like a 10-year marriage or some like long-term serious relationship that's now falling apart. It was, you know, some guys, and you heard Chris had dated a few people, Rainey, the other guy who was the bartender at one point. Now he's dating Barry. So and go out and date someone else. It's not like his world is over. Now, Barry was taking care of him in that you didn't hear he had a job or his own money at that point, so he was maybe trying to get his life back on track and find work. But, and he did tell the one neighbor like he wouldn't really have much of anything. He was kicked out, but I guess if he did it with his mom's and live and find a job, and if he wants to date someone else in the future, so be it. But it's not, the world's not over. As if this is like some serious long-term relationship. And again, you get the videos of them going up Del Prado, and you can see, does that look like some like crazy, argument where people are away from each other and screaming and yelling, and it's that heated? No, it looks like they're just kind of walking close to each other and talking or whatnot. Then, there was, I think the state in their argument indicated, and he killed him on the way back from cruisers. And if I'm wrong on my memory of the argument, that's what we believe is heard, but that's all speculation as to what took place. And it's taking what evidence we have and trying to put together what happened or may have happened. There was a text I noticed when we were looking at the text messages and stuff they put on the screen. There was one from July 4th at 11 p.m. and it was purportedly from Barry. And if you look at it, there's no space, period, space. There's actually 0 punctuation in there. And then, so the argument is, well, was this something typed? Was this the text to voice? Was this, again, that's argument. None of that's in evidence. But what it is we have this small window of time where we're looking at some messages and saying, well, that's how this person always does it and has always done it and must always do it. And so then that means this is from him, but that was not from him. And it's again, it's just speculation. And it's trying to look at these things in the light most unfavorable to Mr. Davis. And then again, the VoIP, and I mean, they examine his phone, they find nothing on there of him going to some website to create some phone number and send some message. With the Starbucks, the card, like I mentioned before, you can see earlier charges. I already talked about, like, you don't say everything like, where's Barry at? Okay, well, let's stop. We were a cruiser, and there was argument, we were drunk, and like, you don't say all that. There's like, well, he's out, or he's with friends, or he's doing work. Like,
Jury's back, y'all may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, no issues with the court instructions, no one approached you talking about the case, you didn't see any media, you talked about it amongst yourself. Perfect, very good. Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, at this point in time, prior to calling our first witness, the state would move into evidence for this portion of the proceeding, State's Exhibit 2A and State's Exhibit 2B.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
States 2A and 2B are admitted into evidence.
Judge, and if I may publish these to the jury.
Yes, sir.
And these are the certified copies of convictions. And this is 2A, which is the certified copy of conviction for case number 09-CF-015021. And I'm now going to publish 2B, certified copy of conviction for case 10-CF-006452.
certified copies of convictions are from the same event. It's the same charge incident.
Judge, this time we can say we call Dennis Drabanak.
Good afternoon. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. If you can tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Name's Dennis Drabanak, D-R-A-B-I-N-I-A-K.
All right. And, sir, how are you currently employed?
I'm retired.
Okay. When did you retire?
I retired from TPD in Tampa Police in 2010.
All right. After working with Tampa Police, did you work anywhere else after that?
Yes, sir.
Where did you work after that?
State Attorney's Office for, till last year,
All right.
14 years.
And you were an investigator at the State Attorney's Office?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, back, you said you retired from TPD. What year was that?
2010.
Okay. Prior to retiring at Tampa Police Department, what positions did you hold at that department?
I was a detective for most of my career. Narcotics first as a young man, then homicide, and a trip around patrol, and then back at homicide, and robbery, and then intel at the end.
All right. Now, back in October of 2003, what position did you hold at the Tampa Police Department?
In 2003, I went back to homicide.
Okay. And were you involved in the initial investigation into the death of of Elaine Caldwell?
Yes,
And what position did you hold in the investigation?
I was the lead detective at that time.
All right. Did you respond out to the scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Describe for the jury, if you can, the scene when you arrived at the location.
It was pretty chaotic, quite a few people there. The street was full of people. It was at the 2013 Eskimo, Hillsborough County, Florida. And so I got there, I met with another detective, and was briefed by the on-scene supervisors and the adverse detectives, and then initiated our investigation.
All right. What was this location?
It was a 2013 Eskimo.
What was it? Was it a home?
It was a house. It was a residence, excuse me.
It was a residence? Okay. And was there a crime scene tape out when you arrived?
Yes, there were.
All right. And was the scene actually inside the residence?
Yes, it was.
Did you go into the residence?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe when you went into the residence?
Well, when I went to the residence, I met with one of the people there that was Raymond Lee. Met with him. I met with a little girl, and then spoke to him for a minute, and then he showed me where the decedent Elaine Caldwell was.
Did he give you information as to what took place or what had just happened?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not asking him what information. Did he give you information about what had happened?
Yes,
And did you speak with the young girl that was there as well?
yes,
Was she able to also give you some information about what happened?
yes.
Okay. And where was the victim, Elaine Caldwell, was she still at the scene?
Yes,
Where was she?
in the master bedroom.
All right. And did you go in and find her or see her?
Yes.
And what was her position? How was she positioned?
She was at the foot of the bed, between the end of the bed and a dresser. It was a narrow area. And she was slumped down on her knees. Part of her body was on the mattress, the foot of the bed.
All right. So at that point in time, you kind of took over or were the lead in the investigation, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And you said you obtained the statements from the witnesses who were present at the time?
Yes, sir.
All right. And after all of that, did you later attend an autopsy in this case?
Yes, I did.
And that was the autopsy of Elaine Caldwell?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 5A1 through A3. We can take a look at that. Look at those pictures, please. Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
And what are they?
They're photographs of Elaine Caldwell.
And do these pictures fairly and accurately represent what they are showing in these pictures?
Yes, sir.
Judge moved out States Exhibits 5A1 and through A3 admitted into evidence.
Defense?
Same objection.
Same rulings, they may be published.
All right, thank you. In States 5A1, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at the DL driver's license photo of Elaine Caldwell.
All right, and this was the individual you found dead in that residence when you arrived there that day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. In States Exhibit 5A3, what are we looking at here?
Photograph of Elaine Caldwell at the medical examiner's office.
And you in fact went there and you were present while the autopsy was conducted in this
Yes.
case, correct? And what injury did she have?
She had a gunshot wound to the head.
Right. Showing you what is marked as 5A2. Was this in fact the bullet wound that you observed that day to the head of Elaine Caldwell?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Detective, did you ever finish with this case or solve this case?
No.
Okay, so there was a certain point in this investigation where you moved to a different unit or different area?
Yes, sir.
All right, but you were the initial lead and you were the one who responded to the scene as well as to the autopsy, correct?
That's correct.
All right, I may have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Nothing further to switch.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just one or two questions for you. So when did you leave the unit, or when did you retire?
I retired from the city in September of 2010. Excuse me. I left the unit, I believe, in '04.
Okay.
I went to,
This incident with Miss Caldwell occurred in 2003?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you left the unit in 2004
That's correct.
and officially retired in 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And when you left the unit, the case went cold, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. May I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions? Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No.
Maybe this one speaks, please?
Yes.
Free to go, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Statement of target next witness? Yes, come on up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take about a 2-minute recess, so if you'll just keep them close, we're gonna bring them right back. All rise for yours. Tracy, Dr. Rubin, y'all may be seated. Go ahead and bring them in. Stop telling us. We're just gonna swear you in, I have to ask you a couple of questions.
You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
You've had a chance to talk to the attorneys about what you can and can't say, correct? Correct. This could be real important. that you stay inside what they told you not to say. Because if you get emotional and you say things that you may want to say, that you're not supposed to inside of the courtroom, then this whole thing's gonna have to start over from the very beginning. And we don't wanna go down that road, right? So just make sure that whatever those attorneys told you about what you can say, go ahead and say that, and stay away from anything they told you not to bring up. Okay, I really want you to do that for the court, all right?
Okay.
I appreciate that. You can go ahead and have a seat, sir. Thank you for coming down.
I'm just gonna put it on the record so that it's clear.
Okay. And she's just gonna repeat it so it's in the record,
Yeah.
what we can't say.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Well, I know that one of the ways that you knew, or that you found out the person that was in your home was that you looked at the Florida Department of Corrections website. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the person had just come out of prison. The one thing that we cannot mention is the Florida Department of Corrections website, or that the defendant had ever been to prison or had just come out of prison. So whenever I ask you questions, I'm really just going to be asking you about October the 23rd of 2003 and the events of that day specifically. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that.
Judge, before the jury, since he's already on the stand, before the jury comes in, we renew all objections to the testimony.
Same rules.
Thank you.
All rise, jurors entered.
One other thing, we looked through your thing, you have 6 prior felonies. They asked you how many prior felonies you have. 6.
Okay.
Remember that number?
Thank you all. You all may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Raymond Jerome Lee.
And sir, are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where do you work?
At Midwest Transportation.
Okay, and how long have you worked there?
2.5 years.
Okay, so I'd like to turn your attention to the time frame of October the 23rd of 2003 at about 8 p.m. Where were you at around that time on that day?
Home.
Okay. Where did you live?
Forgot the address, but on Eskimo
Okay.
in
And
Tampa.
That's in here in Hillsborough County, is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, correct.
Who were you living with?
Me and Elaine Caldwell, my girlfriend.
Okay. Was there anyone else living in the home at the time?
Yes,
Who?
a daughter.
How old was your daughter?
Was
Objection, relevance?
Sustained.
So at the time of October the 23rd of 2003 at 8 p.m., what were you doing at your home?
I was watching television in the den.
Okay. Were you with anyone in the den?
Yes,
Who were you with?
my daughter.
And was Elaine Caldwell home as well?
Yes, she were.
Where was she?
She was in the bedroom doing her hair.
And did something out of the ordinary happen?
Yes.
What happened?
I had someone come into my house that wasn't invited in my house.
And what did the person do?
Well, he came in with a gun. He came in to rob me.
So when this individual came into your home, do you know if he had anything covering his face? Did he have a mask or anything on?
No, he didn't have no mask on. He had a hat on, but he didn't have no mask.
Okay. And did he speak with you? Did he say anything to you?
Yes, he would ask who was all in the house.
And what did you say?
My girlfriend, Elaine.
Okay. And at that point, what happened after you said that to him?
He asked me to get up, and me and my daughter got up, and he walked us into the next bedroom where she was at. And once I called her, I say, Linnell, and she,
Objection, hearsay?
You can answer the question.
okay, and she turned around and looked and seen the 3 of us.
Objection, speculation?
Rephrase the question.
What happened after you entered the room, the bedroom with Elaine Caldwell?
Ronnie attempted to, with the gun, and she started screaming when she saw an uninvited guest behind me with the gun to my head, and she just started screaming hysterical.
And then what happened after that?
And, okay, so when she was screaming hysterical, and I kept telling her to be quiet, and he kept having the gun to my head, and he kept saying, well, where's the money? And she kept screaming, and then he pointed the gun at her, and he kept saying, be quiet, and I kept trying to tell her to be quiet too. And then my daughter was crying also and stuff, and my daughter kept screaming, and she was crying and stuff too. And then Ronnie had pointed the gun, and he told her that he wasn't gonna hurt her, and he kissed her on the forehead and said, I'm not gonna hurt you and stuff. So he pointed the gun back at Elaine because she kept screaming and stuff. So what I did was I reached for the gun, and we went to tussling with the gun and stuff like that, and the gun went off. I thought that the it shot up in the ceiling, but it hit her in the head.
Okay. After, did you see Elaine Caldwell get hit in the head or get shot?
Yes.
And then how did she react after she got shot?
Well, she fell.
Okay. What did the defendant do after that?
We all, three of us, we all freaked out, you know what I'm saying, that the gun went off in the bedroom and seen her fall and stuff, and he kept saying, well, where the money was, and then my daughter said, it's out there in the car, it's in the trunk, out there in the car and stuff. So he was leading us out, going out the front door and stuff, and once we did get out the front door, I pushed my daughter and I told her to run and stuff, and Ronnie ran down one way and I ran across the street trying to get help.
At some point, did you give Ronnie Walker money?
Yes.
Okay. How much did you give him?
Probably about $500 I had in my back pocket.
At what point did you give him this money? Is it before you went into the bedroom with Elaine Caldwell or after?
I can't quite remember, but I think he probably took it before we went in the bedroom with Lanier.
So after Mr., and do you see that person who was in your home and shot Elaine Caldwell in the courtroom today?
Of course I do.
Can you please identify him by an article of clothing?
Yes, right there with the gray suit on with the sunglasses or whatever shades on. Sent to the table right there.
Now,
Never
may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, do you know which one happened first in time? Do you remember whether when he entered the home and he asked you for money, whether he ultimately got that money from you before you went into the bedroom?
On a scale from 1 to 10, I give it an 8 that he took it. I gave him the money before we went into the bedroom.
Okay. And do you remember Mr. Ronnie Walker still asking for more money?
Oh, of course.
Okay. So tell us what happened at that point.
When we was in the bedroom.
After you gave him the $500, was there a time that he asked for more money?
Yes, when we walked into the bedroom. See, he took the money from me while we was in the den.
Okay.
As we was walking to the room where Elaine was doing her hair at, right? That's when he kept asking for more money.
Okay. All right. And after Elaine Caldwell was shot, did he continue to ask for more money?
No.
Did he take you outside for more money?
Right. Yeah, we walked back outside because my daughter had said that it's in the.
Okay. You can answer the question.
She said that it was in the trunk of the car. She was saying that to get him out of the house.
Hold on. Sustain. Strike the last statement.
Did you walk out of the house with Ronnie Walker and your daughter?
Yes.
Sustained.
Under what circumstances did you walk out the house, out of your home? After Elaine, may we approach?
I'll overrule that, Judge.
Under what circumstances did you walk out of your home after Elaine Caldwell was shot?
Up under the distress of Ronnie Walker with a gun walking us, we going out the front door.
Did he still have the gun pointed
Of,
at you?
of course.
At any point during this incident, did Ronnie Walker also have the gun pointed at your daughter?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
It goes to the aggravator, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. At any point in time, did Ronnie Walker have the gun specifically pointed at Elaine Caldwell?
Yes.
Judge, I would ask that you answer concerning your daughter, and tell the jury to disregard.
May we approach, Your Honor?
No, I'll strike it.
Did you ever give Ronnie Walker permission to enter your home?
No, I didn't.
Did you know Ronnie Walker before this day, October the 23rd of
No.
2003?
No.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions.
Cross?
Good afternoon. So, sir, you've been convicted of 6 felonies, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you indicated that Mr. Walker, who you've identified as being in your house that day, had kissed your daughter's head and said he was not going to hurt her, correct?
Correct.
Right. And he had said he's not going to hurt her because he has 2 daughters of his own, correct?
Correct.
Right. And you indicated and you told the jury that basically you are tussling with him at some point, and that's when the gun, quote, goes off, correct?
Correct.
All right. And at some point, Mr. Walker tried to get out of the house, didn't he?
Of course, all of us tried to get, yes.
Before that, didn't he try to exit the home?
Before that,
Yes, before you walk out to the car with Mr. Walker and your daughter, doesn't he try to get out of the house?
no.
You didn't just tell me that in deposition?
No, when I said, what I said was we all was going out of the house, not him trying to get out of the house on his own and leave us in there.
Okay.
We was all going out to the car, so-called, to get money from out of the trunk of the car.
Okay, understood. So are you denying that you just told me under oath in deposition?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper impeachment. May we
Sustained.
approach?
Well, let me ask you this question.
Okay.
And see. Did you in fact just give us a deposition?
Yes, I did.
Improper impeachment.
Did you just give us a deposition?
Yes, I did.
Were you placed under oath at the time? to
Yes,
tell
I
the truth?
were.
Okay, and did you speak with myself and Ms. Fawcett?
Yes, I did.
Right? All right. Let me ask you, did you make the following response to the following question or the following response and tell us that at some point before you walk outside with Mr. Walker and your daughter, Mr. Walker was trying to get out of the house on his own?
Maybe I misunderstood what you were saying.
Everybody.
If I
be
did,
quiet.
if
Hold
I,
on. One at a time. Don't speak over each other, because this young lady right here can't write down 3 conversations that are going on. So there's been an objection, grounds,
Improper impeachment.
overruled.
Okay. All right, and you indicated that Ronnie asked for money, is that right?
that's correct.
And he was asking that several times, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And may I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions. Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Be you ready?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Let's go. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Ashley Alexander.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Ms. Alexander is approaching the podium. May Ms. Fawcett and I approach?
Sure, come on up.
She absolutely had to back off of him because she was going to lose that jury.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'm going to read you part of the original instruction I gave you. Once again, the state is about to present evidence of the existence of an aggravating factor. Victim impact evidence may be presented. Such evidence is only presented to demonstrate Alexia Alexander's uniqueness as an individual and the loss to the community by the victim's death. However, the victim impact must not be considered by you as an aggravating factor.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
Is it just me or are y'all losing sound out of one side? Let me know in the comments.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, victim impact evidence may be presented. Such evidence is only presented to demonstrate Alexia Alexander's uniqueness as an individual and the loss to the community by the victim's death. However, victim impact evidence must not be considered by you as an aggravating factor. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Ashley Alexander.
And ma'am, how are you related to Alexia Alexander?
I'm her mother.
Did you prepare a victim impact statement?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Are you prepared to read it?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. She may
You may,
proceed.
whenever you're ready, ma'am.
My name is Ashley Alexander. I am the mother of Alexia Alexander. I became Alexia's, which we call her Lexi, foster mom, June of 2011. I remember when Lexi came to my home, she was a fragile little girl who was scared and nervous. But she became warm with love. She opened up as she got more comfortable in my home. Lexi was my gentle giant. She was sweet, loving, and caring. She gave the best hugs and kisses. My baby was always smiling. She wasn't confrontational with anyone. If you asked her for a shirt off her back, she would give it to you without hesitation. Lexi was always loving, outgoing, and she was always wanted to do anything to help everyone that she could. The past 2 years having the girls, I grew very fond of Lexi and her sister. So in April 2013, I decided to adopt Lexi and her sister. Not only because I love the girls, but because I wanted them to have a forever home. We always did fun things such as picnics, going to the beach, and of course pool every weekend. Lex loved water. Lex loved happening in the kitchen, cooking, and preparing meals for our dinner movie nights. When she was younger, Lex and her sister and I would always sit in a room and watch a Disney movie. Frozen, Monster High was our favorite. She loved Shopkins, and for Christmas, she always told me, Mom, I want all Shopkins, everything. So I would take the girls to my mom's house late at night just to go out looking for Shopkins in the store. I went from Walmart to Toys R Us, Target, and Ross. Wherever they had kids' toys, I was there. As Lexi grew older, I had to learn to adjust and grow and change with her personality. As she became a preteen, she got into the different hairstyles, different music types. She loved to dance, sing, and dress up. Lexi had dreams of becoming a fashion designer. She wanted to graduate high school and go to college in New York City. She wanted to study fashion. She also wanted to study to be a lawyer. For her 15th birthday, my mom and I were going to surprise her with a trip to the Big Apple, as she could see her dreams can come true and get the experience of traveling on a plane, something she always dreamed of. I miss the conversations. I miss sitting on the porch talking about her school days and talk about the school dances that were coming up and how she wanted her hair done and the dresses she wanted to wear. I miss listening to her dreams and all her desires. I miss her climbing in my bed and wanting her hair rubbed as she fell asleep in my lap. I thank God for allowing me to be Alexia's mom for the 12 years.
Thank you, ma'am. Showing you what has been pre-marked as State Exhibit 4A through J, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Are there an accurate depiction of Alexia?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 4A through J.
Same objections, Judge.
Same rule, I'll allow it.
Publishing, State A through J. State Exhibit 4A. Ma'am?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
look that way, or? Is this Nilexia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening at this point?
That was her 4th birthday. It was at Chili's celebrating.
State Exhibit 4B.
First day of kindergarten.
For C.
Christmas, I want to say she was about 11, 12. It was at my mom's house.
Did you put these enhancements?
I did, from
Okay.
Snapchat.
State Exhibit 4D.
We was going shopping. She was about 13 here.
And did Nilexia put these enhancements?
Yes, ma'am, she always had my phone on Snapchat.
Okay. State Exhibit 4E.
She was actually 10 on this picture at She High Elementary. She was in 5th grade. She was a patrol.
State Exhibit 4F.
She was about 7, and we was all going out to dinner.
Okay. State Exhibit 4G.
That was Christmas of 2021, and she was 13.
State Exhibit 4H.
She was 12 on this picture.
State Exhibit 4I.
Her 5th grade banquet at She High. That was her 5th grade banquet at She High.
And State Exhibit 4J.
That was just one Sunday, was at my mom's house, sitting at the table, and my mom was making a joke, and she just turned around and had this smile on her face, and it was a moment to catch her. And she was about 11, 12.
Thank you, ma'am. You're not.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
We have no questions. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you.
Next witness.
Yes, the state would call Lexi Alexander.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Leslie Alexander.
And how do you know Lexi Alexander? How did you know her?
She's my granddaughter.
And under what circumstances did she become your granddaughter?
When my daughter started, she fostered her, and then we all fell in love with her, and then she decided to adopt them.
Okay. And if you could get closer to the microphone. Did you spend a lot of time with Alexi Alexander?
I did.
Okay. Did you create a victim impact statement?
Yes,
Are you prepared to read it?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Leslie Alexander. I am the mother of Nylexia Alexander. Friday, May 6, 2022 is a day that I will forever be etched in my memory. I was on my way to dinner with friends when I received the call that Nylexia was dead. My first thought was that there must have been some kind of mistake. I could not believe, but it was true. Nylexia, or Lexi, as we lovingly call her, was a social butterfly and a girly girl. She loved getting her hair, nails, and toes done. From the age of 5 to 8, she and her sister would spend weekends with me because their mother worked every weekend. We would start our mornings with her favorite breakfast: waffles, eggs, grits with cheese, bacon, sausage, and fresh fruit, which she loved having to prepare. We would sit out on the lanai, eat and talk. Then we would begin our manicures and pedicures. She and her sister would pick their favorite colors, and I would polish their nails and add a design of their choice. If I were having a difficult day, Nylexia would say, "Nana, I know what we can do to cheer you up." When I asked her what, she would say, "Shopping." So off we go to our favorite stores: Dillard's, Nordstrom's, and Macy's. Lexi always talked about going to New York. We were planning to surprise her with a trip for her 15th birthday. Sadly, we never had the chance. She was such a loving and beautiful child, and her absence has left a hole in our hearts that can never be filled. One of Alexia's favorite hobbies was baking cookies. She especially loved baking chocolate chip cookies. I remember how excited she would get gathering all the ingredients. She took pride in measuring everything perfectly and always insisted on taste testing the dough. The kitchen would fill with the sweet smell of cookies, and she would light up with joy when they came out of the oven. Baking together became one of our special traditions, and those moments are now some of my most cherished memories. Nylexia loved to dance to her favorite song, "Girl on Fire" by Alicia Keys, even though she had no rhythm, but she was having fun like any typical teenager. She will forever be in our hearts and deeply missed.
Yes, the state would call Miss Gadsden Yarborough.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Ma'am.
Thank you. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Delia Gadsden Yarborough.
Okay. And ma'am, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where do you work?
Hillsborough County Public Schools. I was the principal at Shehai, and next week I'll be the principal of Muller.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you know Nylexia? Did you know Nylexia Alexander?
Yes, I did.
How did you get to know her?
She was a fifth grade student, my first year as principal at Shehai.
Did you prepare a victim impact statement?
Yes, I did.
Are you prepared to read it?
Yes.
Thank you.
As the principal of Shehai Elementary during the 2018-2019 school year, I had the privilege of knowing Nylexia Alexander, a remarkable fifth grade student we all called Lexi. She was a dedicated safety patrol and had a heart for helping others. She loved helping her teachers and younger students. She was a bright, kind-hearted girl who always proudly wore her patrol belt. I remember her enjoying all of the end-of-the-year fifth grade festivities, especially getting dressed up for our awards luncheon in a pretty purple dress. I also remember how excited she was to ride in my car to the annual patrol luncheon we hold at Big John's Barbecue every year. I remember how she giggled and laughed when she was talking with her friends. She was happy and enjoyed school. One memory that remains etched in my heart is the day she surprised us after she had moved on to Sly Middle School. She walked in the blazing heat all the way back to Shehigh just to say she missed us and to see all of us. I remember seeing her come up to the car line, hot, tired, and flustered, but beaming. That small act spoke volumes about the love she carried in her heart, even at such a young age. She longed for connection. Tonight, my mind is flooded with images of this beautiful, bright child that would be preparing for her senior year of high school this summer. She will never get to experience high school, prom, graduation, and beyond. In my 29 years as an educator in this community, I've had the privilege of working with thousands of students over the years. Some stand out more than others, but Lexi was truly special. She was always so caring and wanted to be a part of our school even after she moved on. Her smile could light up a room, her laugh was contagious, and her voice was full of kindness. I will never forget Lexi. She will always have a special place in my heart. Her memory will forever remind us of the love and joy she brought into our lives. Respectfully, Lexi's elementary school principal.
Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Judge. At this time, we would move in all the evidence that was obtained in the guilt phase into the death penalty phase, Your Honor. And with that, we will rest.
Other than previous objections, any other objections?
Same objections made during the guilt phase by Ms. Calpurnia.
Same rulings that will be all admitted. And state?
At this point, we rest our penalty phase.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before I recess for the day and ask you to come back tomorrow at 8:30, I want to remind you that even though there were two judgments that you saw, it was just from one case, and Mr. Walker pled guilty to both of those judgments in that one case. Anything else? All right, court being recessed till tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right.
Jury's left, y'all may be seated. Any matters we need to discuss outside the presence of the jury?
I believe so, Judge.
All right, we'll see you folks tomorrow morning at 8:30. Court's in recess.
Court stands in recess. Please exit.
All right, so we're out of here with Ronnie for the day. It looks like Mr. Boyce is friend Christopher Davis is on a break.
I'm Vinnie Politan. The subject of my investigation is the mysterious disappearance.
Today, I cannot tell you if that is a jail uniform or if that's a med polo. I honestly don't know. So in terms of, I guess, any objection to it at this point, I would overrule the objection and let you continue. We just take a short 5-minute break before we bring in another.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. Recess for 5.
Bro, they've been in recess for a long 5 minutes over there. All right, let's jump over to the preppy school murder. The Beach child, and all they parents need to be on trial too, if you ask me. They had a short day, so.
And then we will put the witness under oath in the presence of the jury for purposes of the jury's determination of credibility in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the records.
Jack Snyder, S-N-Y-D-E-R.
All right, thank you, Mr. Snyder. You may be seated. All right, so at this time I am going to ask the prosecution to please provide on the record an outline of the agreement that this witness has made with the state.
If I may approach the witnesses briefly.
Has this been marked as identification? Okay.
Jack, Johnny was marked as State's Exhibit 94 for identification. Are you familiar with State's 94?
I am.
Now, just briefly, Jack, I want to ask you questions about your understanding of this agreement with the state of Connecticut. Is it your understanding that in consideration for your testimony today and the cooperation during the investigative phase of this case, as well as any testimony today or any investigative grand jury or any other hearing, that the state of Connecticut agrees not to prosecute you for the incidences or any crime or crimes that occurred on May 14th of 2022? And is it also your understanding that you have to be truthful in your testimony, and if you are not truthful, that you could be prosecuted for any said crimes that occurred on that day? Is it also your understanding, based on this agreement, that if you commit any further crimes during the pendency of this case pursuant to this agreement, that you could also be prosecuted for the crimes that may have occurred on May 14th of 2022?
It is.
It is your understanding that the agreement extends until the final conclusion of this case, whether that be by plea, trial by jury, or a retrial on direct appeal. Is that your understanding?
It is.
And if you break this agreement in any way, that any statements that you gave before, during your testimony, either today or at any other proceeding, could be used against you at a subsequent trial?
It is.
Oh, that's right. And with regards to the 4 individuals that were assaulted on May 14th of 2022, is it your understanding that you could have been exposed as a co-conspirator to an excess of 60 years in prison?
It is.
Thank you. All right, Attorney Smith, do you agree that the canvas and the outline adequately and clearly set forth the terms of the agreement that's been marked as an exhibit for identification purposes, and that would be 94?
For the most part, Your Honor, I would just ask that a question be asked as far as he's been questioned about being truthful and who it is that determines the truthfulness. May I inquire?
You can, yes.
As far as your expectation, your understanding is that in consideration for your testimony, you won't be prosecuted, correct?
Right.
And it's your understanding that you'll be afforded full immunity from any crimes that could possibly be charged, correct?
From May 14, 2022, correct?
And that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding about who is going to determine whether or not you testify truthfully?
Just about what I experienced on May 14, 2022.
I understand, sir. Who is it that determines whether or not you testified truthfully?
I guess myself.
Well, the agreement's between you and the state, correct?
Correct.
Between you and the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the prosecutor is the person who can determine whether or not to charge you under this, correct? Would you agree then that it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you testify truthfully?
I guess so.
That's your understanding, right? It's not whether I think you testified truthfully or whether anybody else thinks you testified truthfully, right? You didn't make this between me and you.
Right.
Okay. So that's your understanding, is that you have to testify truthfully, the prosecutor makes that determination, and if so, you're going to have full immunity. Is that fair to say?
This was my truth. This is what I experienced on May 14th. And what I'm gonna say is what happened.
Okay. You understand that this agreement is between you and the state's attorney, right? And that your end of the bargain is that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Truthfully, yeah.
And that the prosecutor determines whether or not he thinks you broke this agreement by testifying truthfully or not truthfully, right?
Yes.
So it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you've testified truthfully. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
That's what you understand? Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, so at this point in time, I am going to just make one more inquiry of Attorney Smith. Attorney Smith, once again, is there any vagueness around this agreement that you have any concerns of at this point in time?
Not at this point in time, Your Honor, with the understanding that I'm able to cross-examine him about it when he's on cross-exam.
Certainly both parties are entitled to.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor, there is the ID that
All right, so in keeping with formality and format, just with respect to the jury and what the jury has seen, I am going to ask the witness to leave the witness box. I'll ask the witness to be formally called for purposes of providing testimony, and we will put the witness under oath. And this was for the purposes of the canvas. So now I'm just going to ask that you exit the courtroom, and then you'll be escorted back in to provide testimony. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. At this time, I would ask the clerk to bring it up. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of our jury last month.
the state will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulation, Your
All
Honor.
right, so before we continue with the evidence in this case, I just would like to address you, members of the jury. So you will notice that one of your fellow jurors is no longer with us. It's important that you not surmise or speculate as to why that juror is no longer seated on the jury panel. Okay, so I'm just going to direct you with respect to that. Please don't ask questions of fellow jurors or attempt to guess or speculate as to why that juror no longer sits on the case. Thank you so much. As such, if it's easier to view the following jurors who are seated in the last two chairs of the jury box, feel free to move over to your left to support fellow. Thank you. All right. So with that then, I just ask again, it appears that we now have all of our jury members. That includes 3 alternates as opposed to 4 alternates. So counsel, would you agree that we have the panel that we're moving forward with here today?
State will agree. Defense would agree, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much for that. So I would ask the state to please call its next witness.
The state would call Jack Snyder to the stand.
Mr. Snyder, please come on up. Take a step into the witness box and remain standing. The clerk is going to swear the oath relative to your testimony.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record, sir.
Jack Snyder, SNYDER, 1 Willis Road, Norwalk, Connecticut.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Jack. Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen jury how old you are?
19 years old.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
University of Tampa.
And what are you studying?
Finance.
And do you know why you're here today?
I do.
And why are you here today?
Testify.
In relation to what?
The events that occurred on May 14th, 2022.
And have we met before in connection to this case?
Yeah.
And can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances surrounding how we initially met?
So I hired my attorney, and he went to the state of Connecticut, and they formed an agreement that I would provide full detail and truth about what happened on that day.
And in consideration for your, what's your understanding with that agreement?
That I would not be prosecuted.
And is there any consequences if, based on what you tell us today?
If I were to lie about what happened or commit any more criminal charges, that I would be prosecuted or liable for prosecution.
May approach the witness. Showing you which is marked as State's Exhibit 94 for identification purposes. Do you recognize State's 94?
I do.
And what is State's 94?
Our agreement.
And is this the agreement that you executed in the presence of your lawyer and your father on November 2nd, 2022?
It is.
Does this agreement encompass the agreement between you and the state of Connecticut concerning your testimony concerning the events of May 14th, 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, this is full exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Court will accept in evidence as a full exhibit states 94.
Now, Jack, I want to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva?
I am.
How are you familiar with him?
In front of me.
And how did you become friends?
St. Joseph Football.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
And where were you in school?
I was a junior
Where?
at St. Joseph High School.
And did you go to school with Tyler De Silva?
I did.
And what sports were you playing then?
Football.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valley?
I am.
Does he have a nickname?
Yep.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also a friend of mine.
And did he go to school with you at St. Joseph's High School?
Yep.
Is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
A black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in this case.
Court will allow the record to reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Valley. Thank you.
Now, I want to bring it back to the events of May 14th of 2022. There was a party at Lazy Brook that night. Prior to the party at Lazy Brook, tell us what you were doing.
I was driving to go pick up Leo.
And what were you driving?
On the pilot.
And you said you were going, is this State's Exhibit 30? Is that a picture? What's that a picture of?
On the pilot.
Is that the car you were driving on May 14th of 2022? And you said you were going to pick up the defendant? Where were you going to pick him up?
His house.
Where's his house? And what time of day would you say you were going to pick him up?
Late at night. Probably around 9 p.m., 10 p.m.
It was dark already? And when you got to his house, where did you go after that?
I went to go pick up Tyler Silva.
And where does Tyler live?
In Milford, Connecticut as well.
When you picked Tyler up, was there any alcohol in the car?
At that time it wasn't until he got in the car.
Wasn't until who got in the car? So Tyler brought alcohol in the car? What kind of things did he bring in the car?
I believe 2 bottles of vodka.
And when you left Tyler's house, where did you go?
I think we went straight to the party.
The party at Lazy Brook? Do you know whether or not you were invited to that party, you and your friends? And when you got there, around what time of night would you say you got there?
10 p.m., maybe a little bit later.
And when you got there, how many people would you say were at the party?
Probably 40 people, maybe.
And what kinds of things were going on at this party?
Just drinking and alcohol and stuff like that.
So when you say drinking alcohol? Was alcohol being provided at the house, or was it bring your own alcohol?
Bring your own alcohol.
And when you got to the party, were you drinking?
I was.
Were you drinking prior to getting to the party?
I was.
And when you got to the party, how long were you withdrawn? Did there come a point in time where you were under the impression that you guys had to leave?
We were.
And when you were being told to leave, did you encounter 2 individuals that you were not familiar with at that party?
I was.
And can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
So we were under the impression that we'd be able to stay at the party if we removed people who were also uninvited. So when these 2 individuals came, I didn't know who they were, and we were told to ask them to leave. So we went up to them and we just told them they weren't welcome there and they needed to leave.
When you were at the party at Lazy Brook, between the time you got there and the time those people came, how long a period of time was that?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
And when you got there, do you recall what you were wearing that night?
I believe a red sweatshirt.
Do you recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
I believe a for Jersey.
Show your State's Exhibit 53. Can you identify the people in State's 53?
I can.
And who's the person on the left in the red sweatshirt?
That's me.
And who's the person on the right?
That's Lito.
And is this what he was wearing on May 14th of 2022?
It is.
I noticed he's wearing a helmet and a neck pillow. Did he come to Lazy Brook like that?
No.
Can you tell us the circumstances surrounding how that he came to be wearing those items
I think he just found them maybe in the mudroom or in the garage or something.
and just put them on? Did he put them on almost immediately when he got there?
I wouldn't say so. Maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes after we got there.
So shortly before the two individuals that were also not invited, at least that you're aware of, arrived at the house? So when you encountered these individuals, tell us about what happened during your interaction. Well, let me withdraw. Did you have an interaction with these two individuals when they came? Tell us about that.
So one of them was holding a case of beer, and we said that he'd be able to stay if we took his beer or he gave us his beer, and he didn't want to give us his beer. So the conversation started to get a little bit more aggressive, and we moved from the garage to the driveway, and that's when I took his beer from him.
Okay. You took his beer from him? Yeah. And when you took his beer from him, did the, not what was said, but was there another more interaction between you and the individual you took the beer from? And what was that like?
I think he squared up with me initially, and then I squared up with him.
So you were going to fight for the beer? Is that good, right? And do you recall how the fight started?
I do.
And how did the fight start?
After we squared up with each other, Lito came around and hit him in the back of the head, and then he lunged forward at me.
And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
And do you recall, when he lunged at you, did you recall what happened after he lunged at you?
I fell to the floor.
And when you fell to the floor, do you recall if anybody else jumped in on the fight at that point in time?
I think Tyler and Lito were helping me out while I was on the floor.
And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
Jack, have you seen a video of this fight before? So Jack, is there a pointer up there? Can I did. You have your monitor in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you can identify this person in the red. Do you know who that is? The person in the green that appears that you were fighting, who's that?
That's the Shelton person that I was fighting.
Is that the kid you took the beer from?
Yes.
The kid here with the dark pants, the light blue shirt, do you know who that is? I can rewind it if you can. Can you rewind it a little bit?
I believe that's Lito.
It's Lito behind the kid from Shelton.
It is.
Can you go a little forward now, please? Keep going. This person right here with what appears to be a light blue jersey and jeans, who's that?
It's Tyler.
Do you recall the fight happening that way?
Yeah.
Now, the fight lasted about 30 seconds. You said after the fight broke up, can you tell us what happened after that?
We all got up, and I think Sheldon keeps me down the driveway, and I caught her out, and everyone from the party started dispersing outside, and the mother of the house kind of shut the party down at that point.
And when the mother shut the party down, where did you, what, if anything, were you guys planning to do at that point?
At that point, just go home. I'm supposed to go maybe until we added to the group chat.
You were added to a group chat? Do you know who added you?
I don't know who added me.
What was the name of the group chat, do you recall?
Something along the lines of the basketball team.
And when you got added to this group chat, did you know why you got added to the group chat?
After looking at the text, I did.
And why do you believe you were added to the group chat?
Because kids who were at that party were upset at what happened and wanted to meet somewhere to fight us.
So did you engage anybody in that group chat?
I might have sent a couple texts back.
Such as what?
Along the lines of that we were going to fight them, or they wanted to fight us, so I was going to come, or something along the lines of that.
So you were willing to go meet them to fight? And at some point in time after the fight, did you get in your car?
Yeah.
And how long between the time the fight ended and the time you got in your car getting ready to leave? How long was that?
Maybe 5 minutes.
And did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who else got in the car with you?
It was Dimitri, Keenan, Will, Tyler, Lito, Mackenzie, and myself.
So you said Dimitri and Keenan. Who's Dimitri and Keenan?
Friends of ours.
Did you go to school with them?
And that would be Demetrios Arfanis and Keenan Frasick. And you said Will. Who's Will? And did you go to school with him at St. Joe's? And you said Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie Trafficante.
And did you go to school with her at St. Joe's? And what was the significance of Mackenzie Trafficante at that moment in time?
She was dating Lito.
So it was 7 of you in the car?
It was.
Who drove the car? Do you recall who was in the front seat when you left? And do you recall who was in your back seat?
Everyone else.
You don't recall where everybody was sitting at any particular time? When you left Lazy Brook, where did you guys head to?
So in the group chat, I think they were initially planning on meeting us at Trumbull High School. That was what I was under the impression of. So we went to Trumbull High, and I did see a couple people there.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, what did you guys do when you got there?
We pulled in the parking lot, and there was a black BMW who apparently was one of, I believe, Keenan's friends or someone in the car knew them. 2 kids, but they weren't who we were looking for. So we kind of just stayed in the parking lot for about 10 minutes or so.
And when you were in the parking lot for 10 minutes, did you all get out of the car?
I don't believe so.
No one got out of the car, maybe to go relieve themselves or walk someplace else, go talk to those kids in the BMW?
We were conversing through the windows on our cars.
And what kinds of things were you conversing about?
I think we were asking them to come along with us to go fight.
Okay, so that you made them aware of a potential fight that was going to happen? And were you having a conversation with the defendant when you were at Trumbull High School about what had occurred at Lazy Brook or this potential fight?
I think it was a conversation.
And what kinds of things were you guys talking about?
So we were going to go meet these kids and fight them.
And fight them? The intent was to fight them? Yeah. Now, you said you were there for about 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes, did you become aware that it was time to leave Trumbull High School? How did you become aware of that?
In the group chat, somebody sent us an address and told us to go over to that house, and that's where they'd be.
And did you in fact drive over to that house? You in the front seat driving, and who was in the front passenger seat?
Tyler, so.
And when you got over there, do you recall what the house looked like when you got there?
I just knew there was a driveway on the right and a front lawn. Couple of bushes.
State's Exhibit 49. Does State's Exhibit 49 look familiar to you?
It does.
Is that the house that you went to?
It is.
14th of 2022.
Yes.
And do you recall? You're from Norwalk.
Yeah.
Do you recall your path of travel when you got to that house that night?
Yeah, it was from Adams.
It was from Adams. May approach right. Show you State's Exhibit 1. And when you say that it was from Adams, you're talking about this road here to the right, State's Exhibit 1. So you came in that way. And when you came in that way, what did you do? Did you drive by the house?
We parked there at the end of the street.
And when you say you parked at the end of the street, can you tell from State Exhibit 49 where exactly you parked?
Yeah, right on the right to the end.
So right, if I put my finger, let me know if I'm in the right area, right around here?
Right there, yeah.
Okay, so if the record can reflect on State 49, I'm at the bottom portion of the picture, just to the left of the trees that are on the property across the street from 42 Laurel Glen, near the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen.
Order will allow the record to reflect that, thank you.
And when you got there, did you see anybody outside of the property at that point in time? And when you got there, did you or anybody from your group indicate to anybody in the group chat that you guys were at the house?
We did.
And when that happened, what occurred when that happened?
People started flowing out probably from the backyard of the house. We saw them coming out the driveway, and they just head after head.
And when you say coming back from the back of the house, do you know exactly what portion of the house they came from?
Yeah.
But they came down the driveway? And when they came down the driveway, did they approach your car? And when they approached your car, what was the lighting like out that night?
Dark.
It was dark, but could you see in front of you?
I couldn't tell faces, but I could see the outlines of people.
Could you see, was there light from the house that was shining? Your headlights were on at some point, providing some light? When the individuals, did they approach your car? When they approached your car, how close did they get to your car?
They didn't touch my car.
And were you familiar with anybody that approached your car at that moment in time? And did you have a conversation? Did you or anybody in the car have a conversation with anybody that approached your car that night?
We did.
What was the conversation initially like?
Very aggressive. We didn't expect to see so many people there, so we were kind of already kind of on our backs, and they surrounded the car. The windows were cracked, so we could talk to them through the car, and they were screaming, cursing, throwing stuff at the car, kicking the car, stuff like that.
They were. What were they doing? Spitting at the car? Touching the car?
Yeah.
Were you guys saying anything back to them?
I don't remember the conversation, but we were both going back and forth, kind of.
So were you arguing with them also?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And how long would you say that occurred for?
30, 40 seconds. Sure.
At some point in time after 30, 40 seconds, what did you do?
I kind of hit my car a little bit to clear the way, and then I drove off.
And when you drove off, where did you drive to?
I drove down the street about 5 houses down and stopped the car.
And when you stopped the car, what happened?
I let people out of the car.
Do you recall who got out of the car?
There was people in the back who wanted to get a ride home
And why? Do you know why they wanted to ride home?
because they didn't want to be involved in what just occurred back at the house.
And at some point in time down the road, and when you say down the road, are you talking, if you're looking at States 1, are you driving down towards Farmhouse Lane?
We are.
Okay, and do you recall where on Laurel Glen, or where on the road, I should say, did you stop the car?
I don't know, 5 houses down,
Was it close to the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
maybe that house right across from the farmhouse.
And when you got out, when you stopped the car, did at some point in time you have an interaction with anybody else that was not related to your car?
I believe we did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
I think there was a couple kids running down the street.
And when they ran down the street, do you know what they did?
I think they were talking to people who exited my car.
Do you know who they were talking to?
I don't recall.
Were you still in the car at this point? And do you recall what, if anything, was anything thrown from your car or towards your car at that point?
I don't remember anything all the time. It was my car.
When you were down the street and there were individuals out of your car, did you see anybody engage in any physical altercation down the road?
Yeah.
Did you see anybody from that other group with any weapons on them at that point in time? At some point in time, did you drive the car down the road and turn back?
I did.
And when you did that, what did you do? Did you get in the car? Did you or get out of the car? What did you do?
I think we went out to check the damage on the car.
When you said we, who's we?
I think they were already down the street. I drove off and then I came back around and then I got out of the car and we were all kind of outside the car.
So were you the only person in the car that drove down and came back?
So,
And when you came back, Mackenzie was out of the car already?
yes,
Tyler,
yes,
the defendant,
yes,
Will,
yes,
Keenan,
yes,
Demetrius?
yes.
And when you got back, you stopped the car? And when you got out of the car, what did you do when you were looking at your car?
Just observing.
What did you observe?
Dents and nicks on the car and something on the windshield.
Showing your states 31, is this something that you saw on the night of May 14th, 2022?
It is.
By the way, what time would you say you got to 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th, 2022? You recall?
Maybe 11:30.
So this defect in the windshield here, was that there prior to getting to Laurel Glen?
It was not.
So that happened when you got to Laurel Glen?
Good.
And when you were inspecting your car, tell us how you felt about what had just occurred to your car.
Kind of distraught and upset that my car was damaged and destroyed.
Was anybody else distraught and upset? Can you please explain how he was upset with regards to your car?
He initially saw the damage before I did. That was the last thing out of my car. He was just going around and, look what they did to your car, all destroyed, stuff around those lines.
What, was he saying anything else with regards to, he just said, look what they did to your car. He didn't say anything else?
He was just distraught about what happened to my car.
Was he more upset than you?
Maybe visibly. I was quite upset.
Was he aggressive?
Yes.
And when he was acting in this way, what, if anything, happened during this inspection of your car?
He came back around and asked for the knife.
And when you say the knife, what do you mean?
I carried a pocket knife in the bottom of my center console, and it's always been there from when I got the car initially.
Why was it there?
Just fishing. Any really reason I would need a knife, it was there, to cut anything. Whatever, just at the bottom of my center console. A bunch of random items were along with it, but I knew it was there. And when they initially surrounded my car, I had taken it out and put it on my waist.
So you're talking about down in front of 43 Laurel Glen when your car started to get...
When they were rocking the car.
You took the knife out and put it on your waist?
Put it on my waist.
And when you put it on your waist, did you open it up? Did you show it to anybody? And when you did that, why did you do that?
Just because I didn't expect so many people there, and after seeing what they were doing to my car and how they were talking, I just felt like it was, in regard to my own safety, I just took it out and put it down, just in case anything were to happen.
Now, after you left that initial interaction where you say you took the knife out and you put it on your lap and you went down the street, could you have just left the area and not gone back?
Could I?
But you didn't do that, right? And you say that the defendant asked you for the knife. Tell me what kinds of things was he saying?
He just said, "Where's the knife?" Give me the knife, something along those lines.
Did he say it in an aggressive manner?
Not really. He just gonna ask for it.
Can you approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jack, I'm showing you this remark in State's Exhibit 95 for identification purposes. You recognize State's 95?
I do.
And what is State's 95?
A copy of the knife.
Is this a picture of the knife that you sent me that is a duplicate of what the knife looked like on May 14th of 2022?
It is.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the knife looked like that you possess that information?
It is.
Attorney Smith?
No objection.
All right, court will accept in evidence States 95 full exhibit. Thank you.
Showing you State's 95, it's not marked as a full exhibit. Is this the knife that you had on in your vehicle on May 14th of 2022? Is this the knife that that the defendant was looking for on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you had this in your center console. I'm going to show you State's 32, picture of the inside of your car. And when you say your center console, are you indicating that this area here, or are you indicating the glove box?
No, the center console.
So I'm pointing to the left of State's 32, the center console area of the car.
Yep.
And you had taken it out of this area and put it on your lap, and you initially got the 42 Laurel Glen. And when the defendant asked for the knife on May 14th of 22,
Tell us about what happened. Did you give it to him? What happened? You gave him the knife? And when you gave him the knife, why did you do that?
I wasn't really thinking. I just gave it to him. He asked for it. I gave it to him.
Now, is there any conversation between you or anybody else just slightly before or after you give the defendant the knife?
Yeah, before.
And what are you guys talking about?
Tyler, maybe Lito, I think they knew people at the party. I didn't, but they wanted to go back because maybe they recognized a couple kids, and they were gonna go try and talk to them, calm it down, maybe just make peace with them. That's the whole plan.
And did you in fact get in your car?
We did.
Who got in your car?
I got in the driver's seat, and Lito got in the passenger, and Tyler in the back.
And did anybody else get in the car at that point in time? No. And when you got in the car, where did you go?
We drove up towards the lawn.
when you say drove up to the front lawn, States 49, can you show us in States 49 where you drove up?
Right to the right of the red bush.
This bush?
Red bush, yep.
You stopped here? And when you stopped there, what happened when you stopped there?
Tyler and Lito got out.
And where did they go?
They started walking towards the crowd of people that was on the lawn.
And when they did that, what did you do?
I was at my window down, and I was kind of watching them, just making sure they were okay.
And did you stay in that area?
I stayed right parallel to them the whole time.
Did you move the car up a little bit?
I crept up as they walked up.
And when you walked up, were you able to observe the interaction between
Tyler and the defendant and the group from 43 Laurel Glen?
It was dark out, and I could see what was going on.
Now, prior to getting there, were you ever under the impression that were you told to leave and get out of here? Do you recall that?
I can't recall that.
Okay. Now, when you when Tyler and the defendant get out of the car and they're on the property here,
they're on the property? What kinds of things, was there any verbal interaction between the defendant and Tyler and the people from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, they were conversing, but it didn't sound aggressive at first.
Show you States 4. Do you recall where your car was in States 4 when you noticed that they were conversing?
Like a little bit in between the bushes, maybe.
Would it be over here somewhere?
Yeah, middle of the street.
Middle of the street? Were there cars parked on the side of the street?
Yeah.
So you couldn't be near the curb, per se?
Well, I was kind of in the middle of the street just watching.
Okay. And you were in the driver's seat, car was on, you were looking over your shoulder?
Yep.
Through the window? Window was up?
It was down. It was down.
it was down. And you said that you heard talking back and forth?
Yeah.
It was normal at first? And how long would you say it was normal for?
10, 20 seconds.
And then at some point in time, did it escalate?
It did.
And can you tell us about that?
Someone came out from the crowd and punched Lito in the face.
And when that happened, what did you observe?
Just all out chaos at that point.
Did you observe where the defendant was after he got punched? Did you observe where Tyler was after that happened? At some point in time, do you stay in that area right as the fight's going on?
The whole time.
And at some point during the fight, does anybody come back to your car?
Yeah, initially.
And when he comes back to your car, does he get in the car?
No, I think he opened the door.
Okay.
He came up to the door.
And after he opened the door, what, if anything, did you observe him do next?
He just went back.
And when he went back, at some point in time, how long did he, from the time he left your car to go back, did he come back to the car at some point?
He came back, went back, and then came back. Yes.
How long did that take, do you think?
10, 15 seconds.
Did you see where he went when he left your car the first time, like, or the second time, I should say? Did he, you didn't see him if he went back into the fight? You just,
I think he went back into the fight. That's where at that.
and when he, did you see him engage anybody in the fight at that point? At some point in time, does the fight end, or does
I think Lito got back in the car.
first?
Got back in first.
And where did he get in the car?
He got in the passenger seat.
The front passenger seat? Okay, and at some point in time, did Tyler come back to the car?
He came in after Lito. Lito got in the passenger seat and first, and he was like all distraught and said something along the lines of like, I think I just stabbed like 4 people or something like that, holding the knife.
He said he stabbed 4 people? He was holding the knife? And how soon after he said that did Tyler DeSilva get in the car?
Maybe 10 seconds after I kind of crept up a little bit more.
So you started to move and then Tyler jumped in? Where did he jump in?
Passenger seat.
Was it on the passenger side or the driver's side?
Passenger side.
And when he got in the car, what did you do next?
I took off down the street towards Adams.
Okay, so if we're looking at stage 1, you took off towards Adams when you got to Adams, so this way, just for the record, motioning from the left of the exhibit to the right towards Adams, right? And when you got to Adams, where did you go?
We took a left.
So you went down here, and you hit the cul-de-sac? What happened when you hit the cul-de-sac?
So as I was going around the cul-de-sac, Lito told me to stop the car.
You told me to stop the car? Do you recall where you stopped the car? You want to point out?
Right there.
And so, you parked on the side of the cul-de-sac there?
Yep.
And when you stopped the car, what, if anything, happened when you stopped the car?
Lito got out of the front passenger and threw the knife.
You saw him throw the knife?
I did.
Where did he throw the knife?
Directly into the woods area that was right there.
Show you State's Exhibit 45, the cul-de-sac, Adams Road, you pull that?
Yeah, I do.
And does this look like, State's 46, does this look like the wooded area where the knife was tossed?
Yes.
And after he threw the knife in the woods, what happened after that? Did he get back in the car? And when he got back in the car, what, if anything, did he say?
I don't recall him saying anything when he got back.
So you got back in the car, and what did you do?
I took off and took a right back on the street, which is where I believe people were getting their rides.
So you drove back down Laurel Glen? Then you came back on Stage 1, you came back down this way? You took a right on Laurel Glen, so you go past the house again?
Yep.
And you met people down here?
Yep.
People that were originally in your car? Yep. And when you got down to that end of the street, what, if anything, happened when you got there?
I dropped Lito off. I think that's where he was getting picked up.
Do you know who he was getting picked up by?
I think Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick her and pick him up.
And when he, so he got out of the car at that point? And when he got out of the car, what happened when he got out of the car?
Tyler got in the front passenger. Then he took off towards Tyler's house.
And when you took off, did you know how to get home from where you were?
I used Google Maps to get to Tyler's.
And you drove down to Tyler's house? And when you got to Tyler's house, did you have, what happened when you got to Tyler's house?
We met Owen DeSilva, Tyler's cousin. He was outside.
And were you talking with Owen DeSilva? Did you tell him what happened? Did you and Tyler DeSilva, not what you guys said, but did you have a conversation with Tyler on the way from Laurel Glen to Milford when you talked to Owen DeSilva?
Good.
And what kinds of things were you saying to Tyler DeSilva?
I kind of told him that Lito said something like, "Oh my God, I think I stabbed people" or something. We were talking about his injuries because Tyler was all bloodied up and in bad condition.
How did Lito appear? Did you get a good look at Lito?
He was also pretty bloodied up. They were both kind of beat up.
Yeah. And did you say anything else when you were talking, when you were going to Milford?
The conversation was kind of along the lines of like, how are we going to get back at these people? Because like, at the time we had no idea the severity of the situation. Like when Lito said like I stabbed people, I'm thinking like he's on the ground and maybe hit someone in the leg or something and got out of it and got back in my car. So it was kind of like the tension was kind of still there. And in the group chat, kids were still texting in the group chat. So it was kind of just still kind of aggressive between the groups. So we were just kind of talking about like how are we going to get back at these guys? Cause
You didn't understand the severity of it?
it's always going to jump or something and we were going home.
And did you text anything in the group chat? after the incident, 43 Local?
I did.
What did you text?
I guess I said something along the lines of like, enjoy the hospital visit or something.
And at some point in time, you talked to Owen DeSilva. Do you stay in Milford that night, or do you leave? And you go to home, and home back to Norwalk? And when you go back to Norwalk, when you get home, do you have any conversation with anybody when you get home?
Yeah, my father.
And did you tell your father what had happened?
I did.
And not what he said to you, but what was his appearance to you when you told him what had happened?
He kind of looked shocked and kind of gave me the impression that this was going to be something more serious than I kind of thought it was.
At some point in time, did you have another conversation with another family member?
I did.
Who did you have a conversation with?
My cousin,
And who's your cousin?
Mario.
And you talked about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen?
Mhm.
And at some point in time, were you contacted by the Shelton Police Department in any way? Was it, how close in time was it from the time of the incident to the time Shelton Police Department contacted you?
It was that morning.
And did you talk to the police at that point in time?
My father picked the phone up and just told him that we were hiring an attorney.
So you hired a lawyer at that point? And again, that was May 15th of 2022?
Yeah, I believe so.
And at some point in time, do you recall in consulting with your lawyer and your father or your parents, do you recall wanting to meet with the state's attorney's office with regards, or the state Shelton Police Department, the state's attorney's office with regards to this incident?
Yep.
And is that when your lawyer approached state's attorney's office to give us potential information about this case? In particular, where the knife was discarded? And is the first time that you spoke to law enforcement regarding this case, was that on November 2nd of 2022?
I believe so.
And did you give a subsequent interview with law enforcement to clarify anything that may have been misunderstood?
Yep.
May have a moment, Your Honor. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Snyder. You and I have never met before. Never talked about this case before. Well, so let's talk a little bit about it now. You told us that the evening began with you picking up Mr. Valley and Mr. DeSilva in your Honda Pilot that evening sometime, correct?
Yes.
And then you took everybody over to 5 Lazy Brook Road, correct?
Yes.
And that's where you had been invited over to the Lifers house, right?
No.
No.
We weren't invited. I think we just got word that there was a party there.
Okay. Who'd you get that word from?
I can't remember who told us to go, but we just eventually went.
Okay. You got there and you were there for 1 or 2 hours.
That sounds right.
Did you see the Lifers when you were there?
We did.
You knew Madigan from school?
I did.
And you knew Austin from school? Did you see Austin that evening?
I think briefly I did, yeah.
You said there were maybe 40 people there when you got there?
I believe so.
You'd been drinking at the party and beforehand?
Yes.
But you didn't bring the alcohol. That was Tyler DeSilva who brought the alcohol.
Yes.
And then 2 individuals that you didn't know arrived and you told them that they had to leave, right? Did one of those individuals, the one holding the case of beer, did he give you a beer?
I can't remember giving me a beer now.
Did he give Mr. Valley a beer?
I can't remember that.
Did he seem to you like he was trying to make friends with you
Initially, maybe at the end of the party, yeah.
at the end of the party?
No, to get into the party.
To get into the party. Gotcha. And you told him that he needed to give you that beer.
Yes.
A dispute broke out about whether or not you were going to actually get that beer from him, correct?
Yeah, it was about like him giving us the beer, and then in turn he'd be able to stay at the party.
Well, you say giving us the beer. You were the one asking for the beer, right?
Yeah.
You were the one who was talking with this individual, right?
We all were.
Okay. Tyler DeSilva was talking to him?
We all were, yeah. Me, Alito, and Tyler.
Okay. And yet, the person that squares up, that's you, right? Because you're the person who took the beer from him, right? So would you agree that you were the person that was having the most direct interaction with Mr. Hines?
I would.
And you later come to find out that that person was Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And you said that you moved to the driveway, and that's where you squared up and you had the fight, right? And you guys were moving around in that course of that fight? The video that we watched, that doesn't catch the initial stages of that fight, does it?
I believe it does. I don't think the fight started until the end of that video.
Okay, that catches the very beginning of that fight? So you guys had not begun fighting until you got out into the driveway?
Yes.
And people sort of formed a circle around, right? There were some folks watching, and it was just you and Mr. Hines that were going to have this square off. And you said Mr. Valley came around and hit him in the back of the head, right? And that he lunged at you,
Ryan Hines did, yeah.
or you lunged at him.
Ryan Hines lunged at me.
Sorry. So Ryan lunges at you. You'd already taken a punch at Mr. Hines at that point. He tackles you to the ground. He's on top of you. A group descends and tries to break that thing up, right? At some point, you all get up and you go your separate ways.
Yeah.
The kids from Shelton High that had just been involved with the fight, they walk down the driveway and get in the car somewhere? Did you see them do that?
I did.
And where was your car parked?
To the left. Looking down the driveway, it was off to the left.
Okay, so nearby. And you, how long before you got in your car and left?
5-10 minutes, maybe.
Did you see at any point Mrs. Leifer come out, shut the party down, and give the beer back to Mr. Hines?
I remember her coming out. I don't remember her giving back the beer.
In any event, you didn't have the beer anymore at that point, correct? He said after that the plan was to go home, right?
It was.
When you say go home, to your own home?
No, I was going to be sleeping out that night.
Where were you going to be sleeping that night?
Most likely Tyler's.
Tyler De Silva's. And as far as Tyler De Silva, that was a close friend of yours? Do you remain close friends? And would you say you were closer with Mr. De Silva than you were with Mr. Valley?
I would. I think that's fair to say.
Okay. You weren't going to sleep at Mr. Valley's house that night?
It was possible, but I think the plan was to sleep at Tyler's.
Okay.
So we frequently slept out at.
And you said at some point you got added to this basketball group chat, right? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Sorry, we've got the court reporter here and you have to say out loud some things you can't get. You didn't create that group chat. Mr. Valley didn't create that group chat. Mr. De Silva didn't create that group chat. But you got added to it. Okay. When you got added to it, was Mr. Valley also added to it at that same time?
I'm not sure if he was at it, but I knew a couple of us were. I'm not sure exactly who, but we were all kind of talking about it.
Okay. Who else was on that group chat?
There were probably a good 20 people in it, and about probably 3 or 4 of us in it. So it was majority kids I wasn't aware of. I didn't know.
So when you were looking at that group chat, you couldn't see the names of the folks that you didn't know. You just saw numbers. Is that fair?
Yep.
But you quickly got an understanding of who those unknown numbers were, right? And you understood that that was the kids, at least some of the kids and kids who were related to the kids that you had just gotten into the fight with, right? Because you said that there was, your understanding based on what they were texting was that they wanted you to fight with them, right? And you sent text back indicating you were willing to do that, right? And so you got back in the car with Demetrius, Keenan, Will, Tyler De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Trafficanti. And did they all know that you were getting in the car to go fight these kids?
Yeah, we made it pretty apparent that people who were going to be in my car were going to go with us to go fight.
So Mackenzie Trafficanti knew that you were going in the car to go fight?
Objection as to what she knew.
When you say that people in the car knew that you were going to go fight, what led you to believe that they knew that?
I kind of went up, and after we were in the group chat, I was like, I can't remember if we were already in the car or driving, but I said, if you're in the car or you're getting in my car, we're going to go fight these people. And I think the people in my car agreed they were going with us.
Demetrius?
Yep.
Keenan? Will Sinjwal?
Yep.
Tyler De Silva? Raul Valley?
Yep.
Mackenzie Trafficanti?
Yep, I believe so, yeah.
You told us you were driving and that Tyler De Silva was the passenger at this point, right? And so you got in the car and you went over to Trumbull High School. And there you said that you were expecting to find the kids who were using this basketball group chat to invite you to fight, right? They weren't there. You said there was a black BMW there?
Black or blue? I think it was a dark colored.
Could it? You don't think it was a white BMW?
I don't think so. I don't remember being a white BMW.
It was dark.
I think so, yeah.
As far as the time of day, it was dark that night. And the people in that BMW, those were people that your group knew, right?
I didn't. I believe someone in my car did that.
Okay. And you said you were there for 10 minutes, nobody got out of the car.
I don't remember that. I didn't get out of the car.
What were you doing in the car?
On my phone, probably.
Music on?
Most likely.
Car running?
Yeah.
7 of you in the car talking through the window, you told us, to the other vehicle. Was there another vehicle there with a group of girls in it?
I don't remember that.
And then you said while you were sitting there on this group chat text, somebody, not from your group, sends the address 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? And it was your understanding that that was now where these kids wanted you to come in order to have a fight. And you drove there because you wanted to have a fight.
Yes.
Did you know these kids?
I didn't.
And you didn't even know where this was, right? You're from Norwalk. And so you get this address there, 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You got 6 other people in the car. You don't even know where it is. You don't even know who these kids are. And you decide you're going to drive everybody over there.
Well, I didn't know it was a party. I'm assuming that that maybe the kid who was just in a scuffle with us, he maybe had a couple friends and wanted to settle it or something. So that's why we drove over to go fight them.
You're responsible when you're driving for the people that are in that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You thought that was a good idea to drive all those folks over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
It was a mutual understanding.
You thought it was a good idea?
I wasn't thinking about the potential consequences.
You were 16 years old, right?
I was.
And you didn't think when you got there that there were going to be 30 or 40 people, did you?
Absolutely not.
And you didn't know where it was. You had to GPS it, right?
Yes.
And it was a kind of confusing layout when you got there because there's through roads and cul-de-sacs, right? You didn't know which one was leading to which end, right? Could have been a dead end, could have been a through street, but you didn't know. And you say you didn't drive by the house when you first got there. You went straight there and you parked the car to the right, right? When we got there, there were people already out in the yard?
No.
Nobody was out in the yard? Okay. And you indicated to the folks in the group chat, we're here.
Yep.
And then people started coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
One person came out of the house, right?
Yes.
Quickly followed by a second person, right?
Yes.
Then a third person, right? Then a fourth person, right?
Yes.
A fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth, right?
Yes.
At that point, you're outnumbered now, right?
Yes.
A ninth, a 10th, an 11th, a 12th, right?
Yes.
Now what are you starting to think in that car?
We're not going to be fighting anymore.
You're not going to be fighting anymore? Why not?
It didn't seem sensible at the time. It wasn't what we expected to see when we initially arrived, or were going to arrive.
You weren't in control of that situation at that point, were you?
No.
Drove all those folks over there, parked them. Wasn't what you expected, was it? It was getting scary, wasn't it?
It was.
It was getting terrifying, wasn't it?
It was.
You worried about what was going to happen now, I bet.
It was.
How many people do you think ultimately came out of that car, out of that house?
Maybe 30, maybe a little bit more.
All came over to your car.
Yes.
7 of you in there and 30 on the outside, right?
Yes.
Surrounding the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at first they came up to the driver's side, some of them, didn't they?
They did.
And you had your window down?
I had it cracked, I believe.
Cracked. Didn't want to put it the whole way down at that point, right? And people started coming up and started talking to you through the window, right?
Yes.
And you say at first that was peaceful.
I don't think it was peaceful at first when they all kind of walked up. Everyone was kind of screaming. I think I heard something along the lines of like, "Where's the kid who did this to me?" Someone from the party even before.
That was Ryan Hines, right?
Could have been. I didn't see his face.
He spit at you.
Yes.
Did it make it into the car or just on the car?
I don't think it hit me, but I think it made it into the car.
There's people in front of the car.
There's
people on both sides of the car.
It's true.
There's people behind the car.
True.
Some of those people get on the car.
That's possible. I don't remember anybody getting on top of the car.
Do you remember the car rocking?
I do.
Do you recall if somebody was on the back bumper jumping up and down?
It's possible, but I wasn't.
I'm gonna overrule it, thank you.
I wasn't really looking at the back of my car. I was kind of focused on what was going on in my area.
Why didn't you just drive away?
I did eventually, but I didn't want to, run anybody over. So I kind of started itching my car out a little bit, and then people started eventually making way.
You couldn't just pull away, right? If you just pulled away, you'd have hit somebody who was standing directly in front of the car, right? You'd hit somebody who was on either side of you, possibly, right? There was lights on the street, but it was dark, right?
Yeah.
About 11 o'clock or so. Misty, kind of rainy that evening.
Sounds about right.
People inside your car were terrified, weren't they?
Objection as to what other people were.
Sustained.
What was the demeanor from the people inside your car? What did that indicate to you?
They wanted to go home.
They didn't want to be there anymore, right? They were terrified, right?
Most likely, yeah.
And you were thinking to yourself, oh my God, what have I gotten these folks into, right?
Yeah.
I brought all these people here. I'm the driver of this vehicle. I'm the one who put us here, right?
I think that's fair that I drove them there, yeah.
Well, nobody could reach over and you wouldn't let them take the car from you and say, let me drive now, right?
Right, but I didn't drive anyone somewhere where they didn't want to be, and then I dropped them off at the end of the street and they wanted to go home.
Because Mackenzie Trafficante wanted to go and get in a fight.
I think everyone was just kind of under the impression that they knew we were going to go meet a couple of kids to fight. No one really expected 30 people to walk out of the house.
Keenan Frasick knew that you were going to go get into a fight.
Objection to what Keenan did.
Sustained.
Something about Keenan's demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go along for a fight.
I think I made it pretty apparent before we got in the car that that's what we were going to do.
Something about Demetrius Arphanis' demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go get into a fight.
Again, I think I told the people that getting into my car, that's what we were planning on doing.
You know Keenan?
I did.
How close were you to Keenan?
We weren't super close, but we were teammates.
Teammates on the football team. Demetrius Arphanis, was he a teammate on the football team?
Yes, he was.
They starters?
I don't believe at the time of the incident, no.
How many people were on the driver's side of the car?
Initially, when we were at the end of the street,
When you're right there parked in front of the house, when you first stopped at the house?
there was a crowd of people. I don't really know. I mean,
Too many to count?
Yeah.
How many people were on the passenger side?
It was kind of a big crowd all around the car.
And you said they were touching the car, right?
Mhm.
Hands on the vehicle?
Objection as to the answer.
Sustained.
Were they punching the car?
Objection as to the answer.
I'll allow it.
I believe so. Throwing stuff at the car, taking the car, stuff like that.
At some point, the windshield gets smashed while you were there in front of the house, while these people are surrounding the vehicle. Are people inside your car saying anything?
Objection as to what they said.
I asked, are they saying anything?
I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, just yes or no, relative to the question. Please ask the question again.
Are people in your car at this point saying anything?
Yes.
And did that indicate to you that they were scared?
Yeah, I think we all were.
In fact, you were so scared, you reached into the center console where you knew you kept the pocket knife, right?
Sure.
And you did that because you were so scared, you thought, I might need to defend myself, right? You thought somebody might smash this window, right? They just smashed the windshield. What's going to stop them from smashing my window, right? And I'm stuck here in this vehicle, can't move forward because there's people surrounding it, right? And you thought, what am I going to do if people reach into this vehicle after smashing my window and pull me out of it, right? So you reached in and you grabbed the knife out, right? And you told us you put it on your waist. Did you mean you put it in your lap?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Because you didn't like take it and use the clip to put it on your belt or something, right? You didn't put it in your pocket, did you? You didn't think, well, it's right here in the center console. If I need it, I can get it out at that point, right?
I was kind of buried under a bunch of random wires and stuff like that.
You didn't know what these people surrounding the car were going to do, did you? But you were scared enough to think that you needed that knife, right? Mr. Valley didn't know about that knife, did he?
Objection as to what Mr. Valley.
Sustained.
Had you ever told Mr. Valley about that knife?
Never came up in conversation.
Never came up in conversation. You had never told him about it, did you?
No, there wouldn't have been a reason to.
So as far as you knew, he had no knowledge that that knife was there.
Objection as to what he did.
Sustained.
And you were shown a picture of what you say is a copy of that knife, right? You said, though, that that knife that you had in the car had been in that vehicle since it was given down to you by your brother, right?
It was just in the family, that car. It's always been in the family.
And the knife had been in there as well, right?
That's why I kept it for years, yeah.
So it wasn't a brand new shiny knife that you got for that purpose alone that day, was it? It was a tool that you kept there. You said for fishing?
Yeah, for anything you really need a knife for, it was just there.
Were you raised as somebody who was told, you know, it's useful, helpful to have a pocket knife when you need one?
I just think a knife is useful in a lot of, random scenarios in life, just something to have, yes.
At some point, the situation became so terrifying inside that vehicle that despite the fact that there were people in front of it who might get hurt if you were moving, you thought that's what you needed to do to protect yourself and to protect the people in the car, right?
Was to grab the knife?
Was to, well, you already had the knife, but now you thought, I've got to move this vehicle. Even if these people in front are going to get hurt, we might get hurt if I don't, right? And so you moved the vehicle forward. People backed off of it, or they stayed off, they fell to the side? What happened?
I just started like pushing the car forward, like revving it and like pushing it forward. People started dispersing a little bit, so they made a path for us to just kind of speed right off.
You saw a path and you took it. Car took off down the street at a high rate of speed, right?
Yeah.
And then you drove back and forth, up and down the street, right?
I don't remember that.
Throwing things out the window at this group, right?
I don't remember that happening.
That didn't happen, did it? You drove down, some people got out of the car around that area where you showed us on Exhibit 1, right? And in fact, do you recall that people from the party were now chasing the vehicle down the street as you were driving away?
Initially, yeah.
In fact, when you let these folks out, or when they got out of the car when it first stopped, a group of these Shelton kids were coming down chasing them, right?
I think so, yeah.
And you could see that at least in your rearview mirror, could you not? And then you drove the car off up ahead, correct? And at that point, you were alone in the vehicle?
I think so, yeah.
And you drove up and you went and you turned down Farmhouse Lane, right?
No, I think I went down straight.
Down to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yeah. That I think it is.
Okay. We can't see that dead end on Exhibit 1, can we, behind you?
No, I don't think so.
It extends a further way down there, right? So you lost sight of the people that you had just dropped off at some point, did you not? You couldn't see them anymore because you had driven down to the end of the street, right? And you thought, oh my God, I just left all these folks at the street that I just drove them to with this crowd of people that just attacked the car, right? You were scared for them at that point, were you not?
I turned around and I went back.
You went back even though you were scared?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen if you didn't go back?
That calls for speculation. Let me check that.
You were worried if you didn't go back that your friends were going to get hurt, weren't you?
Yeah. That's fair to say.
Now, when you got back, can you show us again on Exhibit 1 where you stopped the vehicle when you came back to your friends after going down to the end of Laurel Glen? Near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse? Okay. And where at that point, and when you stopped the car, you got out at that point, right? And where at that point was Keenan Frasick?
I believe on the curb, I think.
Did he come over to the vehicle?
The vehicle was kind of right up to it. I don't remember him walking like up on top of the vehicle, but he was around, I guess.
Did you talk to him, or did he stay on the curb?
I don't remember any conversation I had with Keenan. But,
And did Mackenzie Trafcanti come up to the car, or did she stay on the curb?
I don't remember if Mackenzie was up on the curb. I think she was on the curb. I don't remember any conversation with her either for coming up.
Will Sinjwald, did he stay on the curb? Demetrios Arfanis, did he stay on the curb?
So yeah, they were all kind of just right there.
And so at the vehicle then, near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, is yourself, Mr. Valley, and Tyler De Silva?
Not yet in the car, but yeah, we were all kind of there.
Inspecting the car, you told us.
Yeah, I got out and I started looking around.
And do you remember some Shelton High kids coming up and having an interaction with you?
I don't remember any conversation I had with them. I remember that they were there, or at least around the area. Then I got back in the car.
How close were you to Mr. Valley?
Around the car. I was inside of it, so.
You didn't get out of the car, or you got back in the car?
I got back in the car.
Okay. But do you know Tyler Rich?
I don't.
Do you know Ricky or Enrico Fiola?
I heard about him prior to the incident. I didn't know him.
Did you see either Mr. Rich or Mr. Fiola down there at the vehicle when you were at Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive?
I think they were in the area. I I don't remember, I don't recall seeing them. I don't remember that.
And you've told us that there was some discussion down at the car about the damage, right?
Yeah.
You told us you were upset about the damage, right?
I was. Yeah, I was going around looking at the damage on my car.
You told us you were distraught about the damage, right?
I would explain this to my parents, stuff like that, thinking about damage, insurance, all that.
And you didn't know any of these kids at 43 Laurel Glen Drive.
I didn't know.
But you knew that the kid that you'd gotten in the fight with at 5 Lazy Brook was there at that party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yeah, I didn't see him particularly, but I kind of got the impression he was there from what they were kind of screaming and stuff, and why we were there in the first place.
And you told us that there was discussion about, look what they did to your car, right?
Yes.
You were visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. Valley, you said, was visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. De Silva also visibly upset.
I think everyone kind of was. We were kind of all kind of in a state of shock about what just happened.
While you're standing there by the car, and these Shelton High kids, how far away were they?
I don't remember where they were.
Further down towards the house?
I would assume so.
Not close enough that you could say to them, hey, what'd you guys do to my car?
I don't remember having any conversation with them when they were there.
They were too far away to have a conversation with, right? They didn't approach you guys and say, hey, let's squash this beef right now, did they?
Not me, no.
Did they approach anybody in your group?
When I drove off, I don't know. I wasn't really there.
Okay. When you drove off, though, was before what you've just now described, with everybody being at the car and inspecting it for damage, right? So when you're at the car inspecting it for damage, you didn't see any of these Shelton High kids come down and have a conversation with you guys as you're inspecting the car, did you?
I didn't have any conversation there.
And then you told us at some point you understood that Tyler De Silva wanted to go back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? Because he knew, as far as you understood it, some of the kids there.
Right.
You live in Norwalk, right? Is that where you grew up? So you're a lifelong Norwalk resident? And Tyler De Silva is not from Norwalk, right? He was living in Milford at this time, but he had grown up in Shelton for some part of his life, had he not?
I believe so.
And he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party.
Right.
And he told you, your understanding was that he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party, and he wanted to go back and make peace.
Right. His family, I guess, knew a lot of their families, so that was the whole purpose.
And at this point, you could have just left the area, right?
Could have.
You could have hopped in the car and said, everybody, let's go home. This is a bad idea, right?
Yeah.
You were 16 at the time.
I was.
How long had you been driving?
Maybe 8 months, 9 months.
Were you supposed to have these kids in your car?
I was not.
And then Mr. Valley came up to you and he said, where's the knife? Give me the knife, right?
Yeah.
Like that aggressively?
I wouldn't say it was that aggressive, but it was just asking for it.
He was just like, hey, where's that knife that you had, right?
I don't think it was that aggressive, no.
He wasn't that aggressive about it.
It was aggressive, but it wasn't super, it wasn't what you just presented.
And he didn't want something else at that point, did he?
Just the knife, he didn't want anything else. No.
He didn't indicate to you, hey, let's all grab some weapons and go back there, right? He didn't say, I want that knife so that, let's go back and get our revenge, right? In fact, you understood from his demeanor that he was also scared, right?
More upset, I presume.
You presume.
He was a little bit more angry in his demeanor.
You were still scared.
I was.
You thought these kids might come back down the street again, right?
Not necessarily.
That didn't cross your mind?
Well, I knew I had the car, so if anything, we could have just driven out of there.
But you didn't. Tyler De Silva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace. Tyler De Silva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace, correct?
Objection, that calls for your statement.
You understood that Tyler DeSilva wanted to go back and make peace?
Yeah. Humanly though.
You understand?
People there.
Mr. Valley knew people there?
Both of them at the time knew people from Sean since they were from Milford.
So you got back in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valley go digging through the console to get the knife, right? You saw Mr. Valley go digging through the glove box to get the knife, right? You saw him tearing up the car to try and find the knife, right? You didn't see any of that, did you?
No.
You gave it to him?
When he asked for it.
He opened the blade to inspect it, right?
No.
Took that knife and he got it ready, right?
No.
Took that knife that you gave him and he put it in his pocket, right?
I believe so. I don't remember where he put it. He didn't open it.
And you understood or felt like you needed to take Mr. DeSilva back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
You didn't say, I'm not taking you back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? All three of you get back into the car. You say that Mr. Valley got into the passenger side?
Yes.
Beside you? And that Mr. DeSilva got in the back?
Yep.
On the passenger side as well?
Yes.
You drove up, and did you park sort of near the driveway at that point?
No, a little further back. I wasn't ever parked. I was always in drive, just
Foot on the brake?
yeah.
You weren't expecting anybody to get out of that car and get into a fight, were you?
It wasn't aggressive at that point.
There was no talk in the car as you drove down there about, we're going to get him now.
Objection, what was that?
I'm going to strike the last answer, Madam, and form of the jury. Thank you.
Was there conversation in the car on the way down there?
It was a very brief drive. I don't remember any conversation.
Nothing about what was occurring in the vehicle on the way down there led you to believe that there was about to be a fight, was there? And as you got there, you're in the middle of the street. There's cars parked on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
And you stop the car.
Yep.
You don't put it in park, but you keep it running and got your foot on the brake. You see Mr. DeSilva get out of the car.
Right.
You see Mr. Valley get out of the car. Mr. Valley doesn't have the knife in his hand at that point, does he?
I don't remember what he had in his hand. I just know they both got out of the car and just started walking towards him.
Not in an aggressive way. Not screaming threats at the people that are already in the yard, right? You saw them, you said you were looking over your shoulder, looking out the window?
Yeah.
Watching them the whole time? How many people were in the lawn?
The same amount, probably about 30 kids.
Your two friends get out and they walk up, right? You can see them approach these 30 kids. Those 30 kids swarm forward to meet them.
Right.
They start getting aggressive with these two kids, right?
I don't remember getting aggressive until someone punched Lito. It was kind of cordial, I guess, initially.
Okay.
Maybe somebody in the crowd screaming or something, but it wasn't a fight at that point.
Could you hear either of your friends screaming anything?
No.
Did you see either of your friends approach them in a fighting posture?
No.
Did you see either of your friends square up with anybody? You just saw Mr. Valley get punched in the face, right?
About 10 seconds, 15 seconds in, yeah. Someone just came and hit him.
Did you see Mr. Valley with his shirt up over his head?
I don't recall that. No.
And you told us that once Mr. Valley got punched in the face, chaos broke out, right?
Right.
You couldn't see Mr. Valley anymore, could you? You couldn't see Mr. DeSilva anymore, could you? But you could see bodies moving and rolling around, right? And it looked like 30 people had descended onto two people, did it not?
Yeah, I did.
You could see punching and kicking going on, could you not?
I did.
You could see stomping going on, could you not?
Yeah,
You were scared for your friends at that point, were you not?
I was.
Terrified about what was happening to them, right?
I was.
So scared that you didn't even get out of the car, did you?
I wanted to be there just in case they got out so they could get in my car and we could leave.
You didn't want to go get into that scrum, did you?
I felt like I'd be more helpful just as the way to escape rather than jump in. So I stayed in the car.
You didn't know if your friends were going to come out of that fight, did you?
I hope so.
But you didn't know, did you?
No.
You didn't know what was going to happen when 30 took on 2, did you?
No.
That was practically the whole Shelton High School football team, wasn't it?
That's fair to say, I guess.
You were so scared, you didn't want to get out of that car, right?
Sustained.
Because it was terrifying to watch, was it not?
Sustained.
At some point, you were able to see Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valley came up to the car, correct?
Yes.
Door opens slightly, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Interior light comes on because the door is open, right?
Yep.
In fact, when he came up to that car, his momentum was moving forward towards the car as though he'd been pushed, was it not?
I don't remember that. I just remember.
Did you hear a bump as he hit the car?
I don't remember that.
He opened the door. Could you see his face?
I don't remember what it looked like at that moment. It was kind of real quick.
You didn't see Mr. De Silva anywhere, did you? You could still see that a fight was going on, could you not?
I did.
Could you see what appeared to be flashlights or phone lights at that point?
I believe so, yeah.
When you saw Mr. Valley, but you didn't see Mr. De Silva, you were terrified about what had happened to Mr. De Silva, were you not?
Yeah.
You wondered if he was going to get killed, didn't you?
Yeah.
And then you lost sight of Mr. Valley again as he headed back in towards the fight, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valley go to the yard, right?
He left my car. I think he went towards the yard.
And at some point, as he got onto the yard, you couldn't see him anymore, could you?
No.
But you could still see that those 30 kids hadn't gone anywhere, right?
Everyone was kind of still scattered along the line, along the lawn.
And then at some point, you saw Mr. De Silva come back to the car.
Yes.
He gets into the car, right?
Right.
And you can see him at that point, right?
I can.
And you told us he's been battered, right?
Yeah.
He looked beaten and bloodied, right? You could tell he had obviously been injured in the course of the fight where you lost track of him, right? You said Mr. Valley got back into the car, into the passenger seat, right? You said he was all distraught, right?
Yeah.
What was distraught about his face?
It wasn't necessarily his face. He just got in and he was just in shock, I think, and he said, like, oh my fucking God, I think I just stabbed somebody, or I think I just stabbed people, or something along those lines.
He didn't say, man, I just got us payback for what happened, right?
No,
He didn't seem happy about what had happened. He seemed distraught.
yeah, he looked in shock, yeah.
Still scared?
Yeah, probably.
Probably, that's cultural speculation.
That's the answer. The question was already asked all over.
And then you took off down Laurel Glen Drive, right? That's what you told us.
Went to Adams.
Towards Adam.
Towards Adam, yeah.
You hit a cul-de-sac and you told us that Mr. Valley told you to stop the car. And he got out and threw the knife.
Yes.
You could see the knife in his hand?
Yes.
You could see it in his hand. Was it open or closed? Still open?
When he got in the car.
From when he got out of the car?
The car?
He got into the car and he still had the knife open on him, you're saying?
Yes, when he got in the car and said what he said, he had the knife in his hand.
Could you see blood on the knife?
I can't recall seeing any blood on it.
You saw the knife leave his hand and go flipping into the woods?
It was pretty dark.
It was pretty dark, wasn't it?
It was.
How far away from the car did he get in order to throw that knife?
Just stepped right outside.
Just right outside the car? In front?
Yeah. I was angled parallel to the woods, so he just opened the door, stepped right out into it.
He said he got back into the car at that point, didn't say anything.
Yep.
You drove back down to Laurel Glen Drive where the people you had left were still there.
Yes.
And some of those people got into Madison Traficante's car, Mackenzie's sister.
My sister arrived around the same time we were driving down.
Mr. Valley got into the same vehicle. Tyler gets into the front passenger with you.
Yes.
You had to use Google Maps to get out of there, right? Because you didn't know where you were. And then you went and you met Owen De Silva?
Yeah.
Where was that?
At Tyler's house, Tyler's house.
You said when you saw both Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva, they were both beat up and bloodied up, right?
Yeah.
There was no conversation in the car about what had happened. It was just, how are we going to get back at these guys?
That was kind of what was going through my head almost. I'm not sure about Tyler, but that was a conversation we were talking about majority of the time.
And you texted on this group chat, enjoy the hospital stay?
I didn't know the severity of the situation. When Lito told me he stabbed somebody, I just assumed it wasn't anything major, just because people were still texting in the group chat. Like, the group chats were still flowing, like spamming after everything happened. So I just assumed that they just jumped to us. Lito stabbed maybe someone in the leg or something. And that was just my smirky response. I guess it was. I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't know what happened.
You went home and you talked to your dad, and he said, this is more serious than what you think, son.
Yeah, it was kind of that tone. Yeah.
And when the cops called you on May 15th and said, we'd like to talk to you about this, you told them you weren't going to come in and talk to them, right?
I wasn't on the phone. I believe it's something my dad probably said.
You didn't go in and talk to them, right? You were worried about your involvement in this, right?
Yes.
And you waited 6 months until you got an agreement concerning prosecution in place before you talked to them, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you did that right here in this courthouse, did you not?
Yes.
And after you got that, it's the first time that you talked to anybody about this, right?
That is true.
And you're telling us now today that you gave Mr. Valley the knife before driving everybody back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And this prosecution agreement that you have, it's for complete immunity, right?
From the events that happened on that day, yeah.
You can't be prosecuted for anything that happened on May 14th, right?
Not at this time, though.
And those potential things that you might have been prosecuted for could be murder, right?
I was told assault in the first degree or something along those lines.
You would agree that the agreement itself talks about the homicide of James McGrath and the assaults on Thomas Connery Jr., Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal that took place on May 14th, right?
That's correct.
One of the things that you could be prosecuted for would be being an accessory to a murder, right?
I think that's possible.
And could be prosecuted for assaults, correct?
I believe so.
You could be possibly prosecuted for conspiracy to commit those things, correct?
I guess so.
And you've had what's explained to you, what's known as your maximum exposure explained to you, right? That if you were prosecuted for these things and if you were convicted of these things, you could spend your life in prison, correct?
Yes, so.
Right? 60 years for accessory to murder, right?
So.
20 years for an assault in the first degree, right?
Yep.
You didn't want to tell anybody your involvement in this case until you got that in place, right?
Yeah.
And your understanding is that you have to come in here and testify truthfully in order for this agreement to hold, right?
Yeah.
Your immunity from all those things depends upon who thinking that you testified truthfully.
I think the state.
Not me, right? I don't make that decision, do I? The state's attorney makes that decision, right?
I believe so.
You got to come in here, testify truthfully, or you could find yourself prosecuted for all those things.
I believe so.
And so you gave them a statement on November 2nd, right? And then they told you, you know what? We want to talk to you again. And you talked to them again on November 28th, right?
Yes.
because they wanted to clarify some things, right?
Yes.
They wanted to clarify the timing of when the knife was exchanged, right?
I believe so.
And they wanted to clarify why your phone had been reset on October 1st, 2022, before you spoke to them, right? Factory reset, right?
No. I had water damage in the phone, and I got a new phone, and I think the iCloud messed up, syncing between my mother's and mine. Our texts are kind of merged. Nothing was deleted, but they couldn't find the group chat. I removed myself from the group chat after the event happened.
So by the time you went and talked to the officers after you'd gotten your immunity agreement in place, your phone had been reset.
It wasn't reset.
It was a new phone altogether?
I got a new phone, but everything was still on it and intact.
That's what they told you? We want to come in and clarify why your phone is everything and intact?
I didn't respond. I didn't respond to anybody texting me for the first month, 3 weeks to a month after everything happened. But people were texting me, so they assumed, I think, that I was removing messages that I was sending back when I just wasn't responding. So I think they wanted to have me come in and just explain why there weren't any texts on my end. I was advised not to text people.
So, sir, you're coming in here and you're telling us, or trying to tell us, as close to what you told those officers, right?
Yes.
Because you fear if you change any of that, the state's going to think you're not testifying truthfully, right?
There wouldn't be any need to change it. It's all been the truth.
And you're telling us that the knife that you gave to Mr. Valley, right?
After he asked for it, yes.
That was your knife, right?
My knife.
That you kept in the vehicle, right? That you drove these folks back down to this party, right?
Yeah, Tyler and Lito.
Tyler and Lito, right? After you gave them this knife, right?
After I handed it to Lito, yeah.
And now you're telling us that the knife was thrown by Mr. Valley.
Yeah.
That's why we can't find the knife, right?
I would assume so.
Sir, it's not that you needed to get rid of that knife because, again, for 6 months you didn't want to talk to anybody about this, right?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Jack, counsel just asked you a little bit about the group chat. You indicated on cross-examination that you removed yourself from the group chat. Why did you do that?
I wanted to disassociate myself from everything that happened on that day.
So once you understood the severity of what happened, you got out of the group chat? So what happens when you remove yourself from the group chat on your phone? What happens?
I think it deletes it off my device, but I think, and it says something in other people's phones, like I've left the group chat.
Left the group chat? So in other words, if you wanted to go back into the group chat, you couldn't do it?
I couldn't unless I was added back into it.
Is that something that is saved on the cloud for some reason or no? Do you know?
I think it would be.
It would be? Okay. And with regards to, tell me the circumstances surrounding you getting a new phone. Why did you get a new phone?
I think I'd gone to Block Island, or I'd gone somewhere for just get away, I think, and I'd walked in the water where they got water damage. It was fine, but the battery was draining, so I just brought it to Apple. It said I couldn't repair it. It was water damage, so I needed to get a new phone.
And when you got a new phone, did the contents of your old phone, was it saved in the cloud? And
Yeah, there was like a SIM card, and I just used the same one. I got a new phone. I got 2 new phones. One from my father's coworker right after everything happened because they had taken my phone, the state. So when the state took my phone, I needed a phone, and I couldn't just buy a new one. So I had my dad's friend lend me her phone. So syncing with that phone, I have contacts on my phone right now from her phone still, my mom's phone, on my phone still. So I think bridging was kind of really error filled, I guess. But I got a new phone eventually after the water damage.
so the phone that you had on the night of May 14, 2022, that was seized by the state of Connecticut. Or Shelton PD, right?
Shelton PD, I think.
And with regards to, you were asked a little bit about going over to 43 Laurel Glen. When you were driving over there, you told people, or at least the discussion in the car was apparent that you were going there to fight. And what was your understanding about going there to fight? Did you think you were going to fight a couple kids?
Yeah.
It was going to be like a 3-on-3 fight?
That's what I assumed it was.
Right. Now, the fight back at Lazy Brook, that was 3-on-1, right? That was you, Lito, the defendant, and Tyler on Ryan Hines, right? Right, so that wasn't really a fair fight, but you think you were gonna go to 43 Laurel Glen to kind of hash it out and have a fist fight? Were you going there going to 43 Laurel Glen to use any weapons in fight, or was it gonna be a fist fight?
Fist fight?
And was the defendant in agreement to go there and fight?
Yeah.
And when you got there, you said that people came out of the house and surrounded the car, and then you guys eventually got scared, right? And you left, and you went down the street, right? And people who didn't want to be involved got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I think everyone got out of the car.
But at some point, when you were down the street, do you know whether or not people from the Shelton crew came down to talk to or confront anybody down the street?
He did.
They did, right? And was the defendant out of the car at that point?
Yeah.
And was Tyler out of the car at that point?
He was.
And was there any physical altercation down the street at that point when people were out of the car?
I believe so.
What kind of things were going on? Were people arguing?
I don't remember any arguing at all, any fighting at all.
But at that point, at some point in time, those individuals left. Do you recall them leaving? What do you recall about down the street?
Coming back down the street, and then getting out of the car, and then looking at the damage after I driven down the street.
And do you recall where the Shelton kids were at that moment in time, or no?
I don't recall where they were.
Okay. But there was no physical altercation that took place down near the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road. Nobody complaining about, we just got beat up, right? No one said we got beat up? No physical altercation? Did you observe anything? And you indicated that when the defendant asked for the knife, he was more aggressive, more angry with his demeanor. What do you mean by that?
He was just, you could tell he was angry.
Was he mad, pissed off?
Yeah.
Where do you, before you gave him the knife, do you know where it was before you gave it to him?
I think when I got out of the car initially to look at the damage, I just put it down on the, not the center console, but the area right in between it, the radio.
Showing you states 32. So you're talking about this area here?
Yeah.
So it would have been just below the radio area?
Yeah, just that's the whole platform right there. So anywhere right there.
By the way, while we're looking at the states 32, in order to drive your car, put it into drive versus, is that up here on the
Yeah,
column?
yeah.
Okay, so this is one of those cars where it has the lower, it's up on the column.
It's a lower. That's also a compartment, but it's also like a platform.
But in other words, if you have to drive this car forward or backwards, the gear shifter is on the column.
Yep.
Now, when you indicated that after you got out of the car, you assessed the damage, the defendant asks for the knife, there's this conversation, and you agree to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
You could have left Laurel Glen at that point, right? You could have driven the other way? Could you have?
I thought it was a dead end.
Could you have put maybe Tyler's address into your phone and followed Waze or Google Maps and driven out of the area? But you didn't do that. And when you went back down to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated there was a lot of people in the front yard? Counsel asked you on cross-examination about people swarming everybody, and you indicated that, yeah, look, 30 people were involved. Are you certain that 30 people were fighting during the fight?
No, it just appeared like a lot of people. I estimated probably 30 people there.
So you're not sure, not everybody was fighting?
So, but
Were there a lot of people watching?
I couldn't really tell who was fighting and who wasn't, but it was pretty chaotic.
So when counsel asked you about, 30 people were fighting your friends, you can't really tell for sure who was fighting. You just know there was a lot of people and it was chaotic.
Right. I don't know who individually was fighting, but I knew that there was a lot of people there.
Right. So when he indicated that it could have been, 15 kids on each person, it could also have been 2 or 3 kids on your friends. You just couldn't see, right?
No, I saw more than 2 or 3.
All right.
Yeah.
But it wasn't all 30.
No, I don't think so.
Now, when you get down to the Adams Drive and the defendant throws the knife, he doesn't say, let's get out of here, let's go?
That's possible, but I don't remember the conversation. Really.
Now, with regards to your immunity agreement that the defense counsel brings up, did the state of Connecticut approach you about your testimony in this case?
I believe so. I think my attorney did.
Your attorney approached us
So, yeah.
because you had information for us.
Yep.
And with regards to your exposure in the case? Was it explained to you that you could be paroled on certain crimes if you were convicted because of your age?
I believe so.
And why did you withdraw? In your understanding about your agreement is what?
My understanding of the agreement
Of the agreement with the state of Connecticut is what?
is that I gave a detailed detailed, I guess, explanation on what happened, the truth on what happened, and that I wouldn't be prosecuted for it.
And is that explanation from your perspective about what you remember happened on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any additional questions?
Just briefly.
You were just asked, the state didn't approach you about this prosecution agreement, right?
Right.
Your attorney, I guess, approached them and said, hey, can we get a prosecution agreement here?
I believe so. I think my attorney went to the state.
State's attorney didn't come to you and say, nope, sorry, son, we got to arrest you. We're not giving you an immunity agreement, right?
Objection is what the state's attorney.
State's attorney didn't say, no, we're not good. The state's attorney didn't refuse to give you this immunity agreement, did they?
I don't believe so.
No, you signed it, right? In this courthouse, right? Nothing further.
Anything else?
Nothing.
Right, you may step out of your order. All right, ladies and gentlemen, adjourned yesterday. I indicated that it would be a half day today, so we are prepared to adjourn. I'm just going to once again remind you to abide by the rule of jury conduct that I have described to you again at the beginning of the trial and as we've been going through the trial, just highlighting, please try to stay away from media. Also, no conversation with anyone including each other about the states visiting the scenes that have been discussed or any of the locations that have been discussed, and no conducting independent research or investigation outside of the evidence presented here in the courtroom. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we will be back again for this matter tomorrow. Okay? Thank you. Court stands adjourned.
All right, Taylor Gang. So when I say we watched a little bit of everything today, we literally watched a little bit of everything. Okay, we watched Ronnie Walker's closing because, of course, I missed it. We watched a bit of his death penalty hearing. We also went over and seen some of the boyfriend murder, and we also caught the preppy school trial murder. So we seen a whole lot of something today. Tomorrow, we will be back watching. I guess we can pick up on the preppy school murder because that's the only thing that's going on right now. So we'll finish that. We'll finish out the week with that. I feel good about it. I think that's a good way to round out the week. We got the Diddy closing going on. And what I think I'm going to do, I was just thinking about this because I right now actually don't feel like reading the Inner Peace tweets. But I do know that I'm a part of the Patreon for I'm Not a Lawyer, But, and she does upload the transcript. So I think that I will go through. I might be a day behind. I think she does it the day. I think she may post today's transcript tomorrow, but I'll be able to go through it. And I'm probably going to pull out some of the things that I find interesting about the state's closing. And I'll either just come live and we can talk about it, or I'll make a recorded video. But I am very interested in seeing what they argue or how they choose to argue their evidence to prove RICO. I think it's going to be very, very interesting. They're given 4 hours. So, of course, I'm not trying to just read a transcript for 4 hours. So, again, just going to pick through and see how they choose to argue for RICO. And I'm even pull sex trafficking in. Okay. How much of Jane's testimony are they going to use? All right. How much of Mia's? How much of Dawn's? I got a question. So I am going, yes, they got 4 hours. So I am going to do that for us and maybe try and get us down to the meat and potatoes. And I'll do the same thing for the defense. I do think that it's going to take this jury at least a couple of days to come back with a verdict. I don't think it's going to be a quick and easy anything. I think it's going to take them a couple of days. So that's kind of my plan. Extremely too long. And I think you have to get to a point where you are, as an attorney, you need to be good enough with your words to convey your message and not lose your jury. when you have these, RICO cases where you've got a lot of different charges, a lot of evidence, you've got predicate acts. I think there's a delicate balance that you have to have when it comes to words and all those things. So yeah, I think that is too long, but we shall see what they say. Yes, I do think Mel is going to break it down too. I think she'll have something out there as well. So if you're not following me, make sure y'all follow my girl. I'm not lawyer, but Mel, love her. But yeah, yes, KP, just like Alan Jackson did. So I hope y'all all have a good rest of the evening. Today's the first day I've been by myself in my home since before my son had surgery. So I'm gonna go just lay across my bed because what else is there? What else is there to do? Yeah. So we shall see. But again, I hope y'all have a beautiful night. And as always, thanks for rocking out with the Telegram.